get started. Today is Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. This is the City Council's regular meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order and giving notice to members of the City Council and the general public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public. Can I have quiet, please? Which will not be open to the public for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan. Here. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House. Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Would be my honor. Please stand if able.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is open call to the public, which enables the public to address us on any item that is not on tonight's prepared agenda. Comments related to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that item is discussed. We have open call to the public twice on our agenda, once now for 30 minutes and then another at the end. Each speaker has 3 minutes, and there's a clock here. And because it's open call to the public and not something that is on our agenda, council cannot respond to you with questions or comments. So first up, or only up, it looks like we have Devonna McLaughlin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Devonna McLaughlin, and I serve as the CEO of Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, a local nonprofit housing organization that works to improve housing affordability in our community. And I just wanted to let you know that we have finished our 2024 rental attainability report, which you guys are going to get copies of along with the press release. Hot off the presses. And so I'm excited to share this data with you and with the community and decision makers. We've been doing our rental attainability report since 2016 to try and look at what's happening with rental rates in our community, vacancy rates, and any other barriers to affordable rental housing that folks might face in our community. And this year, I will sum it up with the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good news is that rental rates are stabilizing. We did not see significant increases, and we saw a couple of decreases in rents year over year for studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. So that's really exciting news that we're not seeing the appreciation that in rental prices that we've seen over the last couple of years. The other good news is that we're starting to see increases in vacancy rates. So our vacancy rate this year is 6.76%, and a healthy vacancy rate is typically 5 to 10%. The bad news is that rents remain high. So when you have high appreciation in rents year over year, just stabilizing doesn't mean that we've seen significant affordability improvements. So a 2-bedroom apartment rose 13.7% from 2021 to 2022, and then it was followed by a 12.1% increase from 2022 to 2023. So it went up 0.8% this last year, but when you compound that with the 2 previous years, it's still expensive to live in Flagstaff. In order to afford an average 2-bedroom apartment, a family needs to earn approximately $79,480 annually, which equates to $6,623 a month, or $38.21 an hour for one wage earner. The other bit of news that's kind of ugly is that despite efforts to increase the supply of subsidized affordable housing, in the last year we've actually reduced the number of units that are available and affordable to low-income households. We increased with the villas on Lake Mary coming in with 76 units of housing and 32 units of housing through the city's affordable rental program with the ARA development. But at the same time, 2 former low-income housing tax credit properties completed qualified contract, reducing those units from the affordable market by 144 units. So we're down 32 units overall, year over year. I just want to share this data with you all because it's important, I think, for our community to know, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just handed a couple of additional cards. Colleen Maring.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Colleen Maring. I'm the Chief People Officer and Chief Legal Counsel for Northern Arizona Healthcare. And I'm pleased to be here today with some excellent news. Not news about a new location for our new hospital, but I will come back with that someday. But I'm very happy to announce that both of Northern Arizona Healthcare's hospitals have been recognized just this week by a national independent watchdog group that sets standards for excellence in patient care and patient safety. The Leapfrog group grades hospitals from A to F based on national performance measures that index errors, accidents, injuries, and infections, as well as the systems that hospitals have in place to prevent those. And both Flagstaff Medical Center and Verde Valley Medical Center received A's. There are only 14 A's in the state of Arizona, and fewer than 30% of hospitals nationwide received an A. It shows that we are some of the safest hospitals in the entire nation. Flagstaff is receiving their 4th in a row. So we're really proud of this result. We think it speaks to our staff who provide amazing patient care, every patient, every time, together with this focus on patient safety and high quality outcomes. So I hope that you'll join me in celebrating all of our staff this week. We will be putting out a press release in the next few days, but we wanted to come here and share it with you all first. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Craig Bouchard.
I prefer to speak at the end, the last open call to public.
At the end of the meeting?
Yeah, there's one at the end, correct?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's one I was hoping to.
Dapper Dre.
Howdy, thank you, council members, staff, everybody here. I have to leave to a meeting, so I know it's supposed to be for the agenda item in regards to the sound ordinance. I just wanted to come in, speak from a person who does a lot of events that does have amplified music and other things. I would say using as best a discretion as you can for areas and ordinances that not only affect certain areas that are quote-unquote problematic.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I can't do that? I can't
yes.
talk about it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry you couldn't stay with us. All right. Okay, next up, proclamations and recognitions. First is a proclamation for Transgender Day of Remembrance, and we have some people in the audience. If you'll come join us on the dais. join us. Is this it? Is there anyone else who was here for this who would like to join us down here? Okay. And what we'll do is take a photo after, and then whoever would like to speak can come to the microphone and speak. Transgender and gender expansive people may face stigma surrounding their identity in the workplace, at school, at home, when accessing health care and other social services, and when interacting with law enforcement, which erects barriers in virtually every aspect of life. Transgender people face disproportionate rates of poverty and homelessness in the United States, with these issues being even more severe for transgender women of color. Transgender people living in poverty may be forced to rely on criminalized and highly dangerous work that is linked to increased rates of intimate partner violence and sexual assault. In 2024, 40% of transgender people reported being sexually assaulted. Transgender people may be more susceptible to increased mental health risks, including depression, anxiety, and suicide. In 2024, 81% of transgender adults reported having considered suicide, 42% have attempted suicide, and 56% have self-injured for non-suicidal reasons. Fatal violence disproportionately affects transgender people. There are a few very explicit legal protections for transgender people in the areas of housing, employment, and access to social services, and recent legislative efforts have been designed to reduce or eliminate existing legal protections for transgender people. Mayor and council members hereby recognize and renew the commitment between the City of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona to work together for equality for the benefit of all and to help reduce the hardships of the transgender and gender expansive community. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim November 20th, 2024 as Transgender Day of Remembrance.
Thank you, City Council members and Mayor Daggett. My name is Zane Jacobs, Bilagana Bashichin, Kiani Doshiche, Bilagana Doshinella. I just want to invite everybody. Tomorrow we'll have events. We partnered with Northern Arizona University starting at 11 a.m. We will be at the Office of Inclusion, where we'll be there till 2 p.m. And then we will be coming to City Hall in the grass over here. We're having a vigil. Please join us. We'll be here till 6:30. So thank you, and thank you all again.
Thanks. Next up, we have November work anniversaries.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, your Senior Deputy City Manager. We're celebrating our folks who began with us at least 1 year ago in November. So we're going to go through each of those celebrating this month. So for our first year, you'll see some employees in community stewards, as well as management services, some of our pros employees, as well as engineering and fire. We've got a few more here celebrating their first year in recreation, the police department, public works, sustainability, as well as water services. Celebrating their 5th year anniversary this month, you might recognize Neil Chapman. He is our Wildland Forest Health Supervisor in our Flagstaff Fire Department. Clarice Lancaster is one of our recreation officials. Like many of our temporary recreation employees, we don't see them all that often, and so we've been trying to identify a picture that at least talks about their contributions to the city. And Clarice is one of our volleyball officials, and so that's why you see the picture before you today. So congrats to Clarice on her 5th year with us. Nicholas is one of our library specialists. And so you would see him at one of our downtown or East Flag libraries. And then for 25 years, Trevor is actually with us today in the audience, so I'll invite him to come up so that way, we can embarrass him appropriately, right? So come on up, Trevor, while I
Come
talk
up, new
about
guy.
great things. So Trevor, and you might also know him as the new guy, he began working for our city in 1999 in engineering, believe it or not. I was interested to find out if this is where he started, and it was indeed where he started his career at the city 25 years ago as a project manager. In 2022, he became the capital improvements engineer. And he has been recognized this last year not only as a City Manager's Award recipient for the Aspen Award, but also our 2023 Leader of the Year, if you might recall that celebration as well. He's recently received a wonderful Outstanding Worker Award as well as a Quality Step Increase, both recognizing his service going above and beyond. He and his team are part of monumental projects that I know that you hear about often. A couple of them listed: Spruce Wash, Rio de Flag, J.W. Powell, Lone Tree Overpass, and the Beulah University alignment. So this team does incredible work and under Trevor's leadership, and we're super appreciative for his commitment to our organization and to Flagstaff overall. So congratulations, Trevor. I'm going to pass it to you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and it's a real honor to work for the City of Flagstaff, for the Engineering Division, for the Capital Improvements section. I can't think of another place I would rather be right now. So it's been great people, talented people that I work with, and I'm always learning from them. 25 years is a long time, but I can truly say that I'm still learning the position, still learning how to be an effective leader. And it's under the direction of my supervisor, city engineer, Paul Mood, also with current leadership, and with council. We come here, we seek direction. You give guidance and you help us on some of these amazing projects that we work with. And everything that my section does is due to the people that work there, the project managers themselves. They have great leadership they've learned from other people besides me. And they continue to deliver these projects on a daily basis. And I'm really appreciative of them, their hard work, and everything they do. And so we again, I appreciate the honor, and it's just a great blessing for me to work for the City of Flagstaff. I rely on my heritage, my culture, and most importantly, my faith. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
So that was the last that we have for you this evening. We'll see you again in December.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, council liaison reports. I'm going to start with Councilmember Matthews.
I don't have anything.
Councilmember Harris.
I just want to, this is not really a liaison report, but I just want to express a hearty thank you to Shannon and to the chief, and can't remember what other staff people from the city was at the Southside Community Association meeting. The board really appreciated you coming out to their meeting, and so I just wanted to say thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. In terms of council liaison reports, not much going on this past week. I will have 2 council or committee meetings this week. I did want to touch upon one thing that's relevant, though, the annual marketing meeting of Discovery Flagstaff. I'm the Tourism Commission liaison. That was a wonderful event, lasted a couple hours, included lunch, lots of folks from the business community and the tourism industry in the audience with us. Our team got the opportunity to sort of brag at length about the accomplishments that they've managed to get underway this past year. And I had the extreme honor and privilege of being able to introduce Jeff Hall, the director of the Lowell Observatory, for a few words as we celebrate him retiring and moving on, right on the cusp of the opening of the Discovery Center, which is a huge accomplishment for him and for our community. And that was a lot of fun. And noting that, I was able to attend the grand opening and watch the mayor participate in the ribbon cutting for the Discovery Center this weekend. I have met people this week who've lived here for 40 years and who have never been up on Mars Hill. That is absolutely astonishing to me. There's no excuse anymore. The Discovery Center is absolutely world-class. It's really exciting. It feels like a Smithsonian museum on the mall in Washington, D.C. I highly encourage everyone to get a membership, to go check it out, to visit it often, and to make sure you bring visitors with you there when they come to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor, and great job at the luncheon. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Bicycle Advisory Committee this last week. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Couple of quick things. Wednesday, I'll be at the Mountain Lion Board meeting, 10 to noon. Thursday, I'm heading down to Scottsdale to take a tour of the Scottsdale Water Campus, followed by a Water Commission meeting here in the chambers, 4 o'clock.
Thank you. And nothing from me. So let's move down to liquor
Mayor?
license public hearings.
Mayor,
Oh, did
My-
I skip something?
my apologies. Councilmember House was able to join the meeting virtually.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Councilmember House?
Apologies, Mayor, I didn't let you know in the chat that I was here. The only thing for me this week is just an update from the Commission on Diversity Awareness. I know that there is a desire to bring forward the concept of a rainbow crosswalk, and my understanding from a separate meeting is that that may be something that's coming forward from BPAC as well. So I wanted to just raise that here in the meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving down to liquor license public hearings. So we have one license to consider. I'm going to open the public hearing and have a presentation from staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Georgiana Stasky, and I work in the City Clerk's office. Before you today is a liquor license application for a location and owner transfer of a Series 6 bar license for Batty's Food Joint located at 409 South San Francisco. The agent on the application is Jeffrey Miller, with owners Donald Hewlin and Eric Sorensen Livingston handling the day-to-day operations. The Police Department and Community Development have conducted their respective investigations. There were no concerns noted from the Community Development. However, there were findings from the Police Department. 2 citizen objections were also filed. The reports and objections are included in the agenda packet, and their representatives from Community Development and the Police Department here to answer any questions you may have. Representatives from the business have also been invited to attend the hearing today, and the applicant is also online, and they are available for any questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions of staff or the applicant? All right, I don't see any questions from council, and I don't see any, I do see, in fact. So we do have a public commenter, and I will take that at this time. Olivia Gillette.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Liv. You may recall that I spoke previously when Bandos applied for a restaurant license. At that time, I expressed strong opposition, and unfortunately, we find ourselves here again with Bandos now seeking approval for a liquor license. It's important to note that the liquor license is something the business has needed for quite some time to operate legally. The owner, Don, has started 5 separate LLCs in pursuit of his failed bar ventures. He has been sued multiple times for failing to pay employees, yet continues to evade accountability by starting new LLCs. This appears to be a tactic to avoid consequences and is no coincidence that one of Don's representatives served on the Arizona Liquor Board for nearly 20 years. I believe this is a clear conflict of interest, but I'll leave that for you to consider. I left my job at Bandos because I witnessed disturbing and dangerous behavior firsthand. There were no security cameras, no way to document what was happening behind the scenes. What I saw was deeply concerning. Underage girls were knowingly admitted and encouraged to come in, and there were attempts to coerce them into inappropriate situations. The owner and manager were regularly seen partying with young people, using drugs both at the bar and outside of it. Don has even been seen adding young girls on social media platforms like Snapchat. Customers have shared with me that it is common knowledge these individuals engage in drug use both at work and outside of it. I understand they will likely deny these accusations, but the truth is clear. Bandos, or baddies as they are now calling it, is a place that fosters unsafe behavior. They are indifferent of the risks of over-serving alcohol or allowing underage drinking. I ask you, would you feel comfortable sending your daughter, son, cousin, or friend to a place where this is happening? Please consider the safety of our community when making your decision. These people do not have the best interests of Flagstaff residents at heart, and they are putting young people at risk. I will leave you with this. Since I last spoke at the last hearing, countless people in our community have approached me and expressed their shock and concern to me. They didn't realize what was happening, but after inquiring farther, they verified everything I said. Don and his business are a known danger to our community. Just ask around. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comment? All right. If there are no additional questions from council, then I'm going to close the public hearing and have council deliberation. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I read the packet in great detail, a lot of reports, some letters of non-support, etc. And because of the numerous complaints that we received, I believe that they are worthy of investigation by the State Liquor Board. So if we recommend a denial of this application, it will go to the State Liquor Board, and then they will investigate in more detail. So I move that we forward the application to the state with a recommendation for denial. Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Mayor, you do have the option to reopen the public hearing to take any additional comments. That's completely up to you.
All right, I will reopen the public hearing, and you have 3 minutes to address us.
3 minutes? There's 2 of us on the application. Are both of us allotted time?
They will both need to fill out public comment cards.
Do you need us to do that prior?
You can do it after.
we ready to speak? Council, thank you for taking this time, and yes, we are before you again. We have two people that are making protests. Both of those protests are direct competitors. One has filed protests for many other liquor applications as a way to protest that business. The other person that spoke that was upset and made just Liv, who just spoke, you know, we have a ton of employees that are standing back there that are supporting us, females and males. I have a stack of letters from previous employees, guests, parents of guests, talking about how their family feels safe, how they feel safe, why they come. I've had employees that have left and come back and worked for us. I just got a call earlier today from an employee that had previously worked with us. That doesn't sound like an unsafe environment. I've reached out to Chris Rohde. He did do a audit of us previously that came back completely clear. I actually reached out to him a week ago. I volunteered to send all my records to him to do another audit. I asked him if he had ever had that done before, and his response was, no one has ever voluntarily sent me records to do an audit. Fake IDs are a problem. They're a problem across the state. We train our staff. We don't let underage people in. We follow the state laws. The liquor board sent their agent during this application process. He told me he spent over a month, he spent multiple times and saw no interactions that were not correct with the way that we check and ID individuals. We've been sent cubs countless times. We have passed those. So we do follow those laws. We've been trying to meet with the city of Flagstaff PD. We initiated that back in January of 2023. We got one meeting. Since then, we've sent 4 requests for additional meetings and have had ghost response on that because we want to provide a safe environment. Because if it's not safe, people aren't going to come. Snapchat, to say social media, that's marketing. That's what you do, right? You reach out. You connect with people and communicate with them on the platforms that they communicate on. And if drugs, you can take a hair follicle, I'll sign off whatever. You can test me for drugs. I have 0 issues with that as well. I might actually go get it done on my own and submit you guys the findings on that. I don't care what that costs, but this city needs a place for college students to hang out. Interacting with adults in creepy places is not a safe environment. Crossing the railroad tracks right now, we all know the issues with the railroad tracks.
Thank you.
I invite you to come to our place at night and come visit us. That's my invitation.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Sorensen Livingstone. Mayor, City Council, thank you for this brief opportunity to speak to you. I thought we were going to have a little bit more time, so I'm just going to try to shorten my notes here. I would like to respectfully remind each and every one of you that as you hear and read some testimony today, what you probably are not going to hear or anybody's going to mention to you are all of the underage individuals that we don't let in, all of the fake IDs that we do catch, all the individuals that we do monitor and cut off from drinking, all the patrons, especially females, how safe they feel coming to visit us. We have a female safety ambassador. We have an angel shot poster in our female bathroom saying, if you feel like you're in any danger, come see us and order a drink, and that basically initiates management and security to come to your aid. All the free Ubers we give people to make sure that they get home safely. You're not going to hear anything like that. No one's going to mention that. But I hope that you hold that in mind as you're considering things. I wanted to make a quick remark about the supplemental report from the police department that you have. My understanding, this covers 10 months from the beginning of January 24 to the end of October. During that time, it's probably safe to say we saw about 50,000 patrons come through. On average, about 5,000 a month or 1,250 a week. One of the points of focus on the report and of great significance for you all would be the number of fake IDs used to gain access. I think it's important to put these numbers into perspective. The report lists about 9 incidents totaling about 18 individuals. This equates to a percentage of 0.0004. I believe that to be very, very low. While the numbers are shockingly low, it still needs to be addressed what we do to ensure that these numbers stay low or go even lower, as everyone's goal is 100% compliance. Don already mentioned we follow the ID, the letter of the law. We get an ID from every single individual. We examine every ID for signs of alteration. We record the ID of every single person. We do this via our scanners. We confirm their date of birth. We examine the photograph to make sure it matches the individual. And we take another step, which is not required, but we always compare a height, a weight, an eye color, things of that nature to get as close as possible to assure this is the individual that matches them on the ID. One other note to Don's comment about the meeting with the police department. We did continue our search we wanted to hire an off-duty police officer to stand at our door. And we only were able to finally find a former veteran military who became a civilian aide and was not allowed to take the job that we offered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Sterling?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a motion and a second. We can go right back to that. No need to repeat that.
So I was at discussion. Do we need to?
You can have the discussion after that motion and the second before you call for the vote, absolutely.
Okay.
That's the recommendation.
So we are at all those in favor? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Just a quick comment. You know, in my 8 years on council, I think there's only been 2 previous times where we've made a recommendation of denial. But I'll just point out that this goes to the State Liquor Board, and they will do a more thorough investigation than we were able to do. So this is not the end of the road for the applicant. They still have a chance to make their case with the State Liquor Board. Thank you.
All right. So we've had a motion and a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. So now we're moving down to consent agenda. All items under the consent agenda are considered by the City Council to be routine unless a member of the City Council expresses a desire at the meeting to remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion. The consent agenda will be enacted by one motion approving the recommendations listed on the agenda. Unless otherwise indicated, expenditures approved by Council are budgeted items. Council, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion? All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to accept the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Okay, we are down to item number 9, public hearing. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-45 and ordinance number 2024-28. I'm going to open the public hearing now. We'll have a presentation from staff and the applicant if they choose. Take council questions, public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tiffany Antal, Zoning Code Manager for the City of Flagstaff. Tonight I'm here to present a City Code text amendment in regards to Title 11, which is our subdivision code. This particular text amendment is specific to the process of how we internally review subdivision applications. This is in response to recent legislation that was completed at the state level that makes it clear that subdivision reviews can be administrative. So in following that, attached to the staff summary, you have a full marked up version. We are doing a repeal and replace and whole because there was a lot of movement and reorganization within this portion of code, but the substantive changes are actually much fewer than when you look at the complete markup of this code. So just to keep that in mind, to highlight what these what this particular code amendment does is it takes several former divisions and combines it all into one. So all of the processes for plats are now found in the same division, just for clarity, for ease in staff's review, and as a usable tool, it makes sense to have all of those process elements move together. In terms of applicability, the primary substantive change is in regards to our modified subdivision process. A modified subdivision process is specifically allowed in statute. It basically allows us to skip the preliminary plat process and go straight to final plat. That process in our code was limited to 4 lots, but the state allows us to go up to 10. So we are going to basically amend that modified subdivision and go up to that allowed 10 lots. Next up is the preliminary plat process. There are a few submission requirements, so we did go through those submission requirements, try to update them. You know, we no longer have a city surveyor, so we do have to rely on our applicants to provide us with the details that we need in order to process a plat. We now require an ALTA survey that delineates all the easements and encumbrances. We have run into trouble over time when we don't have that information. I will tell you, for example, when working on, say, a project like the NAH's hospital, it had so many easements and encumbrances that trying to read an old title report was just not possible for staff to try to do this. And looking at a map is so much easier for all of us internally as staff that aren't surveyors and regularly read legal descriptions. So we have already been requiring this, but would like to codify it. The notice of a right to appeal exactions, we're actually required to do this. So again, it's just updating this older code with current standards. We have updated our project narrative requirements. We have added Mountain Line, or our public transit operator, to the list of agencies that need to be consulted on a subdivision plat. And we revised the preliminary plat review and approval process to allow for administrative approvals. So ultimately, preliminary plats today, they go through Planning and Zoning Commission, then they come to City Council. Overall, a plat itself, a subdivision going through the process, will result in at least 3 different staff reports currently. So this will drastically reduce the reporting component on these applications and will allow us to process them much faster. There will still be some items along the way that come to you, and those would be subdivisions that have any kind of modification. So a subdivision that's asking for a waiver of a standard or is using the planned residential development option. And that is frankly a large number of the plats that we currently see. These plats, however, will only be seen by council. They will no longer go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they will only be seen in regards to those specific modifications. So it won't be a review of the entire plat. It'll just be a review of those modifications, and our intent is to keep them on the consent agenda. With that being said, this will still help us review. You'll only see it at that preliminary plat. That is prior to a very significant investment going before the civil plan sets. So we determined that preliminary plat was really the best time to get that council sign off. Again, we've made some submission requirements on final plats. Same issue about surveyor. We are asking for a closure report signed and sealed. Also, the surveyor needs to certify that there are no conflicting encumbrances. We've added language about dedications, and we've formalized our dedication language entirely. So for a long time, it was just depending on whatever engineer, whatever template they were using, and so we were getting a mishmash of different dedication language, what makes it harder overall to interpret these plats over time. So we have resolved that and are asking for our dedication language to be consistent across all engineers. And we have worked for several years. That's actually been in the work for several years already. Of course, there are waivers that can be granted by the planning director and the city engineer in regards to that language if necessary. This also revises that final plat review and approval process to allow for administrative approvals, and then provides additional requirements for final plat recordation, including all dedications, still being accepted by council. So regardless, you'll kind of see final plats a little bit just because you do have to accept those dedications, but that'll be it, just those. So it doesn't sound like it's completely administrative, but really it is, I promise. Next up is some changes to what was a master development plan. We had this provision in code. It was a tool to be utilized on a very large piece of land, like something like a timber sky where it gets broken down into multiple subdivisions and developments. Unfortunately, that master development plan came with a very high cost and no entitlement. So we've changed this process to a master block plat, which will grant some level of entitlement and assurance that the layout is been essentially approved and they can move forward in conformance with that master block plat. Again, we've made that change to that modified subdivision process to allow up to 10 lots. We have codified a plat amendment process. So plat amendments don't come up very often, but when they do, it was very frustrating because the subdivision code said you had to go back and start at ground zero. So all the way back and do the whole process all over again. We've codified a whole new process. This is the one place we have a little bit of tension or friction, and we do have a public commenter I know who's going to be speaking on this, and I have 4 options to present to you in regards to this language, but I'll just finish up with the rest of this. We've made a little change to our land split combination procedures to basically make it really clear that water and sewer services be provided to the frontage of these lots. It's a practice, we're just codifying it, making sure that it's on the record for everybody to know that we want new lots to have water and sewer service. And then lastly, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this, unanimously recommend approval of this particular text amendment. They were split, however, on the next piece that I'm going to go over, which is that replat language. It had been a long night for them, and they felt sort of conflicted and were across the board, and they wish you the best in making this decision. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead and jump into these quick alternatives. These make sense for you to see the actual language. Up here first is alternative 1, and this is an original draft with some staff suggested changes. These staff, we have met with our public commenter in hopes to try to resolve any outstanding tensions that we have in regards to this language. So this is where we got to combined, although it's still not at the level I know that the public commenter would like it to be at. And their preferred alternative is alternative 4 in this application. So the original draft with these changes, and I've highlighted, we've gone ahead in terms of when you do a replat, there are already processes for things like a boundary adjustment between subdivision lots. That would not trigger a replat. An abandonment of a public right-of-way would not trigger a replat. We've gone in and clarified that that includes private street tracks as well. And no, regardless of I didn't add that in every alternative, but regardless of the alternative, we're all supportive of seeing that private street track language taking it out of the replat process. Also, a reversion to acreage, which is basically just taking a subdivision and making it go away. Those are all separate processes and don't necessarily fall under the replat. So that's just calling out what is a replat and what's not. In terms of a replat, the city on its own initiative can consider these things, or an applicant, any fee owner of property lying within the recorded subdivision may petition the city to vacate, alter, or amend some or all of the subdivision plat. And the petition includes the following: the name and address of all of the owners of record of the land contained in the entire plat, and the signature of each of the owners identified in the petition. Here's the contention: if the land described in the petition is owned in common for the benefit of all other fee owners within the subdivision boundaries, the signatures of each owner within the subdivision plat shall be provided unless individual representatives are elected through CCNRs or as designated on the subdivision plat. So that was a place we came to agreement on, that language would help. The difference between where the tension lies in this particular section is the argument has been made that land can be owned by a homeowners association, and they are technically an owner, even though they hold that land in common for the rest of the folks in the subdivision, and that their signature alone should be sufficient rather than going through and getting all of the owners within the subdivision. We did not, however, want to lock a subdivider into never being able to make changes because getting all signatures may be difficult or impossible. So we built in a second option, which is going through a notice procedure. So if you're not able to get the signatures for the replat of everyone, then you would go through this notice procedure. And what you would do is you would notice all of the property owners of your intent to replat. Those property owners then would have 10 days to file an objection. If within that, 15 days to file an objection. Within that 15 days, if somebody files an objection, that will trigger us not doing that replat administratively, and we will bring it before you as a deciding body. We've tried to build in some grounds for reapproving a plat. We have made the case that good cause for a replat, and these could be things like supporting goals and policies in the regional plan. For an example, creating better connectivity between neighborhoods and other subdivisions. We have lots of goals and policies along that line. So good cause would be in terms of making sure we're complying with all of our underlying zoning standards, our subdivision codes, but we're also furthering the interest of the public. And that is option one. I'll just run through some of the things really quickly that we talked about at P&Z, because some of these reflect the council commission. And that was instead of requiring 100% of the, so in this case, it removes the city on its own initiative may consider. So this one removes the requirement as a whole, no, right here. So instead of requiring 100%, it would basically take it to a majority of 51% of the property owners. That was one of the particular provisions added in. The second was to remove potentially the second was based on one of the public comments we received, and that is only requiring signatures for the land held in common as when it's in a situation such as a condominium. So when you think of a condominium, the piece of land underneath the condominium is actually owned in whole by all of those owners, right? It's not owned in common by a homeowners association or a separate entity. Each one of those owners has an interest in that land. I have also seen that done with open space tracts and subdivisions, where the open space gets individually, a percentage gets deeded to each and every property owner. So it would only be the property owners of the land rather than just an open space parcel that's owned by the homeowners association. So that's the differential. The fourth alternative was based on our public comments, and that basically, what it does is it removes it changes that requirement so that it's only in that situation of the condominium, and it also removes the notification requirements for the plat as a whole. So it takes this section and just makes a replat just an administrative process, and there's not a lot for us to, I mean, it's just whoever owns that tract has to sign that plat. There would be no notice, there would be no outreach to the other individual property owners within that same subdivision. So if you have any questions in regard to all of this, I know I just downloaded a lot of information. Happy to help in any way possible.
Council, do you have questions before we take public comment? Councilmember Harris.
So can you tell me a little bit about a timeline? So if a person was going through this process compared to the old, is it shorter? Is it?
It's actually much shorter. We do get rid of our concept plat, which is sort of an extra step in the review. We get rid of the concept plat. Preliminary plat should go fairly quickly. What we're hoping to do with just the pieces that you all need to see or sign off on if there's a modification, we will very much abbreviate those staff summaries. It'll be very quick. It'll be, this is what the modification is, this is the why, this is how it does or doesn't meet code. It won't be the full, the subdivision has this many units, or a full analysis of what the subdivision is. And then from there, final plat will just be an acceptance of the dedications, which you all do on the regular, pretty common. I know that Bryce gets up and he'll do things that fall outside of a subdivision plat. But overall, yes, we think we can move subdivision plats much quicker through the process and grant a higher level of assurance to our clients.
And then what would you say would be, so just for example, now it takes how long to do it, and then with this process is gonna take what?
I would love to tell you a definite number, but because subdivisions come in all shapes and sizes, I would estimate that we could potentially cut the time down by at least a third.
Any additional questions? All right, let's take our public commenter.
Mayor, if I may, Lindsay Shuby with the law firm of Gamage and Burnham, 40 North Central, Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you so much. I'm not normally a public commenter. I like to, it's a funny process to be in. I want to start by thanking staff. They have been great. Well, do you have an echo on your end?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know why. I apologize for that. Well, I want to thank staff. Tiffany has worked really closely with us and we really appreciate it. Tiffany did present option 4, and that is our recommended language. So we basically have 3 concerns. One is the property ownership and the requirement of signatures. We do not believe that if you have an HOA tract, that it has common ownership with other members of the subdivision. We believe that if we have an HOA tract that needs to do a replat, you only need the signature of that HOA. We have previously communicated with staff. We believe that the signature requirement would lead to litigation amongst homeowners, HOAs, developers, and potentially the city. And for a single family subdivision with multiple homeowners, we believe this could be incredibly burdensome. The second issue is the notice requirement. The notice requirement, as presented by staff, is the same level of notice that is required for a rezone, a legislative action. This is a ministerial process. It's an administrative process. The intent is to simplify it, as Councilmember Harris said, to shorten the process. And we do not believe that notice is appropriate when it is a ministerial act, and it should not be in the court of public opinion. The last issue is good cause. After staff explained the good cause language to us, we understood it. However, with the plain meaning of the language, we believe it's very confusing. If we leave the good cause language, we would ask that you add language like compliance with the code or furthering the goals of the general plan. Regional plan. If council does decide to adopt signatures or notice, we request that you move forward with alternative 1. We believe neither signatures nor notice are required for a plat, and therefore respectfully request language for and allow the replat process to function the same way as the regular plat process. I want to thank you very much for your time. Apologize for the echo. I wish I was there in person and I can answer any questions of staff or of council.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, and we have no additional public comment, is that correct? All right, then I am going to close the public hearing on this one and deliberate with council. Thoughts? Motions? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the most common themes I hear from our developer community is the painful process in getting through all of our requirements. So I'm happy to see this amendment come through. And unless Tiffany has some concern about option 4 that was suggested by Lindsay, please share them, but I'd like to make sure that we are making it a welcome environment for developers to come. We have a huge housing crisis, and I know that there's a lot of things that make it difficult to develop here in Flagstaff, so I welcome the change, but I'm leaning towards the commenters' change unless you've got some concerns of your own that you wanted to share.
Thank you so much. Staff is actually recommending alternative 1, which is, it makes some concessions to alternative 4. It relieves the requirement for notice if signatures can be obtained, and it then also relieves you from getting the signatures if you do the notice, so that staff is not put in a precarious position of amending, say, an open space tract in a subdivision without having some communication with the homeowners within that subdivision tract. But we will support whatever council's decision is, and we will move forward based on that and amend the ordinance accordingly.
Councilmember McCarthy and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I studied all of these alternatives in the packet and read them, and my inclination is to support option 2. And I generally am supportive of what's going on here, but I suggest option 2.
And Vice Mayor, before you go, City Attorney has indicated he has a comment.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Tiffany mentioned, the City Attorney's Office also recommends option number 1. That said, we're just looking for some direction from council on this, so thank you.
Thanks. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Tiffany, I just want to congratulate you for inspiring this room full of folks to pursue careers in city government. Oh, I got a laugh from the mayor. That makes me feel good. No, all kidding aside, Tiffany, you're one of our unsung heroes, and while this work is fairly tedious, it is also incredibly important. And after making a little joke, I do want to acknowledge the incredible work that you do. I'm supportive of option number 1. I'm glad this is coming to us for the same reasons that Councilmember Matthews has indicated. We do need less red tape. We need to cut through some bureaucracy in order to get our housing emergency responded to. There's ways in which we can't cut corners when it comes to our design standards and our materials and certain expenses, but this is one of the ways that we can make things a little bit more efficient. A lot of this, I'm not gonna lie to you, is a little deep in the weeds for me. And that's when I rely on staff and attorney recommendation, realizing that the decision is up to us. I really do trust your wisdom and your logic and the work that you've put into this. So I will be supporting recommendation number 1 and would be happy to make a motion in that regard.
Go ahead.
I will make a motion, if there's no other comments, to consider and adopt resolution number 2024-45 and ordinance number 2024-28 with option number 1 in place.
At this meeting, we're reading by title only, 2024-45.
Then my motion is to read resolution number 2024-45 by title only with option 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled PZ-24-00009-subdivision process.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to read ordinance number 2024-28 by title only for the first time? Is there a second? Councilmember Sweet's microphone went out and she seconded it. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 11 General Plans and Subdivisions by adopting by reference that certain document entitled PZ-24-00009-subdivision process, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, we're moving down to item number B. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we will have a presentation from staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner with the City of Flagstaff. For your consideration today, we have a direct ordinance zoning map amendment for Lake Mary housing. The request is filed by Snell and Wilmer on behalf of Atlantic Development and Investments. The subject site is 4631 South Lake Mary Road. It's an existing, its existing conditions are vacant land. It is a approximately 14-acre parcel in the estate residential zone within the resource protection overlay. The proposal is to rezone the property to the high-density residential zone within the resource protection overlay to accommodate 202 residential units, of which 162 would be market rate and 40 would be Category 1 affordable units. To give context to the site, it's in a city island surrounded by Coconino National Forest. To the north of the site is, or northwest of the site is a light industrial parcel, which has been a manufactured home park, but is being redeveloped as mini storage warehousing. A little bit further northwest of that is 4 parcels in the high-density residential zone currently. To the northeast, across Lake Mary Road, there's Frontier Home Site Subdivision, which is zoned rural residential. To the, oh, I already talked about Coconino National Forest, kind of wrapping everything around. But to the west, there are additionally some single-family residences, and further west, a manufactured home park, both of which would be in the rural residential zone. The HR zone allows for a density range of 10 to 22 units per acre in the resource protection overlay outside of an activity center. The regional plan identifies this site as existing suburban neighborhood with a density range of 2 to 13 units per acre. So the effective density range for this project would be 10 to 13 units per acre. To kind of break down the proposal calculations for the density, the 13 units per acre applied to the site would allow for 181 units for the base density. This project again proposes 20% affordable units. 20% of 181 accommodates for 36 affordable units. They're proposing 40. Either way, that's a 22%, both of which would have an allowance for a density bonus of 45%. That would allow for 81 additional units, which would be a total of 262 units. 202 are proposed. To go into a little bit more detail about the affordable housing incentives, once again, 20% Category 1 affordable units allows for 5 or more incentives to be utilized. Only one is being utilized, that is the density bonus of 45%. Category 1 serves up to 80% area median income, or AMI, and it provides permanent affordability through both rental and ownership opportunities. This is a rental project. The site is distributed into 2 and 3 story apartments in pink or magenta maybe. I've highlighted 3-story buildings. In gray are the 2-story buildings. So you'll see some of the massing. The 3-story buildings are located to the rear of the site, and there are unit mixes of 1 to 3 bedroom units, primarily in the 2-bedroom category. There is a majority of parking is located in garages, but what surface parking is provided is primarily located internally to the site. There are sidewalks providing on-site connectivity, and there are right turn lanes for both entrances from Lake Mary. As for building design, the proposal is using 12 different building types. I've used pastel colors to indicate them, and I've got some slides on the elevations showing that they're meeting architectural design standards for massing, exterior materials, and color. This project is required to provide 15% common space. They are proposing 19%. And that is largely distributed in amenity areas throughout the site. At the time of site plan approval, the project was required to provide 5% civic space. This is provided in those amenity areas, primarily highlighted in the green here. Since a code change has removed that requirement, it's no longer required for residential-only development. For just the civic space. The common space is still a requirement. This is in the resource protection overlay, so a resource protection plan was provided. Slope and floodplain do not have any dimensional or any, there are no slope and floodplain resources that meet the dimensional requirements on this site, so it's only forest resources that need to be preserved. 50% is required for residential projects. They're proposing 54%, the majority of which is located in a cluster of trees to the south of the site. There was a preliminary landscape plan submitted with the site plan approval, and that was meeting or exceeding landscape requirements. Public systems impact analyses were conducted for this project for traffic, stormwater, water, and wastewater. For traffic, an estimated peak hour trip generation of 81 vehicles per hour in the morning and 99 vehicles per hour in the afternoon. A drainage impact analysis was performed to study existing and proposed conditions. Proposed stormwater system of 2 retention basins towards the Lake Mary frontage was deemed sufficient to handle a 100-year, 24-hour storm event. And a WISA was completed in August of 2022. The site is within the urban growth boundary and can be served by city water and sewer utilities. The water line is proposed to be extended on-site and looped, and wastewater would be served by a pressurized sewer system and held private unless the city can adopt a pressurized system. City staff is working on a text amendment to be proposed that would allow the adoption of pressurized systems. Pressurized system is required because of the low, this is in a low point and they need to pump it out. The applicants held 2 neighborhood meetings, one on November 10th of 2022 and one on March 15th, 2023. Approximately 25 to 30 people attended those meetings and identified concerns including traffic, incompatibility with surrounding development, and potential impacts to nature and wildlife. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on October 23rd of 2024, citizens also raised concerns regarding stormwater, snow management, lack of pedestrian connections or sidewalk offsite, and recreational and athletic use of Lake Mary being impacted by traffic, the increased traffic on Lake Mary Road. A draft development agreement was provided to you for consideration and among other things highlights 2 primary items, housing and utilities. For housing, the administration of the affordable housing units, which includes the use of vouchers for HUD Housing Choice and Veterans Affairs supportive housing. The maximum household income, as stated previously, for new affordable lease is 80% AMI, and it defines permanent affordability as 30 years. The minimum lease term is 30 days for market rate and 60 days for affordable units. There is a note that says 12 months for the initial lease term for affordable units, except as part of an emergency rental assistance program. As for utilities, the city and developer obligations for public improvements to water and wastewater systems are defined in the development agreement, including future connections and reimbursement. The sewer system is to be designed to handle anticipated discharges beyond what is required for the project to accommodate neighboring development. And as such, there's a reimbursement portion of the development agreement, which is in line with code section 7-08. It also defines that the pressurized system to the high point will be privately held unless adopted by the city, and the gravity system from the high point would be adopted by the city. Zoning map amendments require that 3 findings be met. The first is that the proposed amendment is consistent with the regional plan. The second is that the proposed amendment will not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city, and will add to the public good as described in the general plan. And the third is the affected site is physically suitable in terms of design, location, shape, size, operating characteristics, and the provision of public and emergency vehicle access and public services and utilities to ensure that the requested zone designation and the proposed or anticipated uses and or development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property or improvements in the vicinity in which the property is located. Finding number 1, conformance with the general plan or regional plan. As previously stated, this is identified as existing suburban neighborhood area type, and the project complies with the density range and appropriate development for the existing suburban neighborhood area type. Bonus units Those units that were granted through the provision of affordable units are not counted towards density when looking for compliance or conformance with the regional plan. And this is per a published regional plan interpretation, so this has been consistent with similar projects. Finding number 2, that community benefits and public good, of which there are 2 primary. The 40 units of Category 1 affordable housing being provided, and 162 market rate, providing housing for Flagstaff, and then the sewer service to be extended to the area currently unserved by city sewer. And finding number 3, site is physically suitable. It meets the applicable codes and requirements. The site plan was approved in December 22nd of 2022 and is subject to the direct ordinance zoning map amendment. So it was conditioned that that approval was conditioned on a successful rezoning request. And that any impacts determined by the impact analyses are mitigated. So the analyses that we previously spoke about were completed. Any mitigation was met, and the off-site improvements that are required were the water and sewer extension, sidewalk along Lake Mary Road constructed in front of the site as well. When this went to Planning and Zoning Commission, their vote was to forward the request to City Council with a recommendation of denial on the basis that they were unable to meet the findings. If Council disagrees, you can approve with the following suggested conditions. The first is that the subject property must be developed in accordance with the approved site plan and the conditions of approval dated December 22nd, 2022. Modifications other than minor modifications to the approved site plan will require an amendment to this direct ordinance zoning map amendment request. All other requirements of the zoning code and other city codes, ordinances, regulations shall be met by the proposed development. All terms, conditions, and restrictions detailed within the Lake Mary Housing Development Agreement must be fully satisfied. In the event the property is rezoned and the developer fails to obtain final civil plan approval within 2 years of the effective date of the rezoning ordinance, then the city may schedule a public hearing before the City Council for the purpose of causing the zoning on the property to revert to the former classification of estate residential in accordance with ARS 9-462.01. Civil plan approval will not be granted until the following condition precedent is met. The developer obtains the required approvals from the National Forest Service to locate the pressurized sewer line in National Forest Service property. And this 5th condition was added since council, or since this item was taken to the Planning and Zoning Commission to address an issue with eligibility of the use of the density bonus or affordability incentives. This was originally written, there's 2 colors on the screen. In black was what was originally written for the staff summary and the ordinance. In red was something that was added to the development agreement, and we've added it here for consistency with the development agreement. And that states, affordable housing incentives are being requested for this project. Zoning Code Section 10-30.20.20I includes eligibility requirements. To ensure compliance with the zoning code, the developer shall implement a minimum of 1 of the following items with final construction permit approvals. The first is to extend the Flagstaff Urban Trail system from the existing terminus at John Wesley Powell and Lake Mary Road, down Lake Mary Road to the site along the west side of Lake Mary Road in general conformance with the comprehensive plan map 26D, existing and planned Flagstaff urban trails as amended November 3rd, 2022. Alternatively, provide a minimum of 5 electric bikes with a minimum range of 25 miles at the rental office clubhouse that shall be made available to residents for use for travel to and from the site on a reservation basis. And the third that was added since I had originally routed this was the alternative strategy, or an alternative strategy for providing access to alternative transit in compliance with section 10-30.2020I, proposed by developer and approved by the city's planning director in its sole discretion. With that, there is a presentation from the applicant, and if you have any questions for me, I do have members of staff to help me answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, then Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Matthews, and then Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Ben. Just a quick question for you. Computer froze here. There we go. You said there's going to be a sidewalk along the parallel stretch to South Lake Mary. Is there a sidewalk leading up to it or extending away from it to the south?
No, it wouldn't be connected to anything. That is, I assume, what you're getting to, but.
Right. Well, that doesn't mean I don't support it. I think that infrastructure should be in place where we can have it put in, and that just encourages us to make the connectivity happen later. I would be highly supportive of the amendment regarding the Foots access. I think maybe that could just connect over to there too. It'd be very nice. That's my only question for now.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick comment. I also support the option of a Foots Trail being provided as defined in the staff report. My question is, can you elaborate on what the Planning and Zoning Commission's concerns were? I mean, was it just, well, I'll just leave it at that. Can you elaborate? Thank you.
Got a little cheat sheet here. So there were concerns identified. Members of the commission said that it does not align with the regional plan, that it was incompatible with surrounding development, and it was not in the public interest.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. We have some developments that have already gone in, Timber Sky. We're working on Canyon Del Rio. I didn't drive and map them out. I didn't read this part, but I'm curious why the commission is suggesting that they provide electric bikes, I'm assuming, to get into town. I listened to the P&Z meeting. I was bothered by several things that I won't bring up here on the dais. That's for a different discussion. But I'm just curious why this development, they're wanting them to invest in electric bikes, I'm assuming, to get into town faster, when other outlining developments didn't have that requirement.
To clarify, that was not a condition that was proposed by the commission. The commission just did recommend denial. That was a condition that was proposed by the applicant.
Okay, they proposed it.
Correct.
They weren't being imposed on it. Okay, good. So these conditions that you've listed then, just for clarification, are all from the developer or from the commission?
No, the first four were proposed by staff to the commission. The fifth was proposed by the applicant to address deficiency in meeting the applicability for the affordability incentive.
Okay, and my last question for right now, just kind of adding on to Councilmember McCarthy, your presentation cited how it met the findings through your lens or through your department lens. And yet, listening to the meeting and what you just cited were very opposite. Can you speak on that at all? Because from what your presentation said, in looking at it, you know, they've added stuff in that usually we have to kind of horse trade to get, and they just kind of offered it up right off the bat. We are in a housing crisis. I looked back at, you know, all of our houses here in Flagstaff were once in a forest, and we're very appreciative to have those houses, and we've grown a lot. And I know there's some people that kind of push back on that a little bit, because we want to keep our city looking the way it was when we first came here. But, and I live off Lake Mary Road, and I see the traffic with the development that's gone on there, but, in the new hotel. But I also know that we have a housing crisis, and we all have to look beyond, you know, our personal desires. So I just want to put that out there. But do you have any comments or any thing you want to say out loud of why you thought the commission had a totally different view on the findings than your department?
And Ben, if I could just interrupt, Sterling?
Sorry about that. I appreciate it. Just for clarification's sake, you did say, I listened to the meeting and what you decided. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it's what the P&Z Commission recommended. Mr. Mejia can speak to what his recommendations were as staff, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record, that he didn't decide anything.
No, I know. I was questioning why their recommendation was, and the reasons why were
Right,
so
right.
different than what you presented and what our staff, you know, recommended.
You know, staff recommended approval for this item with the same argument for meeting the findings that was proposed today or presented today. I can't ultimately speak to the specifics as to why Planning and Zoning Commission found that those findings were unable to be met, other than what I was able to provide in brief about how they determined those findings. We're not.
Okay, I don't want to put you in an awkward position, and I'll hold my other questions till after the client, or whatever we call him, presents.
Applicant.
Councilmember Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I think I know the answer to this, but just in case I'm wrong, what is it currently zoned? What does a current zone allow?
The current zoning of estate residential allows for 1 unit per acre.
So how many acres? This is
13.96.
So basically, 1 unit per acre, so 13 houses or something. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
So 13, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want you to.
No, I
yeah,
appreciate
okay.
that, yeah.
So 13. All right, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. My question is for Shannon Jones. Do you want me to ask that now or? Okay. Shannon, can you come up? Thank you. And first, I do want to thank you for meeting with me. And I'm going to ask kind of the similar questions for everyone who's in the room and online. Can you explain why pressurized sewer systems are not widely used in Flagstaff? And to tack onto that, can you go a little more in depth into what constitutes a pressurized sewer system and how it works?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Sweet, if you would allow me, I do have Jackson Salazar, Water Services Project Manager, who was integral in the development and review of this development, of Lake Mary Housing Development, and is also the project manager for any future recommendations from Water Services regarding possible code amendments. I'd like to give him some opportunity to kind of work through that, but I'm definitely here to make sure the questions are answered and to make sure that we satisfy the will of the committee. Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so a little bit of background on the history of pressurized sewers in Flagstaff. The city has largely avoided any and all pressurized systems because of the topography. a large majority of the developable land in Flagstaff drains to the Wildcat treatment plant. So we're able to provide sewer via gravity. Um, that being said, there has been several one-off sewer systems that have been approved. And those are a mix of public and private ownership. We don't publicly own any lift stations at this point, but we do own one pressurized sewer pipe. And then could you repeat the rest of the question?
I think we're at the point where I was asking, can you go into depth as to what constitutes a pressurized sewer system and how it works?
Yeah, definitely. So there's kind of two different normal strategies for pressure sewer. In this case, where you have a more dense development, a lot of times you do a kind of a small gravity system that goes down to a lift station, and then the lift station will pump the sewage up to a high point where it re-enters the gravity system. The other kind of strategy is more used in single family development, and it's called like a low pressure system where each house has a individual kind of pressurized grinder pump that pumps out their waste into a small diameter low pressure line, and then that transports the waste up to the gravity system. Did that answer your question?
It did, thank you. I think that's it for now on that. I might have more a little later. I do have a question for Heather with Mountain Line, if she could get online. Thank you.
Heather, you should be able to unmute and turn your screen on if you would like.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm here online. I'm going to stay in no video because I'm in my car.
I've been there, thank you. Real quick, I ran into you the other day and was talking to you about this a little bit, and so I think you know where my question's going. My first question, do we have plans on bringing bus stops out to this portion of Lake Mary? And if we don't, do you have some alternatives that you can offer up on getting some transportation to this development?
Sure, thank you, Council Member Sweet, and again, members of council. I did meet with the applicant and talked about their development, and currently Mountain Line does not have any service that goes this far out Lake Mary Road, and we do not have any plans for transit to expand. However, our last discussions on 5-year transit planning included that we need to be able to respond as transit is needed in new areas. So we do have the funding if there was a need to expand route to this location. Those are things that we can discuss. We would propose that service that we would implement for a development like this, where there's a kind of a singular sector of audience, would be more like our microtransit model versus our fixed route model. But we would be happy to continue having those conversations and discuss funding strategies on implementing service that's not already in our 5-year plan.
Thank you, Heather. And my last question, can you explain a little bit how microtransit works?
Sure, sorry about that. Microtransit is similar to a paratransit program where it does offer what is traditionally door-to-door service, so origin to destination. We operate microtransit currently in the Huntington corridor, where we bring individuals in or out of that area to the closest bus route or bus stops. So that is a model that we would propose might be a solution for this development in aiding and getting people from this location to the closest bus routes. And we have 2 that do run across Lake Mary Road. They're about 1.5 miles from the nearest bus stops.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
Heather, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Can you said, you mentioned the five-year plan, that your five-year plan does not include going out this far. Is that what I thought I heard you say?
Yes, ma'am. Our 5-year plan did not conceive transit service to the location that this development has proposed.
Okay, and so you you do your plan 5 years at a time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, our strategy has been to update that 5-year plan roughly every 5 years. So we would be due for an update in probably 2027 is when we would go out to bid with that plan to be concluded by the end of 2028. Our last plan was approved in 2023.
So basically about another 3 or 4 years, you're going out again to do your
Yes, ma'am.
5-year plan?
Yes, ma'am. That is the plan.
Okay, so that 5-year plan would take you to when?
The current,
Not this one, the one that.
future 5-year?
The one that you would do in 27, it would take you to 32?
Yeah, we would anticipate it being adopted in 2028 for the years of 2028 through 2032. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so basically 5 years at a time. So by the time you get ready to do your 5-year plan, the new 5-year plan, this subdivision, if approved, would be in existence? Is that correct, or am I asking the wrong person that question? I think I am.
I don't know that I can, I don't
Okay,
think I
all
know
right,
the
that's okay, I'll
timeline for the
ask.
development.
Yeah, I'll ask the developer that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Just a quick comment for you, Heather. I would hope that Mountain Line extends into Ponderosa Trails and other existing communities that don't yet have Mountain Line service before, or at least at the same time as it extends into a development like this. Just a thought for you to chew on while you sit in your car.
If I may respond, actually,
Please.
we would prioritize all of the existing improvements that were proposed in the 5-year plan supported by Proposition 488 before we would alter or edit those different service areas. I was only trying to recognize that when we ask for the community support, we did anticipate that we would need to add other services not conceived of in that 5-year plan based on changes in housing and job development sites. But yes, we would prioritize first the areas that need improvements that already exist before we look at expanding outside of them.
Thank you, Heather. I'm glad you had a chance to say that.
All right, Ben, I have a couple of questions. Can you talk a little bit about forest health measures that have been done around the area? I believe that Neil Chapman, I don't know if, you say his name and he pops up.
Happy anniversary, by the way.
Yeah, all the areas around there have been thinned or are in a contract to be thinned. The Southside Airport is active, but the thinning is pretty aggressive in that area. It stretches all the way around I-17. So the prevailing winds from the south and southwest, the treatments have really been pretty good in that area. So it's in pretty good shape.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let's see. Addressing the zoning, because we come across this often, that a parcel is zoned estate residential. It's all over town that it's zoned this way. Can you talk a little bit about why that is?
I can try, yeah. So really there's kind of a few answers to that. I'm sorry, I'm struggling here. When the zoning code changed to the existing zoning, classifications needed to match up as best they could to the existing development and the previous zoning classification. So there's not a perfect transition between those two codes. So it's not a perfect system, but the original zoning of ER or rural residential does work as a holding zoning designation for future development to prevent premature development before utilities or infrastructure are provided. So that really kind of sets up a rezoning to be able to ensure that the development of an area meets the regional plan and is appropriately sized.
So there's been no planning process that puts any piece of land that's zoned to state residential within the urban growth boundary. There's been no planning effort that has placed it in that zone.
No, ma'am. The regional plan identifies this as suburban neighborhood, and that's the only classification that exists for this site. There's not an additional to state that this should be estate residential or any specific zoning classification.
Okay, thank you. And trying to get my cursor over here. And if the property was sold, how are the elements of the development agreement and the affordability agreement enforced?
So the future property owner would be held to the same development agreement and the approved site plan. If they were to propose a different project altogether, we'd potentially have to remove the existing or any approvals and try again.
And what is the process for the other departments to weigh in on proposed development? I'm thinking specifically like fire and public works and so forth.
So all development reviewers have a space in IDS or interdivision staff review for development proposals, and fire did review this project as well.
Okay, thank you. And I read this in the affordability agreement, and I want to make sure that I have it correct. So they are guaranteeing that 20% of the units spread out within the different units would be affordable for incomes up to 80% of the area median income, correct?
Correct.
And they are also accepting housing vouchers and housing vouchers for veterans.
Yes.
And does that count toward their 20% affordability?
I don't believe it does. Allow me to ask Jennifer Mickelson to answer.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Michelson, Housing Planning Manager. There's a really quick answer to that question is no, the vouchers are separate. They're in addition to the 20% affordable units.
And stay there, because I think I have a question for you. How many people, and I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, but I do see Sarah starting to walk down. How many people are currently on our waiting list to get into housing using a voucher?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Dar, Housing Director. Currently, as of today's 18, yes? Nope, as of yesterday, we had 3,074 households on the waiting list for voucher programs, and of those, 1,142 live here in the Flagstaff area.
And they get first dibs?
There is a residency preference where our programs house our local residents before vouchers are awarded to folks who currently live outside our community.
Thank you. Let me make sure. Okay, I think that's all that I had. I also watched the Planning and Zoning commission meeting and wrote down all the questions that, that residents brought up in their comments, as well as commissioners. So I do appreciate everyone who spoke during the commission meeting. And at this time, I'm going to invite the applicant to come up for a, you can start coming up, but Councilmember Sweet has a question.
Thank you, and this is for Shannon Jones again, if you can come up. So with the pressurized sewer system, would it be public or would it remain private? And do you have any pros and cons you can share with us on both of those?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Sweet. So again, currently the way the code is written, it is prohibited for the city to own and operate a publicly owned system. That's some of the conversations that have been occurring that we've been looking at over the past year and a half of what would that look like or how could that be different. That being said, currently the system could all be put in place and would be private up to the point of transition to gravity. So as they alluded to, even in the pressurized system, there is a transitional point. The city would accept and own and operate the gravity portion. And the remainder would be private, which would mean there'd be a private utility that would have infrastructure and a right-of-way that we share as a public utility. So that's one concern. An additional concern is, right or wrong, we do feel that we are pretty good at the business that we do, and maybe not everybody can do what we do to the level of service that we provide. That being said, I think that we run utilities like sewer better than private utilities would do. So in addition, it has been my experience that when public and private utilities begin to mesh, be in the same area, there are opportunities where private systems begin to fail and then onus shifts back to the municipality to kind of step in and correct that action, which ultimately means I am aware of municipalities that have made the decision to take over private systems that were not built to their standards, that have ended their life cycle, that have not been operated and maintained, and become a harder challenge where a municipality may look back and say, at the time of installation, this could have looked different if we'd have took the approach of this being public infrastructure from the beginning. That being said, I think a commonality that you will hear as we move forward is that Water Service is not recommended that we make a decision today that would be absolute going forward. I think a lot of times what you will hear is having the opportunity for the city, for Water Services and City Council to look at a case-by-case basis to say, should a system be privately owned or should it be publicly owned? And some of the questions would be is, well, how does this benefit the utility? How does this benefit Flagstaff? And if there are opportunities where there is a benefit, then consideration should be given for that to be a publicly owned system. There may be instances where the risk, right, the risk of that being private is very minimal and the benefit to the water utility or the city is marginal and may be considered to be private. And there are currently private systems that exist. I think in the future there will be some that probably will also exist, but looking for that opportunity to at least have a discussion to say, is there a reason and a benefit for this being public? And if there is, allowing Water Services to take ownership and operate and maintain that as a public system. So again, some pros and cons. I think I kind of danced around those. Again, I think we're very intentional about how we operate and maintain our system, how we look at asset life cycles, how we invest in our capital plans, how we train our staff, and how we really strive to have professional certified individuals operating our system, and also trying to stay ahead of that. We're not accepting things in the future that may be less than desired because we no longer have a choice. It's about for public health. And we would look back to say, would we have done that different? Again, I think for our private system, could look at other different ways. We know from definitely on-site treatments, treatment systems that could go in place. I don't know if that fits within this density, to package plants. Some other, I would say, cons to that is, I would just say, always keep it in mind with Water Services, if and when a package treatment plant is put in place, even if they're doing a good job of treating the water, I would almost say 99% of the time, the solids that they remove are coming back to the city anyway through our septic receiving. We see that with our surrounding communities, which allows us to have to be more robust to handle the solids while not having the hydraulic benefit coming into the facilities. And also with that, typically that water is taken away. The water is put back to reclaim and doesn't return back to the city, which we definitely see the return flow through wastewater as a resource in our utility. I'll stop there to make sure I answered all your questions, but those were just a couple of thoughts off the top of my head.
You did. Thank you. I appreciate the thorough answer.
Of course.
All right, I'd like to invite the applicant up to give a short presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. For your records, my name is Mike Merowitz. I'm with the law firm of Snell and Wilmer, and I represent Atlantic Development, who is both the property owner as well as the developer of this development project. I want to thank Ben for the very detailed presentation, in particular going through the findings for why this zoning map amendment meets the findings for approval. So I'm going to be brief as I go through this presentation. As this city council is very well aware, and was certainly a topic of discussion today, in 2020, the city council declared a housing emergency, adopting the housing declaration. And that was heard by Atlantic Development. And in response, they are seeking to help address that housing emergency with this development proposal. And as Ben explained, this development proposal will bring 202 new housing units to the city of Flagstaff, which will be a mix between townhome-style units as well as traditional flat-style apartments, but also to specifically help to address the affordable housing crisis, or the lack of affordable housing. The developer is committed to set aside 20% of the units, which represents 40 units, as affordable housing units that will be offered to households that earn an average median income of 80% or less. And those will be separate from that 20% from the housing vouchers, as was discussed earlier. And then, as you also see in my presentation, which I promise to go through quickly, we are doing it with a development project that has been designed sustainably, that has been designed sensitive to surrounding properties, but most importantly, has been designed in a way that is exactly what the regional plan calls for, and so is consistent with the regional plan. Here's an aerial context map of the property, as we covered. It's located 2 miles east of the I-17 along Lake Mary Road. A closer up image of the property, again, as Ben explained, it's currently vacant today. And in terms of our surroundings, we're surrounded by a lot of Forest Service land, but to our west, we have what was formerly a mobile home park that is the subject of a development proposal for a mini storage warehouse, and that property is zoned industrial. We have some single-family residences to our south, as well as one along Lake Mary Road just to the east there. And then we have the Pine Valley Mobile Home Park, which is off the screen there to the southwest. The city's regional plan designates this property, again, as Ben explained, for suburban land uses, and that is a housing designation that supports a variety of different housing types, including townhomes and traditional apartments like this project. And this development proposal, as well as our zoning application, is consistent with the regional plan, which is why we're not here before you asking for an amendment to the regional plan. And that is an important point I want to highlight, because one of the comments that you will likely hear from some of the residents in opposition here tonight is that a belief that because this is a rural area, this development project should not be approved. But this is, the land use designation is suburban. That regional plan was adopted by the city council and was also ratified by voters, by the electorate, some of which I'm sure you will hear from tonight. And the rural land use category is a separate land use category. This category is suburban, and the reason why this was designated for suburban is a variety of reasons. But most importantly is we need more housing, as was declared in the housing emergency, and so this designation will help to support that. But also, this property is within the city's urban growth boundaries, and it is among some of the limited properties in this area within the growth boundary that's abutting near the Forest Service, where you have the opportunity, where you have vacant land that could be developed to provide more housing to help address the housing emergency. Housing diversity, not just within a downtown area, is important in any city. And what this will allow is for people that are looking for something other than a single-family home or for more affordable housing, they aren't forced just to look into downtown. You now have housing diversity and a mix of housing types outside the downtown area as well. This is a resolution that was declared by the City Council, or adopted by the City Council. And when adopting it, there were a number of findings that were made by the City Council that were stated directly in the resolution. The first was a finding that over the past 10 years, the median sales price of homes rose by 53%, while the AMI only rose by 14%. The second was that a significant portion of the housing stock consists of second homes, short-term rentals, or vacation homes, which further impacts affordability and reduces the supply. And that there are a significant number of people that are living in cost-burden housing. So those who are able to find housing are spending a disproportionate amount of their income on housing, over 30% of their gross income. And so as a result, as you can see in that last section down there, the City of Flagstaff declared that a housing emergency exists and recognized the need to make housing a leading priority in the city. And it wasn't simply just that declaration. The City Council, you instituted action plans that should be taken by city staff in order to help address that housing emergency. And the first was tasking the Housing Department with adopting a housing plan, studying what the undersupply of housing was and how many more housing units we need to meet that goal. And then the second is, you can see at the bottom there was a recognition by the City Council that there would very likely be opposition to more housing. But in order to combat that, you can see it states that the City of Flagstaff will create and implement a public outreach campaign to educate the community about the critical role affordable housing plays in a thriving community and combating not in my backyard opposition to housing and affordable housing. This is a portion of that housing plan that you had tasked the Housing Department with preparing. And it studied the number of households that are in need of more housing and the undersupply of housing, and determined that in order to address the housing emergency, 7,976 new housing units are needed, with a minimum of 10% of them being affordable up to 80% AMI, so 797 additional affordable housing units. The zoning today is a state residential. I know there was a question about what that zoning would allow today. If someone were to build on this property today under the existing zoning without any change, you could build 13 one-acre lots. These would be very large estate lots, which would be, in my view, an underutilization of this property, given that is within the urban growth boundary. But more importantly, that would do very little to help address the housing emergency. And so in order to help address the housing emergency, we are requesting to rezone the property from that estate residential category to high density residential. And not only is that consistent with the regional plan, which is a very important element, it's also appropriate strategic planning and is compatible with the surrounding zoning that exists along Lake Mary Road next to us. We have light industrial directly to our west. And then just west of that, we already have existing high-density residential. And so we're certainly compatible with the zoning that surrounds us. Ben covered in great detail the details of this project, so I will go through this just to note that it's a mix of townhomes and flat-style units, with 20% of them being affordable. That will be spread between the flat-style and townhome units. The lot coverage for this project is only 28%, even though 50% is allowed within the high-density residential category. And I emphasize that point because this is not a project where, while the goal is to bring more housing, it hasn't been just to add as many housing units as we can. You heard from Ben that with the amount of affordable housing units we are providing, that we could actually increase the density by an additional 60 or so units, but we are coming in underneath that, and that's to help create more of a compatible area. So we're exceeding the open space requirements and doing a good job of blending in with the surroundings. Water and sewer infrastructure has certainly been one of the big challenges of this project, and is why we have worked with your city staff for over 3 years now to help tackle some of these challenges, to help bring this project to fruition. And it involves a number of infrastructure improvements that will be constructed by this developer. And that includes upgrading the existing water line within Lake Mary Road, and to create a new line. There'll be about a 5,000-foot extension, which will create a loop system. And what that means is that increases the pressure in the water line, which will meet current fire department standards in order to fight fires. And then also, of course, building a new sewer line within Lake Mary Road, which not only accommodates this development, but would accommodate future development in the area, or existing homes that are in the area that are currently on septic would now have the opportunity, if they so chose, to have a chance to connect to that sewer as well. Site plan for the project, the only thing I'll mention here, because this was covered in detail by Ben, is we have the townhome units along Lake Mary Road, and you can see that we've oriented them to rotate them to create view corridors from Lake Mary Road, so that way we do not have a continuous building frontage along Lake Mary, and that was something that was important to your city staff. And again, I mentioned that the overall goal, of course, is to bring more housing, but this hasn't been a project that has just decided to add as many housing units as possible. We've also spent a lot of time working with your city staff to design the project in a way that's sensitive to the surrounding properties. And so I'll highlight some of the ways in which we've done that. We have a residence that's to our south there, and so rather than building right up at our setback line of 15 feet, we've set the building back a minimum of 53 feet to create additional separation there with lots of landscaping and trees to add an additional buffer. And then you can see we have an oddly shaped parcel with an appendage that is just to the east of that area in brown. That is an existing single-family home. Rather than adding units on that appendage to the east area, we've left that completely open as open space, and have added trees and landscaping in that area as well. These were the elevations that Ben covered, so I'll go through these. We've seen them. I mentioned that sustainability is a component of this project, and that's certainly important to Atlantic Development. And some of the things that they will be doing is, first, they will be participating in the EPA's Energy Star certification program, which is one of the more stringent federal sustainability certification programs. And then there are a lot of materials and design features that are implemented to ensure that the project is built sustainably, that are highlighted on this slide, from high energy efficiency ratio HVAC units, energy efficient windows, low flow water fixtures, Energy Star appliances. Solar panels will be added to this development to offset 120% of the common area electricity. There will be 10 electric vehicle charging stations that are provided, and then of course it will be an all electric development without gas. I know those 2D renderings don't always do a good job of showing what the project would look like upon completion, and so we had these renderings prepared to show street view images of what the project would look like. And so this is an image of the townhome units that are along Lake Mary Road there. And this is at the main entrance, and you can see one of the features of this project is improving Lake Mary to create right turn deceleration lanes so that vehicles can safely pull over without blocking traffic when making a turn into this project. And then here's an aerial rendering. So I mentioned that we are exceeding the open space requirements, or well under the lot coverage, and with buildings at just 2 and 3 stories in height, this is what you get. And I think we've done a good job of balancing the needs of adding more additional housing in response to the housing emergency, but also, of course, making sure that we're designing it in a way that's compatible with the surroundings and helps to blend in with the surroundings as well. And so with that, I'll end there. We would respectfully ask that you adopt the recommendation of staff and read for the first time this ordinance. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you have. I do, Mayor, if I may, I would like the opportunity to reserve a little bit of time after public comment for a short rebuttal, if I may.
I'm sure that there will be questions for you after that as well. So council, do you have any questions for the applicant before we open it to public comment? Nope. Council, do you have any questions? All right, so we are going to, thank you. We're going to start public comment. And many of you probably haven't been to a council meeting in a while, and we do not allow expressions of opposition or support, like no clapping, no booing, hissing, whatever. And also, we have at least one card here that has multiple people that they're speaking for. And so I'm going to be giving this person 10 minutes to speak, but I need to have everyone who's on this card stand up and just know that if this person is speaking for you, then you don't have the opportunity to speak yourself later. So could I, Marilyn Stevenson, you're the first one. Thank.
Actually, I read that and then turned it in and thought later, the people who are listed on there are people who are in support, well, against this. However, I don't know if they're here or not. I saw that part, that they need to be here, so I speak for myself.
Okay, all right. So you are first, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to meet all of you. I am here to speak for myself and ask you, implore you to please deny the request for a high density.
Can you
hear
speak in
me
the mic?
okay?
Thanks.
All right, is that better? Perfect. I'm here to ask that you please deny this high density request. I understand, and I'm watching and listening all of these wonderful things that are being promised, sidewalks and more housing and everything, and I would have to say that what Flagstaff is missing is the ability for people to buy homes, something permanent. And I understand this term of permanent affordable housing for 30 years. Well, people come here and they make careers, they make homes, they make lives. Lake Mary already has a lot of high density homes. We have a ton of apartments that we just completed, 3 projects. There's one that's being completed now. I just ask that we use the limited land that we have in this city to build permanent residence that people can actually be neighbors. I think that there would be a lot of people in this community who would feel differently about this development if it meant we could actually have real neighbors who were gonna stay. My home is one of these ones on Lake Mary that's going to be completely surrounded by this project. Also, the sewer lift, my understanding, will be right outside of my home. The idea that it's going to be managed privately and maybe hopefully the city will adopt it in case there's a problem is terrifying to me, especially because it's something that Flagstaff has leaned away from. I live there. I've heard the stories about flooding and everything, and I'm aware that you guys pay attention to those kinds of things. I just ask, please do not be enamored by the promises of e-bikes and, I love that they're giving, vouchers to veterans. Man, how do you say no to that? I think that there's a better way around this. And I know that there's resources here. You guys are the ones in charge. So I'm asking, please, find a better solution and ask them to do it. That's it.
Thank you. Tom Bogus?
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name's Tom Bogus. I have lived here in Flagstaff for almost 40 years. Moved up here with my wife, went to Northern Arizona, graduated construction management. Over 30 years ago, my kids, 4 children, also live here. Also, several of my boys graduated from Northern Arizona University, own businesses, and now I have grandkids here in Flag. So I've been in town a long time, certainly been a local here, been a scoutmaster, business owner, and have owned several businesses. I was a contractor and built several of the houses, some of the actual subdivisions, Wagon Trail Estates right inside Ponderosa Trails, and built houses here for years and years before I got into commercial development. And I can just say, I hear, the previous person, and I hear the tension with regards to the land. You'll probably hear people say we don't want to build on these vacant land pieces. But I can assure that everyone sitting in this room, at one point, that land was vacant. And this is difficult. The blessing here in Flagstaff, I want to tell you, is that we have limited land and lots of Forest Service. So the projects that are left yet to do, and with the housing crisis, and the things that face us, I would just encourage you to consider that this project is a good project. These are quality developers. Atlantic has won several awards down in Phoenix from the housing department. I know this father-daughter team personally. They're sensitive to the area, sensitive to the community. I know it's difficult to develop a piece of vacant land, especially on Lake Mary Road. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I ride my bike up and down Lake Mary Road, I understand. But many of the same people that might be opposed also access that road that back in the 90s, when I was a college student, became a developer and a contractor, built their houses, and then now it's not in my backyard. So we won't become Phoenix, we won't become Mesa, or everything else sprawling because of our limited amount of land. And we're going to have to go up if we're going to even touch this housing crisis. It has to go vertical. And it looks, oh, it's ugly, it's going vertical, but there's a point just across the street is Forest Service. So think of the blessing of the 200 people that might be blessed to get on a bike and ride like many of us get to ride bikes down Lake Mary Road and go out to Lake Mary and fish and paddle their canoes and such. So many people want to share in this, and I hear the ownership piece. We're trying to do that. I've been part of different projects here in town, bringing that ownership piece to Flagstaff. And so I'm in support of this project and want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joseph Leva?
Mayor, Council, I'm also here to show public support for this project. I know Atlantic very well. I was actually at the last dinner they got an award for. They're an extraordinary team, and they really, really do care. I know the marijuana mark very well. I have deep ties here myself. My daughter graduated from high school here. My wife's from here, grew up, raised. I love the views. I have a house here with views that are to die for. So I get the argument, I get the opposition. But in Phoenix, I'm also an affordable housing developer. I focus in workforce housing. It is tough. It is really tough. And I've lived here for almost 4 years, back in Phoenix now. And I tried to do affordable housing. And it takes an Atlantic to be able to pull it off, a much bigger committed firm. The smaller guys like myself, we can't pull it off. So I applaud them for the 3 years they have into this project and trying to bring a positive impact and all the extra things that they're doing. So I'm just here to publicly voice my strong support for them. I own the land, by the way, right west of them, the industrial land. So thank you.
Thank you. Don Valich?
I'm asking you, begging you to deny this proposal at all costs, at any cost. There are so many issues here that have been brought up that none of us are aware of. Pressurized sewer systems now, pressurized water system, where did all this come? I was at both the meetings that we had 2 years ago, 2022 and 2023. None of this was covered. Anything that was on these boards here was not covered. We denied everything. Everybody that was at these meetings vehemently was against this project, and they had no solutions to what we had. None. And now they bring up all this stuff that we never even heard of before, which is pretty outlandish. What if the pressurized sewer systems break, and we're down in the valley there and get flooded? This is going to require me to do a lot of research to find out what this is all about, because I never even heard of it. Frontier Avenue has not been addressed at all here. All they're saying is they're not going to have an outlet going onto Frontier Avenue, so you don't have to worry about our residents going down it. That's a bunch of bull. They're just going to go around it, no problem. You don't need a gate there for them for them to go through, you know, and if it's closed all the way around, that's a fire hazard. Stuck in there, if it burns, they can't get out. We're down at the end. That part of our forest has already been cleared. Are you aware that half a year ago, we had 4 arson fires in a row that almost destroyed us, terrified us? I was watching 150 blazes come towards us from the cleared area that was cleared by the forest and is supposedly safe now. And the area here that they're talking about has not even been cleared yet. One after another, 1 month after another. I watch fires come down to our unit. Fine. You know, they get these huge slash piles there that are going to be removed, but you have all kinds of tinder on the ground that will contribute more to a forest fire. Where are the people going to go? Every person that goes to this housing unit is going to wanting to know, is going to want to know where they live. They're going to come down Frontier. Everyone, every single one. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have go down Frontier. I beg you to go down Frontier right now and take a look at it, how terrible it is of all the washboards and the chuck holes. My frame cracked. Every vehicle I own, the shocks have been tore out of it because of what's going on there. We got to beg the city to come out there and grade it every 3 months. And now you're going to put 2,000 more residents down there? Where are they going to go? They can't turn around anywhere, so they're going to turn around in Pine Valley. There's no other place to turn around. They're going to get stuck on our 1-lane road. In the winter, it's 1 lane. We plow it. They're going to fall off the side. Then we got to get out and push them and pull them out so that we have our access space to go to work and back, and emergency vehicles could come in. That hasn't been addressed at all.
Thank you. Tim Hamra?
I've been a school teacher here in Flagstaff for 30 years. I've lived in this house for 35. I volunteer because I think the community is really important and that we should invest in it. I've been a big brother for 4 years. I volunteer at the Humane Shelter. I've worked for the Flagstaff Family Food Bank for 12 years. Some of that 12 years we've been out in the snow, the rain, and then knocked down by the wind. I think this is a really bad idea, this development, especially for where I am. If you see the little square there, at the end there, that's my house surrounded by all the land that Atlantic owns. The back side of my house, which will be the west side, 15 feet from my fence is a 3-story building. That's at least 40 feet tall and God knows how wide. On the other side, the northwest side, they're going to put an entrance where 400 to 500 cars are going to pass by there, and they're going to have another 2-story apartments looking down on my driveway in the front of my house, and my house will be devalued. I think the only crisis that we really have is the crisis of creativity. Don't tell me we don't have a lot of land around Flagstaff. We have Forest Service, we got county land, we got state land. And it might be a little complicated to work it out, but Lake Mary's got 3 developments already there. Beulah Drive, William Powell Boulevard is going to be a disaster in 2 or 3 years. And now we're going to put more on there. We're going to have more accidents. I see people do, William Powell Boulevard. I don't see anybody stopping at the stop sign when they go through. They just roll right through it. It's a little scary, especially if you're driving by. They're already rolling it to get behind you. So I think this is a really bad idea, and I feel like I'm being sort of shanghaied, to be honest. My house is going to go down in value. I couldn't buy my first house till I was 40 years old because the teacher pay here was so poor. We were like 47 out of 50 states on per pupil funding, and it's pretty tough to save enough to put for a down payment. So I think this zoning is really a bad idea.
Thank you. Brian Schmitz.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Schmitz. I'm here on behalf of my family, my wife, my daughter who's 4, my son who's 2, and the child that we have on the way in April of 2025. I'm here on behalf of the Flagstaff residents, not the developer community, not the people who have a vested interest in the development of this land. I am not against development. I am not against growth. I'm formerly a small business owner. I saw good physical therapists who wanted to start a family, own a home, start a life here in Flagstaff, leave this community because of the housing crisis. I saw businesses close because of the strain that is on small businesses. As a police officer, I now see people leave this community because they cannot afford to stay and pursue their dreams. I've had family members who are born and raised in Flagstaff leave this community for other places. So again, I am not against development. I am not against growth, but I do oppose the Atlantic development. A personal story. I bought my first house here in 2010 for $97 a square foot. I bought my current house, my forever home, for $206 a square foot in 2017. The average median home price in Flagstaff now is over $400 a square foot as of October 2024. This development, the 40 affordable housing units, and the 3.5% of just simply the waiting list, which was identified today as 1,142 people. This 3.5% does nothing to address the current housing crisis. The current plan to address affordable housing in this community is not working. The developers get richer, the average Flagstaff resident continues to suffer. I politely ask you to deny the proposed designation change from a state residential to high density residential as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Flag does not need more outdoor swimming pools as outlined in this project. They do not need more high-density housing with 3.5% available affordable units. We do not need high-density housing projects where the current infrastructure, basic needs like sewer, water, and transportation do not exist. And as you said before, still are not in existing areas that have already been developed 20 years after those areas have been developed. The current infrastructure simply does not exist, and I ask you to deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Creighton Shute.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Creighton Shute. I live at 2140 East Frontier Avenue with my wife and 3 kids, directly adjacent to this property. First, I would like to address a couple of things that I heard from the attorney previously. The open space in this triangular picture that is next to Tim's house is a retention basin. And so when they say that it's a green space, I don't think that those are the same things, and I don't think it qualifies. Another thing they mentioned, and I know this came up in the P&Z meeting, with the solar panels for the community spaces. I think that is, a small fraction, if that, of the total energy that is going to be consumed here. So to brag about solar panels, to me, isn't very special. I would like to start by saying, since this property went up for sale, 3 or 4 years ago, we've been harassed and threatened by the developer's realtors from Phoenix. He told us, in an effort to convince us to sell our property to them, that they were planning originally to build an RV park or potentially a Native American church in an effort to scare us away. The harassment went on for months, and at one point, he had a drone with a video camera on it hovering over our house while my children were outside playing on the trampoline. Since then, now the developer's lawyers are continuing with the threats and the ultimatum. The ultimatum being either we accept their plan for 3-story apartment buildings, or they're going to build a Pine Canyon, this is a quote, next to our house in this tiny lot. I think that there are other options that we should consider when we're thinking through this stuff. The developers claim that they're here to help Flagstaff address the housing crisis, but threats and ultimatums suggest that their primary concern is self-gain rather than the community welfare. I do understand that the city's urgent need to expand affordable housing options, and I acknowledge that rental units are a part of this solution. However, the proposed development is ill-suited for the specific location due to the lack of necessary infrastructure and services. Moreover, it starkly contrasts the historical character of the existing neighborhood, which is not consistent with the regional plan. This development will be 10 times more dense than the existing neighborhood, and it will triple our small population in this island of the city. In addition to high-density rental units, I believe promoting home ownership is essential in addressing the housing crisis. Home ownership is critical for the community like Flagstaff because it allows families to build and pass down equity, fostering long-term community stability. Retaining residents in Flagstaff is best achieved by providing opportunities for homes ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Martinez? Please don't be nervous. And if you could just make sure that you speak into the microphone.
My name is Kathy Martinez, and I live at 2248 East Chisholm Trail. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been a member of the area for over 60 years. I lived much of my childhood in the iconic blue house on the hill. That house was actually moved here from Jerome in the late 50s. I have watched many changes in my years here, some good, like having this area, Frontier Home Sites, annexed into the city in 1968. This allowed for water lines to be added to our community. At the time, it was zoned rural residential and has been that way since. My mother had affordable rental homes for area residents in the valley. I have gotten married, built my home, and raised my children and 2 of my grandchildren in this home. I have always had roots in this town and in this area in particular. I have formed strong bonds with my neighbors. My kids, grandkids have been safe and watched out for by these neighbors. I am not opposed to growth, but this plan does not seem to be cohesive with the current neighborhood. The residents will not become the neighbors. They will be individuals with no roots, and I feel that they will not have intentions of investing in our area. In the letter I sent you, I went over my concerns of the construction and the impact to the wildlife and the environment. Currently, the majority of the area adjacent to the development of 4631 South Lake Mary Road is zoned rural residential. Rural residential zones are areas that cannot be economically and efficiently provided with city services associated with urban living. Establishing these services will be dependent upon coordinating multiple entities. What will the impact be on our area? There has been no environmental impact study on installing and building the independent lift station for sewer needs of the development. They have also stated that they will provide 20% of the units for affordable housing, but are using 80% of the median income, not the normal. Who will be able to afford these units? Will it be another housing unit that will have multiple individuals grouping together to be able to pay for these units? Currently, many of these apartments and townhomes are rented by students. These complexes are generally loud and tend to focus on the needs of the residents rather than the community as a whole. I am a widow and I plan to spend my remaining years in the home that we built and raised our children in, being surrounded by my neighbors and the natural environment and wildlife that has always been around me. I would ask that the City Council uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. Jackie Kaipta?
Hi, I'm Jackie Kipta, and I live at 2050 East Chisholm Trail, and I've lived there since 1999. And I wanted to speak to a couple of things. One is some questions that you had asked Mr. Mejia that he tried to answer from the Planning and Zoning meeting of why they had recommended that it not be rezoned. And he didn't really, I think, capture what was said at the Planning and Zoning. And a couple of you said that you had watched that meeting. And basically what was brought up was Mr. Mejia is saying that, that the requirements have been met. And what Planning and Zoning was saying is that, for one, we don't even have text allowing that kind of sewer, so that has not been met. The fact that the sidewalks only go in front of the mega development and don't attach anybody to the 1.5 miles to get to the first bus had not been met. And the fact that there were other concerns with what dedicating a sewer to the city would cost the city had not been addressed, and also something about some type of low-income application that the lawyer said they had made that had not been provisioned for, what was that, Ben? LIHTC had not been addressed as considered in their zoning increase. They had applied for more population. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And then the other thing I wanted to say was that in the current planning and zoning, ER allows single-family homes and large lots, limited agriculture. And that's the community we live in. We have horses and goats and chickens, and it's a very different community than what's gonna get plunked right in the middle of us. And that will change. And I'm asking you to please listen to what your Planning and Zoning Commission recommended and not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Dennehy?
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. My name is Brian Dennehy. I've been at 2116 East Chisholm Trail for 20 years. My neighbors on either side of me have also been in their places for 20 years plus. My two neighbors across the street have been there for 30 plus years, one of them about 35 years. I make that point, or to express that point, anytime I've had my house appraised over the years, the appraisers have to go to different neighborhoods to look for comps because there are so few home sales in our area. It's an area that is with long-term residents that tend to stay for a very long time. It's a rural community on the outskirts of town, as you know. And it's common throughout the neighborhood that people stick around. A new house went up down the street from me about a year ago. And to my recollection, and I don't have the numbers on this, but to my recollection, I think that's the first new build in our neighborhood in over 20 years. Most of the houses were built in the 90s, going all the way back to the 60s, some in the 50s. We are also the lowest priority neighborhood for snow plowing in the winter because we live on gravel roads and because of our proximity to, more higher priority urban areas. Sorry, I'm trying to read this and my eyes are not so great. This isn't an area that's necessarily ripe for metropolitan expansion, considering that it's surrounded by national forest. You have to drive through a mile of national forest just to get out to our neighborhood. And this new sewer system that it would have to cut through the national forest and need approval from the national forest. Every home that isn't directly facing Lake Mary Road in my neighborhood is on a gravel road with a private septic system. I invite every one of you to come out and take the drive out to our neighborhood and just look at these, decades old rural homes and ask if this giant metropolitan mega complex wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb. And I guess that's about all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary and Kent Powell.
Good evening, everyone. Our names are Mary and Ken Powell. We currently live at 2102 North Navajo Drive. We don't live currently on Lake Mary Road, but my family still lives on Lake Mary Road. And people have been talking about how long they had been here. We have been here over 72 years. And so we've seen different things go on in Flag. We would like to say that we are against the changing of the zoning from estate residential to high density. Why are we against it? Here are a few reasons. People don't want this zone change, as evidenced at previous meetings. More than 25 to 30 people have attended these meetings, and there have been 3 of those. The traffic situation is another big concern, and it changes drastically from day to day, and also at different times of the day, despite what some studies might show. Weather conditions also increase the traffic hazards in that area of Lake Mary Road. 202 housing units on 14 acres would greatly impact this area. The empty area that is shown in front right now is also used as a buffer in case of fire concerns. It's not just left empty. The issue of affordable housing is also another concern. The project doesn't fit the specifications for affordable housing. At one of the other meetings, a person asked what the rent would be, and it was way above what they considered affordable housing. There's no accessibility to grocery stores. The nearest one is 2.5 miles away. No bus line, as has been mentioned, no sidewalks, as has been mentioned. This is a rural area, and the sewer system also is not appropriate for here. The stretch of road that has been given, this stretch of road has been given the designation of recreational corridor by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. The resolution was part of a plan to improve awareness and safety for cyclists, runners, and other recreationalists that frequent the road. World-class athletes come to here to train, and the additional chaos would be detrimental to this. Water is a big problem also. So much building is depleting the current water supply that we do have. The area is home to much wildlife. Beautiful herds of elk call this place home, as does other wildlife. What people would come to Flagstaff for, because Flagstaff is supposedly a tourist attraction, but what people would come to Flagstaff for will not exist if projects like this are allowed. People live in a rural environment by choice and do not want it ruined. We are strongly against this measure. There seems to be a lot of maybes proposed here. This strategy is not acceptable. We can't go by maybe this will be done, and this might be done, and other thing might be done. We have to have something that is specific and way before all of this property is torn down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Lloyd.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Lloyd, and I live at 2143 East Chisholm Trail. I've been a resident, we've been in Flagstaff for almost 40 years now, and we've been in Frontier Townsite for 10 years. And I too am opposed to this, and there, people have stated a lot of practical concerns why it's problematic, but the main one, as far as I'm concerned, is just that, and I think, my community, other community members share this sentiment, as is evidenced here, is that it's just not compatible with the neighborhood, and we all feel like it will adversely affect the quality of the community that we live in. And that's the main thing. So we highly recommend, I share Jackie's concern that it didn't seem like the fellow from the city accurately depicted the reasons why the Planning and Zoning Commission chose to recommend to deny this. And, I'm sure that, I know we have a housing crisis, and, I think that we definitely need to address it somewhere, but not here, not at this location. Don't do that to this location. And Atlantic, tries to make out like they're trying to help us out by addressing our housing crisis. They're a large corporation, and large corporations are only motivated by one thing, and that's profit. And they're doing this to make a profit, and that's fine. That's what large corporations do, just not here. Go somewhere else. Find another place to do this. Don't ruin our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Joseph.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I strongly recommend denying this request for a new zoning. I feel kind of teary because I'm just so deeply concerned about the impact on my life and on my neighbors. The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect, enhance the equality of life for all. I got that from your website. This does not do that in any way. So I live in a little log cabin. It's only about 900 square feet since 1976, and it was built in the 50s. It's just my heart and soul. And the rural neighborhood around me is like what I grew up in, and I'm 82. Grew up in Sacramento where people help each other out. In the winter, we have a neighbor that comes with his tractor and plows my gravel driveway because there's no real ability, except for my snowblower, to get in and out of my property. And they're like extended family, really. People have, as someone has mentioned, horses and goats and chickens, and it's really very, very rural. And this development is only 2/10 of a mile from my front door. It's like the impact, oh gosh, the traffic would be enormous, especially in the winter. I don't know, they do plow, but it's so icy that I actually have a four-wheel drive truck to allow me to get out onto Lake Mary Road and safely navigate to town if I need to. That's just a huge, huge deal. Just because there's so much snow and ice in the winter. The bicyclists along Lake Mary Road would be hugely impacted. There was actually a death to a motorcyclist on October 6th on Lake Mary Road. I mean, it's crazy enough as it is, and I just have very, very serious concerns about the impact on my life, on my neighbors, and all of the residents that live along Lake Mary Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Amethyst Deasy.
Hello. I have a question for the developer and for City Council and the mayor. I would like to know why we're so focused on the affordability of this project when there were people that were removed from their affordable homes in an effort to build this. So if we're so concerned with affordability, why are we removing people from their affordable residences to propose a large development in a small rural community? The only other thing that I would like to say to any of you is to remind you that you do not answer to the developers or the friends of the developers who are here to pat them on the back for a job well done. You all are voted into those seats to represent the people of this town and the residents that rely on you to have their best interests at heart. And so I think you all need to take into consideration very, very heavily how the residences feel and stop voting against what your constituents would wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Danya Goral?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Danya Gorel, and I live at 5385 SJ Diamond. Thank you for providing this opportunity for residents such as myself to speak our piece and share what's on our minds. In 2017, the U.S. Department of Justice sued Atlantic Development and Investments for discriminating against people with disabilities. Although a settlement was reached, I vote with my dollars, and where I do business and with whom is a direct reflection of my character, and I hope yours too. I'm also curious how this development might fit into Flagstaff's carbon neutrality plan, carbon neutral by 2030, I think, but that's a separate issue. Lake Mary Road is one of the most scenic byways in Arizona. I love where I live, and it's not because of high-density housing complexes. I'm deeply concerned by the proposal by Snell and Wilmer representing Atlantic Development Investments to rezone our precious area for high-density housing. Flagstaff's strategic plan talks about preserving the environment and maintaining community character. It opens with a theme of sustainability, which states a sustainable community does not borrow from the future nor exhaust the legacy of the past. This proposal, however, robs our future of nature access, affordable housing, and road safety. Please consider Rezoning this area is not in the best interest of our community and does not reflect our core values or strategic vision. I urge the council to reject this rezoning request and to prioritize our community's values, starting with safety. Just a few months ago, a tragic accident resulted in the death of a motorcyclist who was dragged a quarter-mile down Lake Mary Road. With a speed limit of 45 miles per hour and limited law enforcement in the area, the dangers of increased traffic from a high-density complex cannot be overstated. Sure, they can add turning lanes, but they can't add additional officers to patrol that area. Turning into and out of my neighborhood is already dangerous enough, and this development would exacerbate an already precarious situation for residents and commuters on a two-lane road. My next concern is that this could be the right development, but it's in the wrong place. I'm all for affordable housing, but nobody is fooled that these 41 potential units of affordable housing will address our city's housing crisis. If housing diversity is the concern, then perhaps we should look at the scorched earth lots of 703 South Blackbird Roost, formerly Arrowhead Village, or 2300 North Isabel Street, both broken promises of affordable high-density housing in Flagstaff. Additionally, high-density housing drives up property values and rents. I experienced this in my previous neighborhood of La Plaza Vieja, and I'm anxiously watching history repeat. High-density housing puts strain on families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Doyle.
Ann Doyle, 2100 East Frontier Road, Avenue, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86005. Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett and council members. Or evening now. I was on the phone call for a while. My neighbors and I have been researching how the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the rezoning review criteria would support the zoning change from estate residential to high-density residential. I've also looked at the regional plans for both 2030 and 2045, and it is true, this property at the very corner of the urban growth boundary will most likely, eventually, be developed. However, it does not currently have the amenities or infrastructure to support zone change from estate residential to high-density residential. I have been a resident of Flagstaff for 30 years and have seen the city grow and change over that time. I am not opposed to growth. I have been trying to keep my not in my backyard reactions in check. I understand the need for housing, especially affordable housing. I also understand that this plan could be worse. For instance, 22 dwelling units per acre as opposed to 14.5. I just wonder if there is not a better, more thoughtful choice concerning this zone change. Based on the inclusion of affordable housing in the proposed high-density plan, and because of the mention of tax credits and benefits, I have looked at the affordable housing web map and tried to learn more about the affordable housing incentives policy. One of the things that I read in the affordable housing incentives policy is that the distance between the permanent transit stop to the development shall have a continuously improved sidewalk or public paved trail. The urban growth boundaries section of the policy states that the development must have a bus route located within 1/2 mile of the development. The nearest bus stop is 1.6 miles from this property and a 35-minute walk. I noticed that my timer didn't start, but I think I timed it pretty well. I also noticed on the affordable housing web map that the current affordable home programs are located north of J.W. Powell Boulevard, near amenities and facilities. The area south of Powell does not have walkways or amenities. The Atlantic property is an hour walk to the nearest grocery store on an unpaved shoulder next to a busy road. My neighbor Jill and I met with Atlantic Development zoning attorney and senior urban planner last week. During that meeting, we learned that to ensure compliance with the zoning code and the affordable housing incentives that are being requested for this project, in place of a properly located bus stop, Atlantic can provide a minimum of 5 electric bikes, or extend the foots trail from J.W. Powell to the property. This area does not currently have the amenities or infrastructure to support a zone change from estate residential to high density residential. Perhaps there is a better choice. And thank you to my neighbors for their comments.
Thank you. Bryce Doty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, resident of the city, speaking on my own behalf. ECONA, the Economic Council of Northern Arizona, released their economic forecast of our region last year. And it said that our community population is going to flatline around 2045. I don't really know what that means for our community. I haven't modeled it, but my guess is that it's going to put a lot of different pressures on that we're already seeing on a lot of the bands of our socioeconomic community. So that something different is felt in the pressures to make a living here. And my guess is, considering our competitive advantage with regards to climate compared to the large metro area to the south of us, is that we'll continue a transition into a consumer economy focused on providing amenities and services for those who can afford an increasingly limited amount of housing. That housing scarcity will continue to price out large segments of the community. We can plan and build, as our current efforts will attest, workforce housing and affordable housing for the people who will provide those services and amenities to those who can afford it in our consumer market. Those are necessary efforts, but to me that is merely management of a long defeat. I am not yet willing to accept that future as an inevitability. Growth, in my opinion, is the only way to fight against that inevitability. I believe we should grow ourselves out of our affordable crisis and into opportunity. Flagstaff is awesome. A lot of people want to live here and create jobs here. Let's prepare the way for them. Some areas will bear more of the inconvenience of this growth than others, in the form of all the things people speaking here today have shared. But doing nothing, not growing, is also a choice which will have a diffuse and negative impact to our city and region, far greater than the project subject to rezone tonight. I encourage you to approve the rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have some public commenters. So I will take this in person and then we'll go to online. Mary Norton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Norton. I do serve on Planning and Zoning as the Vice Chair. I'm not here to speak necessarily on that, but I just wanted to let you know that I was present. I'm listening. I'm concerned. What I do want to say tonight is that, yes, we have a housing crisis, and that is a priority. That is what the purpose of that is that it prioritizes that. However, in my personal view is that a rezoning is the only way that we have some control over how something gets built in an area. And not every development is a great one and deserves to be built. Just because we have a housing crisis doesn't mean that we welcome everything regardless of what it entails and brings along with it. So I just wanted to make that statement, not anti-growth by any means. I used to be in the home building industry. I know you'll know, a lot of you know me. I just wanted to say to choose carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, online.
Mayor and Council, I have Mary E. Rumpf. Mary, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me. Yes, my name is Mary Elise Rumpf, and I reside at 2283 East Chisholm Trail. So that's directly across Lake Mary Road from where this development would be built. I have a few points I want to bring up. One thing I want to say that Amos brought up earlier is that, as a citizen, I voted for some of you, and I voted for you, Mayor, and for some of the city council members, because I believe that you're going to listen to the voices of the people and not the voices of giant corporations who don't live in our city. And I'm not at this meeting in person, but I've been at several meetings with Snell and Wilmer, and I imagine that there's 6 to 8 folks in expensive suits and shiny shoes sitting there in the front row, who obviously don't live in Flagstaff and have never lived in Flagstaff and don't understand our community. And I really implore the council and the mayor to listen to the people, because we are the folks that matter, and we are the folks who are here for the long term, and we're not just trying to make money. You know, they use this sales tactic of affordable housing. And as other folks have said, there's going to be 40 units, and they're going to be affordable, but to that 80% of the AMI, not to the 40%, not to the 60%, to that 80%. So the top tier, the easiest way to get the mark of affordable, and it's barely going to make a dent in what is affordable here. And on that same note, the first woman who spoke today, giving the public comment, and I'm sorry I didn't get her name, but she commented on signs of housing in the past year, and it sounds like things are improving already in Flagstaff, that rents are kind of leveling out, that the rates of occupied residences are starting to lower. So there are more unoccupied residences than there have been. And so I think it's time, before we approve of big projects like this, we should reassess whether the housing crisis is still a crisis. There's definitely a crisis in the price of housing in Flagstaff, but whether or not that means we need more housing really needs to be reassessed before something like this is approved. Also, a lot of folks have talked about our rural area, and that this is, it's a community, and we enjoy the idea that it is rural, but also there's a couple things that go with that. One is that we don't have any cell phone service. And when this has been brought up with companies like Verizon and T-Mobile are not interested in bringing cell phone service to our area. And also the idea of electric bikes is really silly. They're really hard to maintain, really expensive. My husband is a bicycle mechanic at Flag Bike Rev downtown, and it costs $80 to replace a tire in one of those, and they're not going to work when there's snow and rain. And so that's a kind of a silly thing for them to throw out about
Thank you, Mary.
Our next commenter is Jill Cooper. Jill, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today and for your work in the city. I want this rezoning request to be denied and the site plan also be denied approval. I'd like to start with a couple of questions for consideration. Where can we maintain a place for estate residential neighborhoods if not on the edge of the city limits where no utilities or public transportation exist? Ben answered the question about how the development agreement must be followed if the property is sold prior to development, but what happens 5 years after the development is finished with regard to the agreements on affordability, for example? The attorney for the developer noted that in his view, 1 unit per acre is an underutilization of the land. Is it critical what the attorney for the developer who does not live in this community believes to be true about the utilization of the land? We should be talking about how to bring down the density, not hearing about how they will then just go and build expensive estates. With regard to the first finding discussed concerning whether or not this complies with the regional plan, that this area should be suburban, I'd like to state that this high-density residential rezoning is an extreme example of suburban, and we'd just like to see a lower density. With regard to the second finding, community benefits and public good were mentioned, but unaddressed were other considerations of safety, convenience, and public interest. 99 cars per hour, for instance, is a significant amount of traffic in the area and poses a significant problem at the intersection of J.W. Powell and Lake Mary Road, where it is already very difficult and dangerous to turn southeast onto Lake Mary Road. In addition, there are many road users, including runners and cyclists, and this represents a safety issue for them. Please consider what putting 400 people next to the National Forest might do to fire safety. And on the issue of sewer being a public good, we should consider whether or not this is a public benefit that's desired, and also the contingencies that have already been posed, such as permitting on the Forest Service land, etc. Another issue brought to my attention in the meeting with the attorneys is that there's actually also not enough water pressure to serve the density of the community, and this is another reason that the findings have not been met with regard to utility infrastructure and will have to be upgraded. The discussion around microtransit options is a great illustration of why this rezoning does not make sense. The development is simply too far out and will not benefit a large enough part of the population in Flagstaff in need of public transportation like the other areas mentioned previously. The problem with some of the arguments they're making around how they're taking less green space and less density is important because it actually shows how it doesn't fit in this area, and they're trying to figure out how to make it fit. We just need to bring down the density. I'm not opposed to the development. We just need to bring down the density on this property and deny the rezoning for high density residential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next commenter is going to be Jonathan Allen. Jonathan, you may go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council.
Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm a lifelong resident of Flagstaff. I was born in Flagstaff, grew up in Flagstaff, and still live in Flagstaff. Flagstaff is near and dear to my heart, and it's been interesting listening to everyone here. I try and, understand where everyone's coming from. And so what I heard a lot of today was everyone saying we need housing. Not everyone, but most people said we need housing. We understand there's a need for housing, but we don't want it in our backyard. And I understand. I live in a rural area, and having a development happen across the street, while I don't like it, I recognize that living in Flagstaff is a privilege, and I enjoy it. And telling people that they shouldn't have the same access to live in an incredible place that we all have been able to put down roots is, that's a hard thing to say. I have 6 sons that live in Flagstaff, that grew up in Flagstaff, and they all want to stay in Flagstaff, but they're not going to be able to stay in Flagstaff unless the housing crisis is addressed. We use the word crisis, but I hear a lot of people saying, yeah, it's a crisis, but let's not do anything about it, or let's not do anything about it here. One of the previous speakers mentioned that this is only addressing 3.5% of the list of vouchers in the city of Flagstaff, and that means nothing. And I would disagree with him. 3.5% is something. It's only a drop in the bucket. It's only one step in the right direction, but we need to take every step that we can. This land will be developed. Like a couple of the previous speakers said, it will be developed. So the question is not whether it'll be developed. The question in my mind is, would you rather have 13 1-acre estates, or would you rather have housing options for hundreds of families? And, my kids can't afford a 1-acre estate and a bougie house, but they could afford an apartment, and this can be a stepping stone to other housing options in the future of Flagstaff, and that's what we need. We have lots of nice bougie houses in Flagstaff, but we need more entry-level housing options for people that want to stay and contribute. So I would hope that you would side with the residents that need a home, and recognize that Atlantic is a good developer with a good track record that's willing to do and add affordable housing, and that's not something that comes along every day, and that resource and opportunity in working with Atlantic shouldn't be squandered. And thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next commenter is going to be Mayor McLeod. Mary, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
My name is Mary Ann McLeod. I live at 2256 CO Bar Trail in the Frontier neighborhood, where I've been for 20 years. You've heard from lots of other people about the lack of amenities and infrastructure in this area, so I won't belabor that point. But I do have both a comment and a question. I asked in the first public meeting that was held about this development whether the new sewer line would be available for current residents. And I was told no, that it was only available for new construction. What I heard in this meeting seems to contradict that. And so I would like that question answered of whether current residents would have access to the sewer line, and if so, who pays for that to be installed. The other topic I would like to address is this idea of public transportation, and the idea that e-bikes are a solution for that is frankly laughable. The salting on Lake Mary Road stops at J.W. Powell the last mile before the proposed development is often a sheet of ice in the winter. I invite any of you to try to ride your bike, or otherwise, in those conditions. Providing e-bikes also does nothing to provide transportation for people who cannot ride a bicycle. So I encourage you to take those safety concerns into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our last commenter is going to be Tyler D. Tyler, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Hi, my name is Tyler Denham. I'm calling in just to say I don't think this is a perfect project, but on net, I do think it's a positive for the community. And I also wanted to call in to push back against some of the anti-renter sentiment that was voiced. So speaking for my personal story, when I first moved to Flagstaff for the first 3 years of my life after college, I had to rent because I did not have the financial resources to buy a home. If I hadn't had the option to rent out of what has been described as high density housing, I never could have put down roots in this community. I wouldn't be here today. And as I was listening in to the initial council discussion and presentation, I was also confused about 2 points, and if possible, would just appreciate some clarification. First, there was a lot of concern about the bus line not currently servicing the area, but the development is required to include a large amount of parking. Given the size of the parking subsidy, the intent seems to be to have all of the residents drive. It seems contradictory to worry about bus access when we've required so much car parking on site. So some clarification would be appreciated there. Second, there were several mentions of the height of the building, 3 stories compared to the surrounding 1-story homes. I was a little bit confused and not really following that because this situation is very common in Flagstaff. Like all across Southside and downtown, there are 3-story buildings situated next to 1-story homes. That's actually the situation with the home that I live in. So some additional clarification on what that concern is would be appreciated. And finally, I wanted to quickly address the affordability aspect. So it's not the be-all, end-all of the decision. You may choose to deny the rezoning for other reasons, but I think it's facile to pretend that denying the rezoning, keeping the land as a state residential will improve housing affordability. A small number of extremely large, extremely expensive estates is not better than a much larger number of lower priced rental units for housing affordability. And 40 subsidized rentals won't solve our housing crisis, but it's 40 more units than you'll get with the current zoning. There are a few ways you could address Flagstaff's housing affordability goals without this kind of large multifamily development. For example, a mix of very small single family homes, a mix of plexes, cottage courts, and whatnot, but you would need a rezoning regardless for that. And I anticipate you would engender the exact same criticisms. And that's time, so thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comment? All right. Council, do you have questions for the applicant and staff? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. For the applicant, I did want to just get clarification on the question about the LIHTC. I'm assuming that you are intending to apply for it, but that doesn't change the affordability components that you're providing, correct?
Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Matthews, yes, that's correct. This project will happen and the commitment for the affordable housing will be committed regardless whether LIHTC is received for this project.
And one other question on, I believe Frontier Road is a forest road, is that correct?
Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Matthews, yes, that's correct. It's a Forest Service road, and as we note in presentation, we don't have any access to that road.
And you have 2 access points off Lake Mary Road to the development, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Councilmember House.
I apologize, Mayor. I withdraw. Councilmember Matthew asked my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I might have more here in a few, but my first one, is there a reason why the solar isn't on each unit?
Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Sweet, the intent behind the solar, of course, is we want to emphasize sustainability. We think that's important, and we've incorporated a number of features. It would be very expensive to have solar cover the entirety of the building, but the intent is to have some of it to further increase sustainability. There does become a point, though, where the significant amount of cost to this project are substantial. There was a lot of comments you heard about the lack of current public infrastructure in the area. And as part of that, this is a developer that, in addition to all the costs of the development itself, is agreeing to construct very significant water infrastructure improvements, significant sewer infrastructure improvements. And so while I certainly commend the developer for also agreeing to have solar panels to offset the common area electricity, it would start to become very expensive and potentially jeopardize the project to have more.
I have a question about the water line. Will the water and sewer lines be available to the current residents, to the residents that reside in the neighborhoods now?
Mayor Daggett, yes, although it's a complicated answer, and I'll do my best to explain it. So the sewer line the water line will be entirely a public line. The city is able to accept the water line once it's constructed, so it'll be dedicated to the city. And then just like any other public water line in the city of Flagstaff, other property owners have the opportunity to connect to it in accordance with the city's requirements. The sewer line is a little bit more nuanced. So the portion of the sewer line that needs to go up the hill, which is about the first 3,000 feet, because the Flagstaff's current city code does not allow the city to acquire it, we can't dedicate it to the city. The city would initially say no. And when we first started this project, the intent was that will continue to be a privately owned line. As we've gotten a little bit further in this process, and I think as city staff would tell you, as it's become clear that there's been some more development interest in the area, you heard from the property owner of that light industrial property to the west that is planning to develop that property. We have high density residential just to the west. The city's taken more of an interest and believes it may be a good idea to amend the city code to acquire, to be able to acquire a pressurized line. So in the event that were to occur and would first require the city code to change, then what our development agreement says is that it will be dedicated, if the city wishes to acquire it, it'll be dedicated to the city, and just like any other public infrastructure line, property owners have the opportunity to connect. While it's privately owned, property owners also have the opportunity to connect, but it will be subject to certain requirements that are enforced by the city, one of which is ensuring that there's appropriate capacity in the city systems. And so the short and long answer is yes, there are opportunities to connect from other property owners, but it'll have to follow the requirements for doing so.
Shannon, do you have anything to add?
Mayor, thank you. I think the gentleman did a very good job. Depending on the public or private, on who you deal with for connection, there'll be a technical evaluation, which any connection goes through. But it being public infrastructure would allow for the city to be involved with how they connect and how that's conveyed. Was that the specific question? I think one of the questions that came up is who pays for it? So I think that's an interesting dynamic too that can get complicated, but I like to keep things simple. Typically when infrastructure goes in, the customer pays for the infrastructure. Just like the developer would pay for the infrastructure, they would dedicate that to the city. There are circumstances where the city has allowed what I think you hear referred to as like the reimbursement. I would say typically the reimbursement is not from the city. The city facilitates a reimbursement. If another development were to connect to that system, there could be an agreement that the city agrees to that would collect fees from that new development and reimburse some of the capital fees from the other one. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. And because I think there's been a few questions, a lot around who pays for it. Obviously the customer always pays for the expansion, we operate and maintain it. As far as reimbursements, again, that's typically taking money and reimbursing whoever's making that capital investment from future developments connecting. So hopefully that's sheds a little bit of light.
Yes, and please stay there. There was a question about the sewer lift and it being located right outside her home. Can you describe what a sewer lift, would we see it? Or would it be underground?
All right, Mayor, I think that's a good question. To be honest, I know Jackson is still on the line. The specifics, I would say a sewer lift station, if you knew what you were looking for, that you would see components of it. What I would describe would be a large manhole, which will serve as the actual lift basin the pumps would be in. But there are external features, so one potentially could be auxiliary backup power. In the event of a power outage, we still want that lift station to function. So there would be a backup generator that may or may not be visible. But if it wasn't visible, it's probably because it's buffered and you would see that. So I think there are things that you would see. As far as the location, I think that's interesting. I think we have a general idea, but I don't even know that that's, I defer to Jackson to see if that's actually been pinpointed of where the actual lift station will be placed. He may have left for the day too. Okay. So I think that's to be determined. I think as we continue to evolve through, those are, so Jackson and the engineering section for water services, those are things they determine. So I don't think I can speak to the exact location of the lift station, but I think there would be consideration given how you secure that site. Again, majority would be subterranean, but there will be features, I think that could be visible.
And do you have concerns about the lift station and the line?
Mayor, I do not have concerns. The way I would frame it is, within water services, we already manage lift stations, right? We pump wastewater, we pump water, both directions, we pump it through pipes. I would say this is what we do. I appreciate the people's concern because those are the concerns we live with every day. That's why we come to work and we work to make sure that that we minimize the impact. I think when customers are not thinking about water services is when we're probably doing the best job. But as well as you guys know, like sometimes things do happen. We do have main breaks and we show up in your street. But we do, not just to the best of our abilities, but I say better than most of how we respond, the customer service we provide, and how quickly we restore that service and work to mitigate any, any loss of service, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So staff or applicant, do you have items that you want to address? Oh, actually, before you do that, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris has a question.
That's okay, I would have come back to it. Oh, here you are. So I heard you mention earlier about, how we do things at the city. We're definitely very skilled in our I shouldn't say skilled, but our expertise in how we build water systems and all of that. Have you had any conversation with this group about what are best practices in terms of those, what's it called? The lift station, that's right, and the pressurized, because that's not something that we've done a lot of. That's not something that we've done a lot of in the city. So have you had any conversations with them about that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Harris, you mean specifically the community that's speaking out now? I would say we have not. That's not a conversation that we've had, but happy to do that now or sometime in the future.
I'm just asking if you've had a conversation with the developers or the builders or whoever, the people who would be doing that work.
So we have had conversations with the developers and their representatives as we're working through the development agreement. But again, I think specifically when you look at best business practices that water services represents is, again, what we consider the basics, right? But things like computerized maintenance management systems, where you have a computerized system that tracks your assets, that looks at mean time between failure rates and run times on motors. When we have contracts in place for pump repair companies, when we have staff that is equipped with utility vehicles that are on call 24 hours a day. Again, we see those as basic fundamentals of how we run the system. But when you step back and think about it, those are the things that we put in place for rapid response, for quick repairs, how we track the last life of assets. When was it installed? Conditional assessments. We do our master planning. So again, the stuff that we do every day that we also probably take for granted are those core fundamentals that I think build a sound utility that positions us right, to operate a system better than, I would say, some private entities. Of course.
And Shannon, Jackson has joined us, but one question I want to add on to that. Anytime that a project is developed, it has to be built to city standards, correct?
That is correct. If it's going to be accepted by the city. So I do feel if it's a privately owned, we would have less interjection of what those standards would have to be.
Thank you. Jackson?
Yeah, sorry, my phone had just died and I heard some sewer questions come up. So I missed the beginning of this question, but kind of based on what the conversation I'm hearing, it sounded like you guys were asking about kind of if we did our due diligence on looking at how the sewer system should be set up. And the answer to that, I would say, is yes. We have consulted with one of our engineering on-calls, NCS engineers, who's an expert in the water and sewer fields, and have worked on a pressure sewer fact sheet that they produced for us, where they went to, I think it was at least 6 municipalities, some from Arizona and some in other kind of topographically challenged areas that have pressure sewer, and got a lot of information from them. And then beyond that, we're also working to visit a couple other Arizona municipalities that have pressurized sewers and lift stations to get any feedback we can from them. And I would say that wasn't all for this development, but we do see pressure sewer coming because of just the topographic areas that aren't able to be served by gravity within the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Shannon, earlier we were shown a map of this project parcel area, and then there's a light industrial, and then a high-density zoning parcel. Whether it's this parcel just developing 1-acre lots and the others, this infrastructure that we're talking about with sewer and water will need to be put in when those developments come, correct?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, obviously that's correct. There is definitely a preference from Water Services on how the utility builds out and what that looks like. And really kind of regardless of, I mean, density plays in with the capacity, but the backbone of the infrastructure is a set, right, is kind of on a set course. As utilities expand, we have a preference of how that's going to look. So to your point, whether this is one development or 2 developments, whether it's, right, 20 houses or 50 houses, backbone infrastructure primarily will look very similar to provide the level of service to a watershed or to a sewer shed service area.
And the size of the water line is conducive to supporting firefighting, correct? Bring enough water
That is
in.
correct. So typically, once you're meeting the fire flows, you have the capacity to provide the metered service.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Shannon, we just alluded to there's going to be some other development down there. So will those people have to put in their own pressurized sewage system? Or will there be 2 lines, like right next to each other?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, those were part of the conversations, not necessarily specific to this development, but in general. So again, as Flagstaff begins the consideration of moving from private, because private systems go in today, and they have gone in. So the question to your point would be is absolutely that was a consideration. If you had two different private systems, if the two developments couldn't come to an agreement, you could very easily have two pressurized systems in the same right of way. Something like a publicly owned system, we would be looking to avoid that, right? We would ideally be more efficient, and we would have one system that provides service to a drainage basin.
Now I'd like to ask the applicant and staff if there are any points that you would like to make, anything that was missed, and then I'll close the public hearing unless council members have any additional questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Daggett and council members. If I may just spend a little bit of time addressing some of the comments that we heard during the public comment period. And I appreciate all the comments that were made, but one of the things that I noticed is that there are very few comments actually related to the design of the project itself. In fact, there are even some comments we heard that it's a nicely designed project, but we just don't want it here. We want it somewhere else. We heard concerns about traffic, and I couldn't stand here in front of you today and say that this development won't bring additional traffic. Additional traffic is a reality of any new development because any new development is going to bring additional traffic. But that is why we hire a traffic engineer who is here, and they are required to prepare a traffic study. And they've prepared their traffic study, which has determined that with the addition of the vehicle trips from this project, that the impacts on Lake Mary Road will be negligible and that the Lake Mary Road will still operate at 50% capacity. And that traffic study was reviewed and approved by your professional transportation staff. As far as the concerns about the lack of public infrastructure that we heard, there was, a lot of comments about, well, we don't have water or appropriate sewer in this area. And believe me when I tell you, is we spent the better part of 3 years working very hard with your city staff. Your city staff has worked very hard, including the engineering department, so that we could tackle those infrastructure challenges and design the infrastructure in a way that will not only accommodate this project, but then could accommodate future growth as well. And we have our civil engineer here that could certainly go into very great detail as to the infrastructure improvements that will be built. And all of those are an obligation of the developer. The city is not responsible for paying for those improvements. It's the developer's obligation. Heard concerns about the lack of bus service and alternate modes of transportation. And of course, as we all know, the reason why there's not bus service in the area today is there's not the density to support it. But as you have additional density, that starts creating a demand, and then maybe that 5-year housing plan with Mountain Line looks a little bit different and may include this area. And so we certainly can't control bus service coming here, but we started to have those conversations with Mountain Line, as you heard from the representative that was here speaking, so that potentially in the future there could be. But even though there's no bus service today, we've worked with your city staff on still providing for other alternate modes of transportation. And that's where we've proposed to extend the Foots Trail from this property to its existing connection point along J.W. Powell. But the reason why we've also proposed alternatives is that we ultimately don't control constructing the Foots Trail because it's within Lake Mary Road, which the Forest Service has to approve. And so we've come up with other solutions if that weren't to be approved, which is the reason for the e-bikes. But there's this assumption that you heard that just because people live within an 80% AMI household that they don't have a vehicle, that's just not correct. Those people at 80% AMI are going to have a vehicle because the truth is we live in a built environment where if you're going to live in an area like this, you're going to need a vehicle to get around. And that's been proven in Atlantic Development's other projects where just about every single resident, even in their affordable housing projects, has a vehicle. So those alternative modes of transportation that we're asking for are in addition to people having vehicles there as well. The very last thing we heard was, this is a rural area, and we don't want more multifamily. We are not establishing a new precedent here. The city's regional plan designates this property for suburban, which supports multifamily land uses. And we have existing zoning next to the property that is also already high density. And then we have light industrial zoning next to it. So we are compatible with that zoning and not establishing a new precedent. But more importantly than all that, why this project is so critically important, and I've repeated it multiple times, is that the city of Flagstaff is in a housing emergency, and we are providing additional housing to help address it. The 40 affordable housing units and the 162 market rate housing units is not going to solve the housing crisis today. It's not going to solve it tomorrow, but it's going to help. And it's certainly going to help a lot more than the alternative of 13 large single-family estate lots, which would do nothing to help housing. All that would do is create another opportunity for second vacation homes by wealthy Phoenicians that want to live here. I understand the last thing, the point that I'll make is anytime you have development on a vacant property, it's understandable to be fearful of change. That is a natural reaction. But the one constant in an ever-changing world is change. And ultimately, the city of Flagstaff has declared a housing emergency, and we have a developer that is seeking to help address that housing emergency by bringing new housing units, new affordable housing units, and they've spent over 3 years working with your city staff in order to appropriately design the project and tackle some of the very significant infrastructure challenges. So to deny this project after that would be contrary not only to the regional plan, which says multifamily is supportive here, but it would be contrary to the housing declaration, which declared that housing is a leading priority in the city and that the city should implement a public outreach campaign to combat NIMBYism as a tool to stop housing. So with that, again, we respectfully request your support for this zoning map amendment.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any points that you'd like to end with?
No, I have nothing to add other than to clarify the fifth condition a little bit further regarding the eligibility requirements for affordable housing incentives. So we've been discussing the public transportation requirement. So that is a base requirement for using affordable housing incentives. There are alternatives to that, one of which is proposing an alternative transit plan or mechanism for planning director approval, and that's essentially where we're getting those conditions from to extend the Foots trail, to provide the electric bicycles, or to propose some alternative, potentially the micro transit if Mountain Line is able to do that.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to you, council, for deliberation. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Clearly, this is a tough decision. I can recall when I lived closer to the hospital when that development for lease properties was going in up by the Mesa, how disappointed. It wasn't in my backyard, but this is where I walked my dogs all the time, and we hate seeing that go away. But I have made a commitment to really championing our housing crisis. A report that was a couple of years ago from, I believe, Econa, in their survey, it said that the city needs to open up more developable land with road infrastructure if we're going to address this housing crisis. Another report shows that 17,000 workers that work in Flagstaff live outside our city limits, which goes against us ever being able to achieve our carbon neutrality plans because of all the road travel, if they have to live in parks or Donny Parks, which is several more miles outside than what this development is. But it's hard. It's hard to weigh the positives and the negatives, and we need housing. One development, one project is not going to, it's true, it's not going to solve our housing issue, but it helps. And for the people like myself and like a lot of the people who spoke today who have housing, you know, we can get a stronger opinion and want it somewhere else. It'd be great if we could tell a developer, you know, I don't like where you're developing, just pick up this purchase and go plant it somewhere else, but we don't get to pick and choose developers coming in. And honestly, it's really hard to attract developers to come in and want to build up here because there's seemingly more obstacles and takes longer. And the fear of going three years, working with the city and making a plan and stuff, and I don't even know how much money has already been spent to just be turned down, is another factor that goes into it when other developers are coming in. And yes, they all want to make a profit. They're not a nonprofit organization, but you know, we have to consider what they're willing to put in. So, you know, looking at a 13.96 unit property versus a 202 unit development is much more appealing for the 202. So I'm going to leave it at that for right now. Let the rest of the council make their comments, and then I'll say what I'm voting.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try and keep this short because I am very much under the weather tonight, but I really wanted to be sure to speak to this one. First, I really want to thank the members of the community who came forward to speak. I do very much value your voices, and I know for many of you it was not easy or comfortable to come forward and speak. It never is, and so I appreciate you being willing to do that. There are a lot of things running through my mind right now, and a few comments that I really want to focus in on. There was a comment about the change and the opportunities that happened in this area to create homes for those who wanted to move here and make that their home. There was a comment earlier this evening during the opening public participation about our affordable housing goals. Excuse me. And while we've started to see some of the leveling of rents for studios and one-bedroom apartments, we've actually started to see also some backwards momentum on our goals of providing affordable housing in our community. We heard that apartment residents may not see themselves as part of the community, and as an apartment resident myself, that caught my attention, and I'd like to assure members of the community who may think or feel that way that we very much hold our neighborhoods just as dear as everyone else in this community. But what I really also want to focus in on is a comment we heard about the need to be creative. And that really draws my mind to the fact that one thing that we often speak about on this council and in this community are the need to be both creative and courageous. Council may remember some years ago when we first tried to pass a housing bond for our community to meet that increasingly dire need. Before I served on council, I stood before this council as a community member and asked, if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? And I want to ask that question again today to both us as council and to our community. What I think I heard most from a lot of the comments was a lot of fear, and I understand that. I understand that change can be frightening. I understand that we have relevant fears about what will happen to the lives we've chosen if we allow the change that we fear. But I also have to question how many of these fears only grow if we keep lingering in this holding pattern of not having the will and the courage to say that when we commit to protecting and enhancing the quality of life for all, we mean all. And that means embracing some discomfort and being willing to include the 1,000+ people who are lingering on our waiting list for affordable housing, The people who, as Councilmember Matthews stated, have to live outside of our community to be able to afford it. The people that are wanting to contribute to our both housing and sustainability goals through projects like this and through their housing choices and so forth. I'll end just by saying that change is uncomfortable and it is hard and it is scary. That does not mean that we should not allow it. I agree with many who have voiced that this project is not perfect. However, I think it is a step in the right direction, and I, for one, am willing to take that step. So I encourage our community to think about that as well. I, again, want to emphasize, I hear your voices, I hear your concerns. I just think that we need to be willing to take this step of courage and consideration of a bigger and broader conversation and see what happens when we move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. We heard a lot of comments from people that will be affected by this development, but we didn't also hear from the people that will live in this development. These are people that need a place to live, and we didn't hear from them tonight, but we can't forget that there are people out there that will come to this development and live there and benefit from it. So the bottom line is, I will support this rezoning with the stipulations in the staff presentation and with the Foots Trail option.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone for voicing your questions and concerns and being here tonight. And, you know, one project doesn't solve the housing issue, and I obviously agree with that, but each project is a step in the right direction. And I have lived in plenty of apartments in my long time living here in Flagstaff. And during those times, I was just as involved and I cared just as much about our community as I do now owning a home. And the one thing I would like to see, and Councilmember McCarthy, I do agree that those stipulations should be in there, but I would like to see a commitment from the developer to work with Mountain Line for micro transit options. And that's what I have thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you all. I always like to start by thanking people for participating. It's kind of a, meaningless thank you, but for me, it means a lot that you're here. I do like to hear from you. We have to come down kind of in a binary fashion on some very complicated, unfortunate decisions. I want to make sure that you feel heard, and I hope you have felt heard tonight. I hope you've felt respected and that you've had the chance to weigh in. And I know what kind of bravery it takes to come out here, the time commitment it takes to sit here for as long as you have. These things are all important. They're meaningful gestures, and I just want to acknowledge that. I know this area well. I live out in Ponderosa Trails, and I mountain bike around the backside of the airport a lot. I end up in this little neighborhood as I'm out exploring and making my wider way into the Forest Service land. I also used the trail system out there a lot while I was training for the Arizona trail hike that I did. And so I've been through that community many, many times, and I feel like I understand it pretty well. And you asked us to go out there and see it, and I definitely have done that. Just a couple things real quick. I do appreciate the preemptive concessions or offerings, if that's a better word, regarding our sustainability aspirations. Thank you for that. Hopefully the day will come when that sort of gesture isn't something that needs to be appreciated. It's just assumed as a baseline condition. I think we're getting there. But I do just want to acknowledge the movement you've made without us having to engage in that horse trading that Councilmember Matthews mentioned. The foots is great, and actually it's compulsory for me. I will only support this if it does include that. I like the idea that you make available as a development a certain number of electric bicycles for your residents. That doesn't sway me one way or the other for this. I think it's a nice amenity that you'll be able to provide. Maybe it will sway some residents to move in there, I don't know. But I do like that you're making the gesture. So I just want to talk a minute about the NIMBY stuff. It's come up several times tonight in different ways. Not in my backyard is what that stands for. I think most of us know that, but I just want to throw it out there in case some folks don't. You know, I'm never very swayed by NIMBY arguments. It's funny. Well, it's not funny. It's very serious, but it's something of note that we hear these arguments a lot. They come up almost every time we have a decision to make. And I don't really find them very compelling. I've had developments in my own backyard that have come in, and you know, I've had the compulsion to complain about it, and most of the time I've just sort of sat on the side and said, well, I got to put my money where my mouth is. I can't be a complainer right now about this. What I do want to acknowledge is that, you know, NIMBYism upsets me when I feel that it's verging on a dog whistle sort of thing for racism or classism. I don't think the arguments that I've heard tonight have anything to do with race or class. I think it's about a rural community that's trying to keep a certain cultural foundation, a certain feeling. I don't know what the word is for that, but it's a community that's been outside of the city for a long time and wants to stay that way. I don't think that's an issue of fear. I don't think it's an issue of not liking certain types of people. I think it's an issue of trying to hold on to the lifestyle that you've bought into. And I just really appreciate that. I want to acknowledge it. This isn't about people coming into your backyard. It's about the citification of the area that you live in. You know, and that's not a burden that is endured by other neighbors around the city who are dealing with apartments coming in. Those areas are already part of the city. That traffic is already there. The concerns that come with more people and more density are something that they're already living with anyway. This is completely new for all of you. And that's really hard. It really is. And I went back and forth a lot on this, even tonight. Your arguments and your cause was very compelling to me. I think there's already 4 votes, if I've done the count right, to pass this forward, and I think I will be supportive of it as well. And the reason is that, you know, on the other hand, folks in the city don't have the privilege and the luxury of using that argument when these things have to come in. And the other part of this, which is very important to me, it's critical, is that this growth is already allowed for in the regional plan. It's something that's on the horizon. It's something we all know is coming, and it's going to happen one way or the other. I appreciate I didn't even hear this tonight, but I think it was unsaid that this is a foot in the door or a camel's nose under the tent, right? Once this apartment goes in, it's going to create all sorts of other urbanization out in an area which has historically never had to deal with that, and it's very upsetting. It's a lot to take in. I think that's right. I think that's what's going to happen. But I don't think any of us here can stand in the breach and stop that. I think what we can do is make sure it happens in a smart way, in a respectful way, and in a fair way that's fair to the entire community. And so that's one of the reasons why this should move forward, is because we have this conversation a lot and we approve these things. And now it's South Lake Mary's turn. And that's not my decision. It's just something that I see and I observe and I name and I acknowledge. So I'll leave it there for now, Mayor. You know, I'm not happy about it. I really am not. But I see that this is where we are. And I hope that you understand that I'm able to articulate some of your concerns and how deep-rooted they are. And I appreciate you taking the fight to us.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add my thank yous to everyone that's come out, especially those that have those little babies back there. I know they're tired and they're fussy and you need to get them home and in bed. So I appreciate you being out and voicing your opinion. I'm not going to add any more to what my colleagues have already said because they've already said everything. I just again say thank you for coming out. And the people who will live in those apartments will also thank all of us for doing what is right. So thank you again.
Thank you. I don't have much to add to what has already been said, other than to say that we do appreciate you coming out and speaking to us, and we do hear you. We read your emails. We have met with staff. We have pored over every document. We listened to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and heard what was said at that meeting as well. And I think for all of us, it comes down to the regional plan and to our affordability problems. And this is just a drop in the bucket, but we have to start somewhere. And the city and our nonprofit partners are working very hard to bring more affordable housing online, including owner-occupied housing. We'd all love to see that. It's a bit more challenging than rental housing is in terms of LIHTC tax credits and so forth. And it's important, while we're listening to everyone who's reaching out to us, and I hear you, I think all of us have probably, while in Flagstaff, lived in or had a lot of changes in our neighborhood. I know I have, and I'm guessing that my colleagues have as well, and it is uncomfortable. But in trying to stay within our urban growth boundary and not continue spreading out, and in trying to maintain a diverse community of people who live and work and have invested their lives here, we have got to add housing so that those people can stay. And so that burden falls on all of our neighborhoods, and we share in that discomfort. So I am going to support this as well, and would like to see the foots extended. And I believe that Councilmember McCarthy is ready to make a motion.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Before I do that, I just want to say that I appreciate that the developer representative shook his head yes when Ms. Sweet made the suggestion that there's coordination that goes on between the project and Mountain Line, because I think that would be a real good thing if we could work that out. So, Mayor, I move that we read ordinance 2024-29 by title only for the first time with the stipulations in the staff presentation and with the Foots Trail option.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. So, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 13.96 acres of real property located at 4631 South Lake Mary Road, APN 115-03-001A, from the Estate Residential ER zone in the Resource Protection Overlay to the High Density Residential HR zone in the Resource Protection Overlay, with conditions, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Sorry, we already did it. Okay, and then the next reading of the ordinance will be on December 3rd, 2024. All right, so we are going to move down. I will give everyone, if you'd like to leave, give you a couple of minutes. If you would leave quietly, please, so that we can continue on. Okay, we're moving down to item 10A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2024-27. And after this item, we are going to take a 15-minute break. All right.
Good evening.
Staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, the real estate manager. I'm here to talk about a property exchange with one property owner, which is right next to the Schultz Y. It's actually the Schultz Y. So let me show you where we're at on the map. So just north of the reservoirs on the city. We've owned the city property there that used to be, well, it still is zoned open space, but this was where the Schultz detention basins went in. And so that's what the current infrastructure is on the city side with the star on the north. Basically, the Schultz Y has always kind of existed on private property and on the city property. And we've been trying to find a way to acquire the piece that's on the private property. And this is the kind of solution we've arrived at with the property owner. So essentially what's going to happen is we've got our parcel to the right, his parcel to the left. We're going to kind of cut a line in the middle, and so we're going to receive the property on the south, which is this piece in orange, and then Mr. Christensen is going to receive the piece in yellow. It's not going to impact any of the drainage facilities. It's essentially just going to function as a larger backyard for him. There won't be any development potential on it. But this will allow us to fully control the Schultz Y trailhead and essentially open up itself to greater management so we can apply for grants. We can provide more amenities once we own the entire thing. And so essentially that's what's going to happen. Just a couple more maps of what we're giving and what we're getting. And it's about... We're receiving a little bit more acreage, but it's about an even trade because some of the acreage that we're receiving is currently burdened by the road easements. And so when you factor it all in, it's about apples to apples. So we don't expect any cash to exchange hands. So that's the opportunity here, available for any questions.
Council, do you have any questions? All right, I don't see any questions. Hold on, where am I? So I will take I'll entertain a motion to read the ordinance by title for the first time.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read ordinance number 2024-27 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the exchange of real property of substantially equal value with property owner Gary S. Christensen, MD, for the Schultz Creek Trailhead, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to break for 15 minutes. It is 7:09. See you in 15. All right, we're ready to get started. Okay. Oop. We are down to item 10B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-42 and ordinance number 2024-25. And just a reminder, as I reminded the audience previously, we just want to show respect to everyone in this room and respect to different points of view, regardless of what those points are. So no clapping, booing, or the like. And we're probably also tired that you wouldn't want to do that anyway. But Shannon, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett. So again, this evening, we're going to be talking about the noise control amendments. So just to highlight the specific updates that we're looking at, is that the noise regulations would apply Sunday through Thursday between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m., and Friday and Saturday between 12 and 7 a.m. We started to talk about carving out a downtown area identified as North Route 66 to Cherry Avenue and east from Humphreys to W.C. Ryle Street. We have a couple of options listed here for council to consider. Certainly, if there are other things that you would like to talk about, you're free to do so. But option one is a complete exception from these noise regulations outlined in the first bullet. And option two is the exception including different hours of Sunday through Thursday between 12 and 6 a.m. and Friday and Saturday between 1 and 7 a.m. Again, just as a reminder, we have defined noise as unlawful to make or permit to be made a sustained and pervasive noise that causes unreasonable disturbance of the peaceful enjoyment of another person. And then we include pervasive and sustained definitions underneath that. A few more here. Again, measurement. We talked about where are we going to determine if the noise is a disturbance. That measurement will be determined from the entry points of the structure on the property of the reporting individual. And then lastly, civil penalties. We talked about 4 different levels of penalties, that first being a warning, the second within 120 days, 250, the third again within 120 days, 500, and then that fourth lastly at 1,000. So that's what we have structured for your consideration today. Certainly we look forward to the discussion and what direction you'd like to provide to staff.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions before I take public comment? All right. First up, we have Matthew Dyer, and you have 10 people here with you. If those 10 people could stand up. Awesome. Okay, so Matthew, you have 10 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out today and supporting me and staying through this very lengthy session and sticking out and sacrificing your time to be here and support me. So thank you, everyone. Well, good evening, council. Sorry I was not able to make it last week. I was not in the city. After listening to the meeting, I was very upset. I've lost a lot of sleep over the impending decision that you will make that will determine the trajectory of my life. And now that we are getting closer to a vote, Craig and I deemed it necessary to inform the public about this very important decision. I've been humbled by the amount of love and support from the community. These people speaking tonight are my friends, my family, and the reason that I love the city of Flagstaff. You're gonna have to bear with me. This is gonna be a hard talk for me. I'm not a great public speaker, and 10 minutes is a long time. But I'm going to start with this. The comments made I want to start with the comments made last week in my absence. It was mentioned multiple times that I have deeper pockets than Ms. Ryan, and Councilmember Harris even said I was better off if this went to court due to my financials. I don't know where any of this information is coming from. No one knows my personal financials, but I can tell you that I'm not better off than a lot of people in this room right now. I would like I would like to remind Councilmember Harris, not the only power of words, but also the power of assumptions. Your words have hurt me. Your assumptions about my financials are false, and if you're making decisions based off of them, then you need to reconsider them. I am a small business, not a corporation. You said it would be courageous to stand up against us. What would be courageous about putting me out of business? About crushing a dream that I've been working towards for 16 years? Most people would agree that that isn't courageous at all, and it might just be an abuse of power. Not letting this go to court because you think that we would win shows how messed up this situation really is. Councilmember McCarthy, you didn't think this ordinance would put me out of business. I don't know where you're getting these numbers. I shared my financials with my business, not my personal ones, that showed that I could lose up to 70% of my revenue if I have to shut down this early. You have been working against Southside for many years now, and I have to ask why I'm always being singled out. Am I not worthy of equal representation from this council? To the rest of the council, this is now an issue with Harris and McCarthy leaving. They have no political repercussions if they force this through. It's very convenient that this vote is their very last meeting before they leave office. It seems very personal and a huge oversight that can cost the city greatly. This decrease in revenue I mentioned earlier could possibly hurt me even more. With the revised times, I can't show the end of football games, UFC events, or any late-night sports events. This past weekend, I would have had to shut down before the end of Monday Night Football, before the UFC events, before the Tyson fight that was on. I wouldn't have been able to show any of that. The neighbors want me to close and be quiet starting at 8, and the city decided 9. I usually open at about 5 o'clock. That's only 4 to 5 hours a day that I'm going to get to be able to be open and play noise. I just don't understand how I'm supposed to succeed if I can't be open past 9 during the week. I know you keep telling me that it's the music, but we've shown that it's the people. So I have to kick everyone out or close down a third of my business on the patio just so people can't hear voices. If you look up the noise complaints, they're all on Fridays and Saturday nights. They're usually around 11 to 1. I don't get why these hours are being forced on all these other days. There's only about 6-hour weeks and I'm actually considered loud. And it isn't music, it's still the people. This will be the end of me and everything I've done to get here. I've also taken videos, which I shared with council today via email, of the South Side on a busy Friday and a busy Saturday night. You can't even hear the music, all you can hear is people talking, and I have a decibel reader in there. And without the voices, we're sitting at about 40 decibels, but then it fluctuates up and down as people are talking throughout the night. Contrary to what Ms. Ryan has told you, we are not an EDM bar. I've had DJs play EDM in the past, and I have let them go. I am not a fan of EDM. We play happy music for the people to sing and dance to. Speaking of dancing, McCarthy keeps telling me how he loves going out dancing, but we are a college bar. We live in a college town, and times have changed. Dancing with this crowd happens later than 9 o'clock. Since I have opened Southside, there have been 6 bars and restaurants that have gone out of business within a mile of the train tracks. Our industry is struggling. We can't afford to have even more restrictions that cost us even more money. I'd like to now talk about what Southside has done. What have we done to be branded as the problem child of downtown Flagstaff? I've sat here for many meetings now and have been heartbroken by the way that Ms. Ryan's team has talked about my establishment. Have you ever heard me say anything negative about them in our discussions up here? No, I try and keep it professional and not as personal as I can. But here we are again with my reputation and livelihood under attack. Southside has gone above and beyond to be a positive part of this community. We tried to do a fundraiser at least once a month. In fact, we had to cancel a charity event today for a local softball team just so we could be here. We work with the hospital, local businesses, local sport teams, and donate a proportion of our revenue to support these communities. We also support a local rugby team. We make food for Val's Study Lounge on San Francisco Street. I'm partnered with 3 businesses on the south side of the tracks alone. We strive to make the safest, most comfortable bar possible. We've had no fights since we've opened, no liquor violations, no underage drinking issues. I even provide drink covers for everyone that comes in so they can feel safer. 2 weeks ago, the trash can was also brought up. This was after Tequila Sunrise, and I knew it would be an issue, so I took pictures. I also shared those with you today. I feel like I'm always under attack. I cleaned up all the trash, no one else. It was all gone by Monday morning. I was the one that went out there, and I cleaned up 6 businesses worth of trash. Maybe next year we just need a bigger trash can. It's the busiest day of the year. At what point do we start to consider that Southside is not the problem in dispute? When does my quality of life and my mental state get any consideration? This ordinance will affect the south side of the tracks more than any other in town. Why? Because the neighbors will abuse it and try and put me out of business, just like they've been trying to do for the last 5 years. And doing that, they will destroy many other businesses in the area that have been able to flourish with increased traffic due to being next to the closest bar, or being next to the closest bar to the university. Before you make this decision, I feel it's a necessity for you to understand more about the struggles this council has put on me. I bought this bar less than a year ago. This was a bar when I got it, and I didn't change the business model. I've worked 16 years to get me where I am now, and I've sacrificed more than people can fathom to get this far. Now my number one concern of failing is some neighbors and my own government. You all sat here a year ago when I bought the bar and proved me to run the business as a bar with a serious liquor license. Now you're changing your minds, and I've already and fully invested my whole life into it. I'm a first-time business owner, and this is my first business. Statistically, I have over a 70% chance to already fail in my first 2 years. I can't run the business successfully with all this going on. I can't focus on the important things that need to be done to run a successful business. I've had to close multiple days already just to come here and plead my case. At this point, I do feel like I'm fighting for my life. Finally, I would like to talk about the petition we created only a couple of days ago. We got over 2,000 signatures in the first 2 days. That's how passionate the people of Flagstaff are about this. This is a choice that people should get to make. If this many people are willing to stand up against this injustice, maybe it should be on the ballot and not forced upon them. Again, I will reference Councilmember Harris with the power of words. Here I hold the public comments. I brought them to read, with the petition of the noise ordinance. These are the words of the people that you represent. Please consider the words as I share them with you. Stephanie said that she will not support aggression against our communities. Patrick said, this is a college town with a lively night scene. This seems like an overreach that will not only hinder businesses downtown, but waste quite a bit of law enforcement as well. Eric says, just keep downtown businesses alive. Jaqueek said, this is a government overreach at its finest. Dylan, we need to keep Flagstaff safe for small musicians. Ismail, please keep Flagstaff a fun and lovable place for all. Jeff, this is a threat to the economic well-being of the city. Quit ruining people's fun and threatening the local businesses, college enrollment, jobs, and nightlife. Joanna, this will ruin local businesses and communities. Andrew, doesn't matter what major city you live in, the downtown and inner parts of the city are going to be noisy. Flagstaff has always been a music town and always should be. Scotty, who's a great regular of ours. As a Flagstaff local, this noise ordinance would rip out the heart of Flagstaff community and the local economy. It would close a lot of local businesses, make a lot of hardworking people unemployed, and ruin the vibe of this great town. Please don't ruin the historical downtown of Flagstaff. Elizabeth, I've never found the noise here to be bothersome. Antonia, I've lived in Flagstaff my whole life. This has always been a lively town for its size and location. We're a college town, we're a party town, we're a tourist destination. Locals, students, and tourists all alike deserve the right to enjoy themselves after sundown. Dylan said, please stop killing the vibe of this legendary town. God bless Flagstaff. These businesses are a big part of why people visit Flagstaff, and adding a more restrictive noise ordinance will push people away from supporting these small businesses. Brady, this is way too controlling, especially over a small party of people having issues. Let them hash it out. I have a lot more, but I'll end with thank you for listening to me, and I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. Could you stay there? Vice Mayor has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. You recently sent us a couple emails with links to videos, and that's the one I'm thinking of. The other one was the pictures of the dumpster, which is not pertinent here.
Yeah.
Just for the record, can you describe what you did on those videos and what's on the videos?
Yeah, of course. So I have a decibel reader. It's a mobile one that I take out there. And I walk out between the two property lines in the alleyway behind Southside. And I measure the volume over usually about 10 seconds. I wait until the doors open. I wait until the doors close. In that video, I reference my voice so everyone can see how the sound travels. And then in that video, I said, this is the volume with the door open. This is with it closed. And you couldn't hear any music, but you could hear the people talking, and you can see the decibels go up and down as voices carry. Like I said, the problem hasn't been really the music. Like, if you look at the noise complaints, there's only 6 hours where I think I've gotten a complaint in that time period. So going back to what I was saying, if I'm not allowed to have people out there because of the noise carry, then I'm essentially have to close.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Lily Bouchard.
Good afternoon, or good evening now. My name is Lily Bouchard, and I'm Craig's youngest daughter. I'm not going to sit here and act like my dad is not an acquired taste. Trust me, I know him really well. And you don't have to like us nor agree with our recent outreach, but right now, we are emotional too. I want to clear the air, as there have been some misconceptions about my family. I've gotten the sense that some of you think we are some evil rich family who has loads of money, and that's not the case. If it were, we probably wouldn't be here today. We'd take our riches and just move on somewhere else like others before us. Instead, we are here fighting to protect our livelihood and success we built from scratch with our blood, sweat, and many, many tears. We have been painted as the bully and have been accused of being intimidating, probably because we were the first to stand our ground. As a business, we have not broken any rules, nor do we have a single citation on our record. We have done everything by the book and then some. Mitigation has been overwhelmingly one-sided. I call this proposed ordinance into question and ask for the scrutiny it deserves. Why are there no distinctions of zones like in ordinances around the state? One size does not fit all. Why is there no distinction between amplified and non-amplified noise? Why are we measuring pervasive sound from doorsteps and not decibels recorded at a number of feet? One of the most common standards I found is about 100 feet in residential and 150 feet in commercial. Others were property lines. But I urge you to look at noise ordinances from around the state and compare their sophistication. This issue is not unique to Flagstaff. Surely, if you're interested in this, you've done your research. There is no reason for the absence of these distinctions besides the fact that they would not favor a certain party. I'm here to remind you that we are your constituents too. I'm tired of feeling like we are on trial, and I urge you to be objective and to make an informed decision based on the data you have at your fingertips. And since I went so fast, I'll add something else. This ordinance would apply to the south side of the tracks more harshly, and you're going to be affecting the real core of downtown, your service industry. Dozens of workers will be collateral damage in an already struggling economy. Real people who live and work here too. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Bouchard.
Of course, I go after my daughter, and now I'm all emotional, but hi. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Terry Bouchard. I am Craig's wife. I'm a mom to 3 amazing daughters, one of you just heard, all NAU graduates, and I'm also a business owner. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of repetitive comments regarding the issue with the noise ordinance here tonight. It's hard to believe we're still dealing with this. I think your time could be much better spent on dealing with other issues like finding a new venue for the roller derby team. I don't know about you, but I'm certainly tired of it all. Now I'm tired and angry that my husband, myself, and now Matt are made out as villains in this situation. This council, or at least some certain members, seem very concerned about Candace, but what about us and our story? How it's going to affect Matt. City Council member McCarthy has stated many times about his concern for Candace to be able to sleep at night. Well, what about our stress? We have had many sleepless nights worrying about what this could mean for our business and the future of our family's livelihood. We have spent time and money to make a successful business. We have worked long hours, shed a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. We bought a bar in March of 2020. Talk about stress. We built what we have as a family. We have missed birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, and more. It has not been easy, but seeing students, locals, and tourists having fun, enjoying music, dancing, or just chilling out on the patio with dogs, it makes it all worthwhile. I can't tell you how many parents have come and thanked us for taking care of their kids while they're at NAU. Southside being their hangout because they felt safe and always had a great time, being part of their college experience, not to mention the jobs that we have given dozens of students. Has anyone thought about events like graduation, Parents' Weekend, Tequila Sunrise? I believe all establishments on both sides of the tracks look forward to these events because they are high revenue generating weekends for all businesses and the city. What does that look like for the south side of the tracks? Since the Southside Tavern won their judgment in January of 2022 for a party noise violation and being criminally threatened for disorderly conduct by the previous police chief, it seems Candace, Ms. Sullivan, and Mr. McCarthy have been on a witch hunt. You have the data. This is not a time to make an emotional decision that will truly affect the businesses of the south side of the tracks. I fear this new ordinance will add unnecessary amount of calls and work for our already understaffed and underpaid police department. The city has paid for a noise study. There have been community committees which we were not included, however Candace was. As a result, we were informed that Candace was unwilling to compromise at all. Meanwhile, we've made changes left and right. We have made offerings, Matt has as well, to Candace that she has declined. First it's the music, then it's the talking on the patio. She doesn't want to change in the ordinance, she wants the bar gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig Bouchard?
Thank you, Council. I think the overwhelming theme here will be it's one-on-one. And as I said last time, why are we engaging in a law for a city for really a few residents? I'm trying to minimize that number. I think it's probably less than a handful against one bar. You're looking to use broad strokes. The wrecking ball on a rusty nail, it's a pretty good analogy. You know, I just watched that presentation. There's a lot that was missed there. Things such as pervasive, present, or felt throughout a place, but then contradictory things about measurement criteria. How can you have a measurement criteria for the purposes of enforcement, whether a noise cause of disturbance should come from the entry points of a structure of the property the individual is reporting? How do you determine pervasive? That's contradictory language. Also, just in brief, you are going to have the shortest noise ordinance in the entire state of Arizona if you allow this to go forward. It's 2 pages. You got a page and a half of exceptions, and you have a half a page of punishments. Spend a little time talking to your peers at other cities. We've looked at hundreds of noise ordinance throughout the state of Arizona and other places. They are far more comprehensive. This looks like it was put together in a quick afternoon to hurry up and get this to a meeting. You got to put a little more time into it. We support the study that was done, that we all collectively spent $30,000 on. Use it. Why did we do the study if we don't want to use it? We support, I can tell you, my family, my tenant, supports using an ordinance built with that data. You have data. Mr. McCarthy preaches about how he's an engineer. Actually, I am too. And I've taken the data. I've taken thousands. I'm up to about $4,000 in police reports that I've paid for, $8 a report, so I can take the data. You have hundreds of complaints from one resident and less than a small handful from the rest of the community over the last 4 years. It tells you this is not a pervasive issue. It's not throughout. It is singular, and it needs to be treated as such. The last thing I guess I would say, here we are, Matt, my tenant, is committed. If this is still a one-on-one issue, which it appears to be, we will still offer some sort of mediation, arbitration, whatever that felt was necessary. We're here. We'll pay for it. It's cheaper to pay for it than to pay for all the legal fees that we continuously experience because we continuously have to be here and go back and forth. Have a good night, you guys.
Thank you, Craig. And I think that Councilmember Matthews has a question for you.
Craig, you mentioned mitigation. Would you remind us what efforts you have and what steps you have taken to try to come to some agreement with the tenant and some of the stuff that's been done at the establishment?
During my tenure, once this became an issue, we did reach out. What we did what we could do, if you will. I air conditioned Southside Tavern for the first time since it's been built. So we're talking, that's about 80 years that building lived without air conditioning. We air conditioned the building. We put automatic closers on the back door. We turned off the speakers. They're on an automatic timer. During my time, we were 10 p.m. I'm to understand Matt's done 9 p.m. You had a sound expert in here one day suggest, and he was correct, about adding actually speakers so you could go with a lower volume but still achieve density. And we did that. We've written letters to Ms. Schmidt or Ms. Ryan, I'm sorry, Ralph Schmidt, Candace Ryan, offering to take this to some sort of alternative resolution dispute process. We've never received any calls back. Those letters have gone unanswered. I've made the comment to Ralph one time across the alley. I know my lawyer put it in writing too, to air condition the Schmidt's, Ryan's household, so that way in the summer it would be a little easier on them. None of that has been taken up. Those have gone unanswered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Betsy Hamill.
Hello, Mayor Daggett and City Council. My name is Betsy Hamill. I am a music educator at the Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy. A musician and also a board member of the Interference Series here in Flagstaff. So FALA is kind of it's community. It's a community of artists, it's a community of educators. I want to equate this situation to that community. So a few years back, students wanted to cover Master of Puppets. I agreed. Next door is an English class. Allison Gruber, wonderful educator, said, it's a bit loud, it's pumping. I couldn't disagree. So we had a conversation. We had a conversation as artists, as educators. How are we going to coexist together as musicians, as educators, people that want certain different levels and degrees of quiet? And we came up with a resolution that I thought was pretty awesome. We still played loud, but we did it in a way that was communicated. When there's noise ordinances established, and I have a lot of background in this because I've lived in many different cities, so if I can send information to establish a really solid noise ordinance. One example would be in Asheville, North Carolina. They have very specific guidelines. I think the fear here is the ambiguity of the ordinance itself, right? So you have the gig industry itself who depend on this for a livelihood, and it usually goes, yes, until at least 10 p.m. And then you also have the operators, the restaurants, the venues that also depend on this revenue. I at one point owned a business on the south side. It was also live music. And we had a really wonderful working relationship with our neighbor. We had West African drum and dance that was pumping loud. We're talking 90 decibels, at the footstep. And it worked out because we had these conversations. There was an understanding. When you have ambiguous noise ordinances, what stands to happen is like what happened in Ashland, Oregon, where the marching band couldn't even practice during the day because their noise ordinance was so prohibitive that neighbors could complain, and there actually was issues there. So this is where you stand to lose. When you have a noise ordinance that's not worked on as a group, I would suggest having a committee that includes musicians, operators, and neighbors, and we work together before we come up with an idea of exactly how we're going to move forward. Because I think if you have all the voices and all those people at the table, then we'll actually end up having something that we can all agree on. That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Mendoza. Okay, thank you. And Alex DeFazio? Yes. Savannah Vincent?
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Savannah Vincent, and while I may just seem like another college student to you, I'm a proud working resident of this community. Southside Tavern is more than just a bar, it's a cornerstone for many in Flagstaff. It's a place people call their home away from home, their safe place, or simply just the best bar in town. We attract guests from all over the country who go out of their way to visit because of our welcoming atmosphere we've built. As a bartender at Southside, I've seen firsthand how this establishment creates not only just fun nights, but lifelong memories for guests and employees alike. Regulars come in to connect and unwind, and I've yet to hear a single negative word about where I work. I don't work for, oh wait. Personally, Southside has been the first workplace where I truly felt safe, respected, and valued, not just for my work, but who I am as a person. I don't work for a faceless corporation. I work for one incredible individual, Matt, who has poured his heart and soul into this bar. He's not just my boss, he's a leader who stands by his team and treats us like family. Matt's dedication and care has created something that means so much more than what your recent comments about him suggest. When you make disparaging remarks about someone like Matt, who has done nothing to deserve them, you risk harming more than just one business. For example, our neighbor, Evans Fish and Chips, will also be deeply affected by this decision. I've gotten to know the owners, who have worked tirelessly to build their dream business. On busy weekends, they serve long lines of customers, many of whom visit Southside. Their success and their ability to support themselves is tied to the vibrancy of our area. Taking down one business like Southside doesn't just impact Matt, it creates a ripple effect that damages others in the community. For me, this job's my lifeline too. I use my earnings to pay my bills and my tuition, which I no longer have government assistance for. Despite these challenges, I maintain straight A's and I'm on track to graduate with my criminology degree next May, the first in my family to actually have gotten a college degree. This job makes that dream possible. Without it, I don't know how I'll continue to support myself or finish my education. By forcing Southside to close, you're not just threatening Matt's livelihood, you're jeopardizing mine, my coworkers, and the dreams of countless people who call Southside their second home. I urge you to reconsider the broader impact of your decisions. City Council members, I ask you today, please don't tear down something that so many in your community rely on and cherish. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Lovett.
Hello, everybody. I go by Joe. I'm actually the owner of Evans Fish and Chips, 113 South San Francisco, and I'm also a resident on East Benton, number 16. So I am also on the same alley that a lot of this controversy seems to be surrounded upon on two sides, as a business owner and as a resident. So I've lived in Flagstaff for about 8 years now, and I've lived from Lake Mary to Woodlands Village to Kachina. The energy of the Southside neighborhood specifically is why I chose to buy a business and find housing there. Bear with me, I'm not the greatest public speaker either.
Please do not worry about that.
I've also lived and visited many historic downtowns across the western states, and I can honestly say that Flagstaff is one of my favorites. It's the only place I've ever actually moved back to. I've been here for a total of 8 years, but I took a 2-year break to go up to Denver, lived in downtown Denver as well. And I can say that this is also a very quiet downtown area. I can leave my windows open at night and I don't hear Southside. And I'm on a 2-story building right at the end of the alley. I don't have an issue with it. I don't know why it's such an issue for some. I can respect that people want their kids to be able to sleep in their own homes. I can absolutely respect that. But I can also expect parents to find appropriate housing to raise their families in. And instead, families are trying to tear down businesses in an up-and-coming, vibrant downtown space. It is generally understood that in downtown living comes noise. During the day and the night, there will be noise in active urban areas. For most people, this is not a problem. Use some earplugs or choose to live in a quieter area. I understand that for some families that might not be possible, and it sounds like there are other options available to mitigate noise, including air conditioning or noise canceling support. Living 20 feet from a bar is great for some people, but not ideal for others. And I'd like to move on to my experience as a business owner. Between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights, I am able to make more than I make in Mondays and Tuesdays, usually, throughout the week. That allows me to pay for 2 part-time employees. Without those hours of operation, I will lose at least 2 employees. And I don't know the longevity of the success of my business without those late night hours. I provide a safe and warm place for people to wait for their Ubers and get food after a late night of enjoying our nightlife. If people can't wait in the alley where I have very limited seating, but some of the only seating that I have is in the alley, if they can't wait in that alley and chat and wait for their Ubers, where are they supposed to wait for their rides to get safely home? The lifestyle and opportunity that exists right outside my front door as a downtown resident will not be improved by quiet hours comparable to that of an HOA or campus housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Gillette. Liv.
Well, I don't have to introduce myself. You guys know my name. But good evening. I started working at Southside after I learned the troubling practices of my previous employer, Bandos. I was honestly really apprehensive to start bartending again because of the issues that I encountered in literally every single past bartending job and job outside of bartending. However, Matt, the owner of Southside, took me in and provided a safe, respectful, and supportive work environment, which I have literally never experienced before in any single job. Since joining Southside, I have not encountered a single red flag. After my first shift, Matt made sure I had complete transparency with my pay and my hours worked. He showed me my pay stub, which included all the legal requirements, like my legal name, my address, and social security number, something Don could never figure out how to do. He also set me up with an app where I could track my hours, pay, and tips in real time. The establishment has numerous security cameras in place that are visible to customers, ensuring the safety of both employees and patrons. There are screens displaying surveillance footage in the front area, the back area, and the patio, which helps keep everyone accountable and safe. What stands out most is a sense of community at Southside. Matt makes a point to check in with staff, asking how we're doing and fostering genuine conversations. This builds morale and creates a supportive work environment where everyone looks out for one another. It truly feels like a family here, and we all care about each other's well-being and the safety of our customers. On Tequila Sunrise, arguably one of the busiest days in the Flagstaff bar scene, a group of police officers and firefighters came in and expressed their appreciation for how we manage our establishment. They specifically thanked us for being responsible and cutting off customers when needed, which said that they made their jobs easier. This recognition speaks to the positive impact Southside has had on the community and the reputation we've worked so hard to build. I've honestly even considered staying in Flagstaff longer because of how respected and well-treated I feel working at Southside. In an industry where there are many shady operators, Matt stands out as someone who genuinely cares about both his employees and the community. He is from a small town and moved to another small town where he and his business are an amazing addition to the Flagstaff community. If the city imposes a 9 p.m. closing time, it would dramatically impact the livelihood of the employees at Southside, many of whom are students who rely on this job to support themselves through school. This change could also be detrimental to Matt's business, which he has worked so hard to build. Southside has become an important part of the downtown Flagstaff scene, and limiting our hours would be a blow to both the employees and the community at large. I urge you to reconsider this ordinance, as it would have far-reaching consequences for the people who rely on the business for their income and for the positive impact Southside has made on the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Dyer?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'd like to thank you for your time tonight and for letting me speak. A little dry. My name is Martin Dyer. I live at 2850 West Pemberton Drive in Prescott, Arizona, 86305. And although I'm not a resident of Flagstaff, I probably come to town 40 to 50 times a year. I officiate collegiate tennis at NAU, both men's and women's. I've got a season pass up at Snow Bowl. And my son, Stephen, and Matthew both live here, and so does my grandsons. So we're here a lot. Government laws and regulations are designed to serve the majority of the people, not a very small group of people. Because of that, I find it necessary, in fact, I find it my civic duty to come out here and speak tonight about this Flagstaff noise ordinance. I want to point out several problems and inconsistencies with it. The area of this proposed change is zoned community commercial. That means its designation encourages the development of businesses and residences in that area, and to provide housing and business opportunities for both of those in that area. The proposed changes to the ordinance are what I see as a thinly veiled attempt to change the zoning ordinance in this area prior to the seating of new council members next session. The council was informed on October 23rd of the changes that a zoning regulation would require and how difficult it would be. You'd have to grandfather in the businesses that are already there. Then you'd have to pay the devaluation in the property taxes to the owners that are currently there. And I'll guarantee you there'll be a decrease in the business property taxes in that area if this zoning ordinance goes into effect. That's going to give you, as the city of Flagstaff, a pretty big deficit that you're going to have to try to cover to pay all those costs. Matthew assumed ownership of Southside just about a year ago. It was a tavern then, it was a tavern in 2013, well before these people purchased their properties in that area. Southside Tavern is a business that caters to the local collegiate population, and it's very close to NAU campus. It's a location where college students can come, unwind, have a drink or two with their friends, play trivia, have fun doing karaoke, learn to line dance, several other activities there. And he also supports the rugby team, the Greek community, the sororities and fraternities. And they're always coming up with new ways to cater to the needs of the students. I don't have much time here, so I'll just close with, this proposed changes in the ordinance are not necessary. And behind these changes are just a few individuals who live in that area. It's not the city's responsibility to cater to those few individuals, just like you wouldn't change the airport because people complain about the noise of the airplanes. You shouldn't be changing the regulations here. Thanks.
Thank you. Jill Dyer?
Good evening, Council. I guess it's probably late in the evening now. Excuse me. I've been sitting here for a long time. Hello, my name is Jill Dyer. I'm here because I am angry and shocked about the proposed noise law that splits the Flagstaff communities into North and South. The North is not affected while the South community is singled out. What is legal in the North will become a crime in the South. Why are the North businesses exempt? Well, because this new law will be harmful to their businesses. But why is the city protecting the North Side and throwing the South Side under the bus? Why can the North Side break this law and yet it's imposed on the South Side, knowing the damage it will cause? Historically, the businesses have been treated the same way. They've all had the same rights and opportunities. What's happened to take such a severe action? Why should the South Side not benefit and operate under the same rules and laws? The consequences of this law will put many South Side businesses out of business. It will raise unemployment and create empty buildings. It's wrong to single out and destroy the South Side. Many people and businesses have worked hard and given their heart and soul to help and build this community. The city has already determined this law will be detrimental to the North Side. Why impose it on the South Side? What if you, your family, or a friend worked, owned, or benefited from the services in this community? Hundreds of Flagstaff's residents' livelihood and access to services depend on the South Side. This is where they live, work, and go to school. I can't help but believe the proposed law is targeted at the South Side. This must be because their contributions are viewed as unimportant or not valued. Why discriminate and designate different laws for different communities? Shouldn't everyone have the same rights, protections, penalties, and live under the same laws? I don't understand the reason for imposing this harmful law against the South Side. The community structure has been the same for many, many years. The South Side is vibrant, historic, unique, and draws thousands of people. This is why the South Side is a popular place to work, live, and frequent the variety of businesses. Please consider the South Side as a whole and all those affected by changing the law. This change would affect the majority and not only a few disgruntled individuals. There will always be a few voicing their dissatisfaction, but those happy or satisfied have no reason to make their viewpoint known or publicize their opinions. This will skew the perception of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Bailey?
Good evening. My name is Zoe Bailey. I am from Maui, Hawaii, and I have been here in Flagstaff for almost 5 years. Growing up, I was confident that I would never find another place I would want to call home. But here I am telling you that Flagstaff has been and is my home. While college may have brought me here, the kindness of the people in the community I've felt in Flagstaff has kept me here. About half a year ago, I came to work at Southside with Matt. I quickly found that Southside is an environment filled with so much love. It is a staple of Flagstaff. Southside was voted best bar in Flagstaff this year because our collective residents recognize how special this bar environment is. On a personal level, I can't put into words how much I've gained by being an employee here. This is not just a bar, it is so much more, it's a family. I walk into work here and know that everyone around me has not only my back, but also the customer's back, Matt especially. Matt is one of the most caring, giving, hardworking, and passionate people I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. I've seen time and again his efforts to support the Flagstaff community through Southside, whether that is sponsoring local sports teams or holding charity events. His business, his family, and his employees are his life at this moment. To say that these three entities are Matt's entire world is an understatement. Over the past few months, I've watched firsthand the toll that this hateful battle has taken on Matt and how heartbreaking this has been to witness. I encourage you all to picture yourself in Matt's position. Imagine working towards your dreams for 16 years and then all of a sudden, a few self-serving individuals decide that they are going to take that all away from you. I want to speak to the neighbor behind Southside that has incited this whole issue due to stubbornness after choosing to live behind an established bar in the heart of downtown Flagstaff. Since you can't sympathize with Matt, I will pose this situation a different way. These actions will affect so many other individuals, such as myself, whether you realize this or not. I have had to pay my way through college in order to build this wonderful life I now have here in Flagstaff. I've worked many jobs, including other well-known bars around town. In these other places of work, I have faced poor work conditions, such as being harassed by customers and coworkers up to the point of sexual assault. Southside has been my place of safety. If this law passes, Southside goes under. I not only lose my job, but all stability I've created in my life 1 month before I graduate college. Matt loses everything he has worked so hard for, and customers lose a safe place to sing and dance and be their truest selves. I fell in love with Flagstaff because of the kindness of the people and the sense of community I have felt. Standing in this room today, I do not feel that same kindness, and I find it so sad. Council members, you have an opportunity to align your decision with your mission of protecting the quality of life for all. If this law goes through and Southside is put out of business, it will satisfy only a handful of individuals here today. In comparison, thousands of residents in Flagstaff will suffer by this decision, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Bellasimi? Oh, you were, okay. Alexis Bittinger?
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to start by addressing something that Councilmember Harris stated in the last meeting, which was that this is a health and safety issue, and I have not heard enough conversation about that. I absolutely agree. This proposal of the noise ordinance has created a major health and safety issue for my partner, Matthew Dyer, the owner of Southside Tavern. I have directly witnessed him not being able to sleep for months because of the fact that his livelihood is in your hands. He has constant panic attacks in the middle of the night because this noise ordinance will take away everything that he has worked his entire life for. In addition, his stress and anxiety due to this issue has caused me a lack of sleep because I'm worried about him and his future. I have seen this man put countless hours into his business and community. I've never seen someone put their heart and soul into something more than Matt has. Ms. Ryan asked in the last meeting to please do what is right and not what is popular. I can hardly see how running someone out of business is the right thing to do. Furthermore, certain people seem to be under the impression that this ordinance is only impacting one man. This ordinance is affecting Matt and his business, it's affecting Craig and his property, employees, family members, loved ones, and one of the main demographics of the community, the college students. I've seen what Matt has done for this community, and he has certainly made me feel a part of it when I hadn't before. I know many other people feel the same way. Finally, I'll end with this. According to the City of Flagstaff's website, under Vision of the City of Flagstaff, this city fosters and supports economic, environmental, educational, and cultural opportunities. I want to highlight the economic aspect of that statement. By enacting a noise ordinance on the city, you are taking away people's economic opportunities. Not only that, but choosing to leave downtown out of the ordinance, you are picking and choosing who thrives economically in this city. So please just think about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ralph Schmidt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. We live in a 100-year-old plus beautiful house that was renovated from the ground up. We live in one of the oldest neighborhoods on the south side with a rich history. The area has historically been marginalized. If a bar opened up in the neighborhood across from Wheeler Park, which is CCC zoned also, operating with loud electronic music until 2 a.m., this would not have continued on so long. When we purchased our house, there was no noise issues. The tavern then operated without loud music. There was no problem. Only when a new owner came in and turned it into a nightclub-like concept with extremely loud electronic music and bass until 2 a.m. did this become an issue and has continued on. Screaming and yelling from large intoxicated crowds on the patio along with loud music and heavy bass can be heard throughout our house with our double pane windows shut. There is no escaping from the loud noise. We are not unreasonable, we are tolerant of a lot of noise, but this is extreme. No one should have to experience this. Why a business directly next to houses, some less than 30 feet away, would think this is okay is puzzling to me. South San Francisco Street is flanked by residential dwellings and neighborhoods on either side and beyond. The zoning code states clearly that businesses need to be compatible with nearby residences. There's a beautiful example of that, like with Mother Road Brewing, with the Lumberyard Brewery or Beaver Street Brewery, without any issues and complaints, and it is a beautifully thriving area. Neighbors have called police and have written letters to City Council, as you all know, and there's many more that simply don't want to speak out publicly, and I know why. I have spoken out publicly that we can't enjoy our home due to the extreme noise, and I now have to face hostility. Our home address was published without our consent, and my family has been singled out and portrayed as villains. This bullying is dangerous and scares people to not speak out. After already being in the situation many years ago, Flagstaff PD informed us the mayor, when it was further down on South San Francisco, was cited. They then moved further up South San Francisco and created more of the same issues. Prior to that, apparently the Mad Eye and Rainbow Lounge were also cited for noise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Browning. All right, this person included pronunciation, which I very much appreciate. Melissa Shalkowski. Shaukevich? Shaukevich?
Yes, thank you, because last time you tried so hard to say it right. So I appreciated that in my heart, I truly did. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. Again, I just really appreciate you and everything you do, and I don't know how you do it. And I also want to say thank you to those of you that responded. The last time I spoke, I feel like I was heard, and you responded, and just thanks for that. It means a lot to me. I'm not going to tell you about what shoes I wear or anything this time, but I am very invested in the south side of the tracks. As a business owner, as a property owner, as a resident, as living in Flagstaff and walking San Francisco streets since 1991, going to Mad Eye, ending up at the Elks Lodge. So I get it. I think I get it. I did my homework before I spoke last time, and I very much respect all of you. And a comment that came up, which I understand, is when families, residents move into these neighborhoods, they gamble and they take a risk. Well, so do we as businesses. We take a risk when we move into neighborhoods. And I think that part of that, doing our homework, is knowing is if our business model is going to fit the neighborhood. We have a responsibility, and I know I like Matt. I really do. I've only met him a handful of times, and I know all of the Southside Tavern owners, and he's so genuine, and it's not about Matt. I'm not against Matt at all. But I go back to this idea that, the garbage can, I can go to my yoga studio, I can close my eyes, and my mind can stop. It can. We all have that ability. But my son that lives upstairs, and I've lived, 2 doors down, we can't turn off vibration. Earplugs don't even do it. You can't just put earplugs in and it keeps going all night long. Or no, till 2 a.m. And I do think it's a health issue because they're not able to reset their circadian rhythm to sleep. And I think I was quoted in the paper years ago, let them sleep. And I really do believe that it's important to let our neighbors sleep. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Candace Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for your time. I'm aware of a petition you received. It appeared to have a lot of misinformation on it and fear-mongering. I quote one of the statements, "Any noise, this could include talking, whistling, laughing, could be a citation." Upon diving into the signatures, they're from all over the United States. By nature, a business has more accessibility to gather a crowd than residents by bringing employees and patrons, maybe even making it worthwhile for those who align. I was asked to join 2 sound committees to represent the neighborhood. It consisted of the former DBA director, owner of the annex, among others. It was clear from the feedback from the former DBA director we were getting from businesses that decibels were not wanted. So we started another group, and in that group we had the new DBA director involved for one of the meetings we had, and we only had one. There are several false narratives. One is this is just my family and one other business. We are the sacrificial lamb. I can tell you why others are scared to speak up. Last week after the meeting, I was talking to a police officer and was near the police chief, and a building bar owner confronted me in an agitated way while I was doing something with them. I asked him twice to leave me alone, which he did not, and the police chief echoed my request. My husband posted a kind and inclusive message to Save the Southside Tavern post Friday. A day later, that same bar building owner posted, I quote, "Since Ralph has identified himself as a public post, I guess I'm free to show the world," end quote, to which he shared a document from his attorney sent to us in 2022. This document has my address on it and my name and my husband's name. it was shared without our consent to thousands of people. He then deleted my husband's comment, blocked him, and kept the document up till Monday. As I checked today, the document is still up on the petition, and it's linked all over at different sites on Facebook. This has been left to fester for a long time. And because of the inaction, I think it's normalized behaviors that are not normal. It's created a sense of entitlement for businesses that do not want to be compatible with the neighborhood. 23 years I've lived here, and I'm embedded in the community, I think, pretty deeply. And I thought I knew this town, but I have never seen so much bullying going on online around some of the posts of this topic. And some key members of the community have jumped in on the bullying. It's deplorable, it's disgusting, it's very concerning. Something that's not personal, I have nothing against anyone involved. I've never said anything mean about staff, ever. I don't feel that way. I really, truly don't. Has become personalized. It's just about a historic neighborhood and wanting to have the zone being honored. And when you take into housing, think that quality of life also plays in the role of a housing shortage too. It all goes together. Thank you.
Thank you. Daphne Malizaric? Perhaps Daphne left. Hunter Hebert.
Hello and good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm Hunter Hebert. I represent the Downtown Business Alliance. I just started my job around June this year, but I sent a letter to you guys last week. I hope that you took the time to read it. And so I have the letter in front of me right here, so I'm just going to highlight a couple things that I stated there. So here before us today, you've seen cultural bearers, employers, community assets, community members, and taxpayers, right? And I understand the necessity of holding nightlife operators accountable, but it's important to recognize the significant challenge that restaurants and bar owners currently face in this difficult business climate. The recently approved bed, board, and beverage tax allocates a portion of sales from these establishments to support recreation and beautification efforts that enhance Flagstaff's appeal as a desirable place to live. A thriving service industry is crucial for our local economy. It funds enhanced recreation initiatives, drives tourism, and provides valuable employment opportunities. These businesses play a pivotal role in defining local Flagstaff culture, making it essential to consider their difficulties as we move forward. Consider what it would mean if Flagstaff, if our service industry were dominated by corporate franchises, or even worse, if those storefronts were shuttered. In addition to being tough on business, this ordinance poses a significant enforcement challenge for our already understaffed police department, which would be responsible for addressing all of these complaints. It's important to remember that people naturally speak louder when they are enjoying themselves, and trying to regulate the volume of conversation in such situations is impractical and counterproductive. There's also a potential risk that this enforcement could be misused in minor disputes between neighbors, potentially fostering a hostile atmosphere in areas that have traditionally been spaces for celebration and fellowship. So I urge you to carefully consider the vibrancy and financial solvency of our community and how this decision could unravel the positive growth that has taken place over the past decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Heinonen.
Good afternoon or evening or night, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Kevin Heinonen. I'm the owner of That Place Projects, which consists of Tinderbox Kitchen, the Annex, Tourist Home, and most recently Teatro on the north side. I sent you all a letter, so I don't want to rehash all that, but I do want to go over a couple things. You've heard from a lot of impassioned people about jobs, and right now I'm the employer of about 100 people, and I can tell you with this ordinance that will drop. There is no doubt that that would have to happen. But instead of the individual plight, which is business owners risking everything. I started in 2008 on the south side, which probably wasn't the smartest move, but it worked, and it's improved since then, and it's become a really valuable tax base for this community. So a couple other things. Downtown vibrancy, Flagstaff vibrancy. We want to be a vibrant town. We're a college town. We're a young town. We're an active town. Putting arbitrary 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock restrictions on noise defeats all that. It changes everything that this town has become known for. We're a tourist destination. People love to come, stay here, and play here. And you're taking away the play part. And now we're just going to become a bedroom place for people to stay. You're going to have massive economic impact with such a broad, sweeping ordinance such as this. The BBB last year in your budget contributed $12.5 million to the city of Flagstaff. That goes to things that Hunter pointed out: recreation, tourism, beautification, economic development, and arts and sciences. Has anyone done the thought of what's going to happen downstream by limiting businesses to the hours that you're talking about, and how that's going to impact the bottom line of the city and the tax base? I think we're talking about some misplaced priorities here. The city has a lot of pressing issues. Housing, and the courage you showed today on that very difficult situation shows that that is something that you're considering about. A police department severely underfunded, which you're now going to tax very heavily by changing this ordinance. And you're making hasty decisions, right? It has been time, and I hear Candace talk about how long it's been, but nothing's happened, right, in a way that's meaningful. Instead, we're pushing through to pass something right away to help the few over the many. I'm asking you to look at the many, look at the tax, look at the vibrancy of downtown Flagstaff and Flagstaff as a whole, and don't make this blanket the entire city over one small dispute. And I'll close with this, and it may not be popular with either the Southside Tavern or Candace's family. They have a remedy. It's called a nuisance lawsuit. This is clearly a very limited issue that's happening right now that you're taking a machete to. And I'm asking you to take a scalpel to this problem. I don't think this is driving for the city of Flagstaff to make policy over this one dispute. There is another option right now for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Either Kayla Bobbitt or Kolya Bobbitt. Are either one of, Kolya?
Super. So, hello, my name is Kolya Bobbitt. I graduated from NAU just last spring, and I've been a Flagstaff resident since I was born. I'm for the noise ordinance. For the last couple of years, I've lived down the block from Southside Tavern, and the noise generated there has been a consistent obstacle for me getting the sleep I need to be healthy and perform at the standard I did in my studies. It's really a bummer when you spend weeks investing time to study for an exam just for you to not be able to sleep the night before. I've had to begin this pattern where I move any glasses at least half an inch away from one another, because if they're touching from the vibrating of my house from the noise, I just hear those clatter. It can be absurdly loud. Ultimately, Southside is a business, and it performs well. I've seen, lines of people outside, but I believe that the city should be prioritizing the mental and physical health of its citizens. If proper regulations were in place, I would have a much better sleep for the last 2 years, as well as my wife, my neighbors. We have all called in before for noise complaints, but we haven't seen a change. The success of Southside Tavern should not be at the cost of my health. Proper regulation should be in place so I can sleep, and business owners can adapt around that regulation, whether that is by installing noise technologies to cancel out sound or by changing their business model. If they invest an adequate amount of thought and money into these strategies, they can find a way to retain the culture he values and the business they own, without sacrificing the well-being of their fellow community members. The culture of nightlife is not dependent on absurdly loud music. Businesses can find another way to promote that culture with other methods. This also isn't only about Southside Tavern, but a bigger picture of how the city chooses to prioritize its residents. By not having proper regulation over this specific case, the city is making the choice of prioritizing the economics of few over the health of many, which is something I would argue is very unjust philosophy to be running a government under. Thank you for your time and consideration of prioritizing your citizens' health and sleep.
Thank you. Caleb Jensen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Caleb Jensen, and I'm an NAU student. And I believe that the ordinance that's being proposed tonight is a complete infringement upon the lives of community members and business owners in Flagstaff. I know there's issues regarding Southside Tavern specifically, and I do believe that that is an individual issue and should not be regulated using a city ordinance. I truly think that that is completely an over-exaggeration of what needs to be happening. I know personally, I walk by Southside Tavern all the time, any day of the week, past 9 p.m., past 10 p.m. with my partner, and I've never noticed any noises. Well, and I know that walking past is completely different than living right next door to it, but I've never noticed any issues surrounding the noise there, and I was born and raised in Tucson, and the bars in Tucson are incredibly loud and disturbing, so it's not, I have not noticed that it's an issue personally. I also believe and agree that it might create more problems between neighbors than are currently happening. It might become kind of these petty disputes that really should not have police involved. I think it's a complete misdirection of police resources, and I think it's a waste of time and city resources. And I know I attend a campus ministry every Sunday evening from 5:30 to 8 p.m. is usually when our service ends, and after that we will stay afterwards and do homework. Sometimes we have barbecues in our parking lot, and if this ordinance were to pass, we would no longer be able to hang out outside on the porch and have discussions about our homework or about the Bible or whatever that is, if somebody might find an issue with that. And another reason why I think this is a complete misdirection of police resources is that we are a queer-affirming ministry, and so we are a target in the community. Unfortunately, we have had our pride flag stolen multiple times. Last May, it was taken down and burned and put into our recycling bin. Now, there's another conversation to have with how Flag PD has addressed hate crimes and other hate-based violence in the past and how they haven't really adequately addressed those issues, but redirecting police resources towards a petty issue like this would further detract from their ability to respond to hate-based violence, especially in an increasingly hostile political environment. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thomas Carter Martin.
A microphone for the height challenged. Sorry about that. And it's here. It's good. It's good. I work it out. They go that way. Honorable Mayor and Council, I thank you so much for your service. The last 30 years, I've been coming to these meetings on and off, and I've been seeing wonderful people doing what you do. I've lost some battles here. I won a couple. But I just thank you for doing what you do to have to pull all this together. Whatever decision you make, somebody's going to like, somebody's not like, but you need to know I am so thankful to you for making these decisions. You just need to know that. Silence is golden. Did you hear the 840 go rumbling through town? You didn't hear its horn go, did you? For a long time, this town has been very sensitive to noise. It's nothing new for a long time. We worked on that horn issue for a long time, and you didn't hear that horn go by, did you? Nope, you didn't. Silence is golden. We as a species are very susceptible to noise. You know that. There's a bunch of residents in this town at this meeting, sitting behind me, that are very sensitive to what I'm saying, and the hair on the back of their head is starting to go up because they might not like what I'm saying. Unfortunately, unwanted sound for long periods of time, especially at night, hurts us as a species. And some people on this planet use it as a form of torture. We need to be very sensitive to this as a town. This ordinance is a very good place to start. It may need to be stronger. Why do I say that? The gentleman previously mentioned community and commercial. I believe the ordinance states that commercial use shall, not may, shall be compatible with residential use. That ordinance is not written the other way around, that residential use shall be compliant with commercial use. It's not written that way. You need to be very careful here. This isn't about this business versus that homeowner. This is about this town and the quality of this town. This isn't a NIMBY issue. This is very important about our town and why we're here. Silence is golden. Silence leads to civility. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Dan Powell?
Can we turn on some Led Zeppelin so we can show you what music makes us feel like? And we can all start dancing in the aisles. Thanks for having me all. I gotta throw my glasses on here. So, I'm the owner of or mayor and city council. Thank you for having me. Thank you for what you do. We are begging you to not pass this noise ordinance. If you saw there's an article in the Daily Sun on Saturday. It says, run a business closures in Flagstaff prompts questions about our future. So, you know, what has happened with this, because I've been coming to these noise ordinance meetings for, you know, it seems like 4 or 5 years now. So we're really starting to get anxiety in the business world. It's starting to sort of overwhelm us. You know, we just survived a pretty major pandemic. We've survived tough economic challenges. My business has been there for 28 years, and we've been through it all. And this noise ordinance thing is the one thing that's gonna shut pay and take down. I mean, it's 28 years. It's a community hub, and we are, you know, starting to feel the anxiety that you hear other businesses feeling up here, that our business is going to be threatened, because what it seems like, if you guys haven't noticed tonight, this conversation has been about the South Side and about Candace and Ralph. That's it. Everybody who gets up here talks about two people, and I think Kevin said it right when it's, you know, there's sort of nuisance lawsuits that might address this, but I'm begging you not to pass a noise ordinance that would affect businesses that have been here for so long and hope to continue to be here for a long time. Like I said, we've been in business for 28 years. We've never had a noise complaint. We have 12 apartments above us. What this would do would create an unfair environment for us, that you'd have a renter who might move into one of these apartments upstairs and decide they don't like pay and take, and they just continue to start levying complaints against us. Well, we can't afford those fines when they start building up. We've, as some of you might know, also been the victim of sort of vindictive other business owners downtown, who would also be able to leverage this against anyone who has a patio or anybody who's just playing a little bit of music, and been doing the same thing for 28 years. When I look at this from an outside point of view, and I see Matt, I don't know Matt, but is it Matt? Yeah. What Matt's been up to, if that bar's been there since 2013, it sounds like he's sort of being punished for being successful. And when these guys got up here and talk, if you guys agree, it sounds like he's been trying to, and I don't know the details, but it sounds like he's been trying to sort of help out these homeowners. You know, when you move into a business district, you move there because you want the vitality and you want the vibrancy. And then what happens is, as you grow older and your life change, you can't ask the business district to be rezoned residential and for the rules to change for the one person. this absolutely is a NIMBY issue. I know that the previous gentleman said it wasn't, but it is. The people have voted. You know, when we talk about is this a voter issue or a people issue, he doesn't have lines around the block because the people don't want to go there.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate what you do.
Sarah Lee.
Hello, Council. I won't lie to you, I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first City Hall meeting, and I didn't think I would be speaking tonight. But I care a lot about my town, and seeing this amazing community come together and fight for what's important to them is really what our community is all about. And I've moved around a lot for someone who is 18 years old and is a freshman in college. But I had the privilege to live in Flagstaff while I was in middle school, and I went to FALA. I'm a fine arts kid, and I'm a theater major at NAU. And seeing the amount of small businesses that closed from when I lived here in middle school to now, it's heartbreaking, because the town that I was so excited to come back to when I came back for school was completely different. And as someone who's very heavily involved in the fine arts, I'm an actress, I'm a singer, I'm a performer, this noise ordinance, I fear, is going to limit the amount of jobs that me and my friends who are heavily involved in the arts can get, because a lot of performances happen later at night. And this isn't just about businesses, this is also about artists trying to make a living. And I think I speak for a lot of the people in my theater program when I say that this is kind of scary, because I go to the same religious organization that Caleb does, and it's concerning to see the amount of the things that give us such a sense of community, which is really important for a freshman in college to have, and I'm very grateful to have that, and I don't want to lose that. And I was growing up taught to support small businesses and fight for them. So as nervous as I am coming up here, I think this noise ordinance would do more harm than good. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
Thank you. Mike Darby?
Well, Council, I actually didn't originally plan on speaking, but I had to respond to something. I'm the COO of Lumberyard Brewing Company, Beaver Street Brewing Company, and Brews and Q's. And a gentleman mentioned us as an operator that was doing good. Pre-COVID, we had nightlife at Lumberyard. We don't do that anymore. We haven't gotten back into that, but Kevin mentioned Southside, the revitalization of Southside, and that had come back. And COVID kind of messed all that up for a lot of the restaurateurs and bars and everything in town. So, you know, we had over 150 employees pre-COVID. That went down. We're back. I think everybody's coming back. And we fight everything that comes along with pricing and everything, minimum wage. Talk about that too. But now we're faced with a noise ordinance that could affect us. And, you know, kind of talking about us doing something right, this is blanketed to the south side. So we could sit out there, and we have patios. In the middle of summer on a Tuesday night, our patio might be full at 10 o'clock at night. And then to have restriction on how do we manage that? Do we have to close down all of our outdoor seating in the middle of beautiful summer in Flagstaff, where that's where everybody wants to sit, when we can look directly across the tracks and see Collins and Flag Brew with their patios open, and they have no restriction on them? I think that this is blanketed. You know, Kevin brought up the Scalpel. The only bars that have been brought up in this are one. And nobody's talking about other bars in this whole thing. And, you know, we came originally to, you know, help support and kind of see what you guys were gonna do. And because we're now included in it as well. I think that it is a Scalpel issue, and I don't think that you can blanket the city and exclude somebody else because they're just across the north side of the tracks. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Schaus?
Thank you, Council and Mayor. So, yeah, in line, I wasn't definitely even expecting to be at this meeting. I was sitting at my establishment having a drink to wind down for the night. I own the Avocado and Coffee Bar at 218 South San Francisco. I also live in downtown at 924 West Summit Avenue. As a homeowner and a business owner in downtown, I think that this is egregious. I've watched 60-year-old neighbors have police show up to their house party in droves over a neighbor who felt that they were making too much noise. And if that's already possible under the law, I'm very afraid to see what passing this law would make possible for my business in Southside. I don't nearly have the largesse of everybody else who has spoken, but I'm in complete agreement by deputizing the residents, deputizing my neighbor who owns an Airbnb and would prefer it be quiet and has called me and texted me when we were doing events to be quiet just so that she can make a better bottom line. Well, we're a business too. And the fact of the matter is, and I would agree that the passage of this ordinance would create a problem. My business has been a struggle. I'm not the original owner, and I bought it from some other business owners who have been struggling. And one thing that changed our business was music. And I was happy to hear you guys call the name of Daphne. She helps us get our shows going, and yeah, whatever she would have said would have been great because she's the one who's actually putting these events together. But I think the thing to really think of is the vibrancy of our town. And what will we be restricting if we allow for this ordinance to go through? I agree also with the comments of Tucson, 4th Avenue, all of the other places. Being that I am an establishment and I do consider where we are in downtown, I would ask the council to not move forward with this ordinance against the negative impacts it would have on businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have some online commenters.
Yes, Mayor. Our first commenter tonight is going to be Sarah Hamilton. Sarah, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I'd like to start by stating that if you're going to form a sound or noise committee, perhaps you should not include parties that obviously have a conflict of interest, not just once, but it sounds like twice, or make it inclusive of all parties involved, which I'm sure was not the case. I'm speaking today as a proud NAU alumna who has had the privilege of experiencing and being a part of downtown Flagstaff, a place that thrives on energy, creativity, and yes, a little noise. What I didn't expect was to find myself defending common sense against a noise ordinance that feels more like satire than a serious policy proposal. Flagstaff small businesses are the backbone of this community. They provide jobs, tax revenue, and a sense of identity that keeps people coming back. Yet somehow this council is considering a measure that could kneecap them to cater to a minute handful of noise-averse residents. It should be no surprise if you move into a vibrant downtown area and expect it to be quiet, the problem isn't the businesses, it's you moving behind a bar that was established specifically as a patio bar over 10 years ago. This ordinance punishes the very energy and excitement that draws many to Flagstaff in the first place. Something with this kind of impact should go to the people of Flagstaff, not decided upon by a handful of elected officials. Now, I'm not saying noise concerns shouldn't be addressed, but the answer isn't bulldozing the businesses that make this city thrive. Practical solutions have already been offered to the one resident driving this ordinance, like installing air conditioning, covering the cost of a quiet retreat during business weekends, or busy weekends, sorry, or even balanced quiet hours with outside music turned off, the only noise being from patrons. That was never good enough, so instead we're debating an ordinance that would strangle the local economy to appease a few people with unrealistic and unreasonable expectations. This ordinance isn't just bad, it's insulting. Insulting to the small business owners who pour their blood, sweat, and tears into making Flagstaff a place worth visiting. Insulting to the workers who rely on these jobs to pay rent and feed their families. And insulting to anyone who loves this city for what it is, a place full of life, culture, and yes, sound. I'm asking that you reject this ordinance, stop micromanaging the noise level of a vibrant downtown, and let Flagstaff continue to be the lively, welcoming place it's always been. Remember that this is an individual issue. Otherwise, you may as well start drafting the next ordinance, one to explain where all the money, jobs, and visitors went after you pulled the plug on downtown. Thank you.
Is there another public commenter?
Yes, our next public commenter is Blake Witten. Blake, you may go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council.
Good, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thought I would reintroduce myself because there may be some new people in today's meeting who haven't heard me speak in previous meetings. But I own a home in the same alley that houses the back patio of the Southside Tavern. In fact, my front yard is just 40 feet from that back patio, and that's how I became involved in this issue. So my home is a modest home. It's 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, about 1,000 square feet, backs up against the Rio de Flag. I moved there in 1982 as an NAU student. So for those of you who are counting, that was 42 years ago. So I lived there for 6 years, first as an NAU student, then as a grad student. Then I was able to teach at NAU for 3 years, had that great fortune. And after 6 years, I moved away to pursue my career as a college professor. But I purchased my home in 1984 while I was still living there. That's 40 years ago. I was very fortunate to purchase it as a student. There was a realtor couple who owned property in Flagstaff, Larry and Eloise Kuntz. And Larry Kuntz developed an eye problem, and they decided to sell all their property and take a trip around the world. So I was able to buy this beautiful home as a student. My long-term hope and plan is to return to Flagstaff in retirement and to live there. My business plan has been to rent the house successfully, by the way, for the 35 years since to a series of people who lived in downtown, never had any problems, so things were working quite well until I lost my last tenant in December of last year. That's NAU professor Holly Jackson. Holly gave me permission to mention her in tonight's meeting. So Holly's told me that her problems began in 2021 post-COVID, problems with her husband and her young daughter being able to sleep because of the Southside Tavern. She wrote letters to the city council, all to no avail, so she had to move out in December. I have been unable to rent my home since in all of 2024 because with all my prospective tenants, and I've had about a dozen of them, I've given them due diligence to tell them we have had some problems in the neighborhood. Please stop by on a weekend night to make sure the noise is tolerable to you. I've had no takers. So as of December 1st in 2024, because I haven't rented and I've had extra expenses because the utilities are in my name, it's costing me about $25,000 in 2024. That is a lot of money for my family. And this is for a house. The money goes to support my house and to improvements, things like that. So in the past several council meetings, I've heard the noise issue sometimes framed in terms of residents versus business owners. But my situation contradicts that that's not true. I have my own business. It's a rental business. My rental.
Thank you, Blake.
Our next commenter, and my apologies if I mispronounce the name, Ika Joshi. You may go ahead and mute yourself and address Mayor and Council.
Hello. Hi. Can you all hear slash see me?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, there we go. You should be able to see me now as well. Hi, my name's Eka Joshi, and I've had the privilege of being born and raised in Flagstaff, Arizona. My parents have lived in Flagstaff for about 30 years, and it has been one of the one of the best places I feel a person can grow up, and it's changed a lot in the time that I have lived in Flagstaff, and I'm only 18 years old, lived there for the first 18 years of my life. And I'm here today to ask City Council to please reject this noise ordinance, and to please not pass it. I'm going to echo what so many people have already told you, that this is a vibrant and unique city. I know that Flagstaff, for Northern Arizona, is not only it's not only one of the larger cities in a rural Northern Arizona area, but it's also a college town, and it is a hub of safety for queer individuals in Northern Arizona. And specifically, downtown and the South Side function, as a safe space for a lot of queer Northern Arizonans. I know that one of the places that is certainly going to be impacted the most by this ordinance is going to be the Hive, which serves as a space for so many people in Flagstaff to gather around live music, drag shows, and art events. This would really, really cripple incredibly important part of the community for so many people, including myself. It's one of the places that keeps me coming back to Flagstaff, despite the fact that I'm a student at Arizona State University now. But places like the Hive and Awakaba Bar keep me coming back to Flagstaff. The south side of downtown is not just historically significant; it is part of the Flagstaff community, and it's I don't think I'd be able to recognize Flagstaff without it. I know earlier somebody said that silence is golden and that it's an essential component of of the human experience to be able to live in peace. But I think we're in some really turbulent times, not just nationally, but also globally. And spaces for people to come together, to express themselves, to engage and experience art with their communities are more important now than maybe ever. And these places do not only function as gathering hubs; they also, host a lot of things like coat drives, food drives, and aid donations for victims of the San Carlos fires or those experiencing homelessness in the community. Gathering spaces don't only boost the morale; they also provide really concrete help for a lot of people. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for your consideration. I hope you really do take in the voice of the majority here in Flagstaff, and that you don't pass this.
Thank you. Next.
Our next commenter is going to be Sophia Rogers. Sophia, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, and everyone present. I'm Sophia Rogers, a resident of Flagstaff for the last 25 years, and I'm here tonight to express my support for the noise ordinance at hand. Noise ordinances are usually based on zoning, and this neighborhood is zoned community commercial. And the purpose of which I read is to provide convenient goods and services to a daytime work population. The South Side is an important historic area and deserves thoughtful stewardship, so thank you all. Bars and taverns are a vital part of its character and should provide a place for all of its community members to gather and socialize. Providing this should not come at the detriment of the residents who also call this neighborhood home. Many Flagstaff businesses successfully strike the balance, thriving while maintaining respect for the existing community. As it has been stated, the original business plan for this establishment was not offensive. So These other businesses that are being successful, they serve as examples of how a harmonious relationship between residents and businesses can strengthen neighborhoods and enrich Flagstaff as a whole. I've been made aware that an attitude promoting fear and intimidation towards neighborhood residents has accompanied the interactions around this issue. I ask you to protect the integrity of the South Side and vote in favor of the noise ordinance. Businesses sometimes need to adjust their business model. I see concerns with small businesses and hope that a good solution is found. I don't think this is about art, musicians, or support and community for college students. I think it's about letting young people drink and keep drinking and be loud until the early morning hours. I'm sure it makes a lot of money, and I'm sad that our community relies so heavily on that for its entertainment and income. Somebody said earlier that people speak louder when they're having fun, but people actually speak way too loud when they're intoxicated. And this goes back to the zoning of the neighborhood. It is unique, but it is community commercial, and it is meant to work with residents. I ask you to vote in favor of the noise ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Mayor, our next commenter is going to be Sean Golightly. Sean, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Hey, Mayor and Council. Thank you all for your time. It's good to see you this evening. I just want to make a handful of comments here. First, I want to dispel this narrative that this is a one neighbor, one business issue. I know we've heard that over and over again, but as a Southside resident, that was not the case. The business that is being brought up here was never an issue when we were dealing with these issues. The other businesses that were troublesome, we did have the experience of trying to work with or making in complaints and calls and those kind of going nowhere. But more to the point, I want to note that it was described that this issue has been festering for a while, and I think that's pretty accurate. As far as I can recall, it's been going on since 2019. I remember reporting on it years ago. And I think that we've come to a really, frankly, an ugly place where things have gotten really convoluted, and there's, very heightened and emotional arguments on both sides, and a lot of valid points being made on both sides. And I would really urge council to do what I think I've heard people on both sides say they want, which is to go back to the study that our taxpayer dollars spent on. When we produced the study in the first place, we come up with a set of recommendations that made ordinances comparable to other cities. Much like Betsy Hamill suggested, there are ordinances that work in thriving, vibrant communities. I'm a great lover of the arts and a performing musician. I certainly want to protect those assets. We know that there are ordinances that worked. We had professional recommendations put forward on how we can make an ordinance work for us based on the data. And when we got that recommendation in, for some reason, we discarded it and sent it to a commission, a committee, and it's just kind of festered since then. And I would really encourage you to go back to the data, to the science, to the study we paid for, and see what recommendations we can move forward with from there. It's important to note that communities that do have noise ordinances actually have fewer complaints. We know that produces a dynamic in which there are fewer complaints. And another point on the fear mongering of noise ordinance, let's be honest, it's like speeding limits. Not every time you speed are you going to get a violation or get a ticket. And the same would be true with ordinances. There's not going to be a cop on every corner with a decibel reader. There's not going to be residents sitting around waiting to complain because they have nothing better to do. But it does provide a mechanism and a baseline for which a functioning ordinance can address real friction between businesses, between residents, and do so in a thoughtful way that preserves the quality of life and the livelihood of both. So please go back to the data, go back to the science we paid for. We need to move forward with this in a way, and that seems. I've heard the Bouchards in support of that. I've heard residents in support of that. So let's go back to that study. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next commenter.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you keep Sean on the line, please? Councilmember McCarthy has a question.
Sean, are you still there?
Yes.
Sean, I've stated before that the noise has been so severe that people have literally sold their house and moved. Can you talk to that?
Yeah, well, we we scraped all our family and finances together when living in the South Side became untenable for us because, it was rattling our walls, making pictures fall off our walls. And to be clear, none of this had anything to do with the business that has been on the dais much today. This was from the mayor bar and the excessive speakers that they had on the rooftop patio at the time. All right, so we made the hard decision to move out of that house that we lovingly restored. It's one of the most historic homes in Flagstaff. And to do so, we were basically faced with an option. We looked at selling it, and we were told if you sell it, it'll turn into it'll either be raised and developed, or it'll turn into like a short-term rental. So we found a way. We scraped together our family and our finances to hang on to the house so we could be stewards of it, stewards of this piece of Flagstaff history, and move into a different neighborhood. We've done that now for 2 years, and we can't do it anymore. It's untenable. We're moving back to our home on the south side. We can't stretch like this, and that's our home. And so we're moving back with the hope and the attention that the character and the quality of the neighborhoods and the businesses. Again, we love the character and the quality of the South Side neighborhood for its businesses, for its live music, and for what it offers to residences. And there's no reason to believe that these things are incompatible. So while we've tried really hard and we had the privilege to kind of step away and excuse ourselves from this issue for a while, not everyone has that same level of privilege. And I want to recognize that as well. We've been very fortunate in that respect. But again, I want to emphasize, I think I heard the Bouchard family say it first. It's like there needs to be a level of specificity that has to do with the zoning, that has to do with decibel levels. And I agree with that. And we have that data. We have that opportunity. We produced a study that created data-driven recommendations specific for our city, comparable to other cities. We can do this, and we have the ability to do so in a way that will improve the quality of life and it will improve the neighborhood as a whole. So again, I urge you to return to those studies, to follow that science there. And this, we
Well,
need to do something.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
input on that. Thank you.
Yes.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is going to be Amy Beeler. Amy, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Hello, this is Amy Beeler. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, my name's Amy. I'm a mother that lives in Flagstaff, and I previously worked at Evans Fish and Chips in the South Side area. I just wanted to bring that to light first. A big reason why I got my job at Evans Fish and Chips is it allowed me the opportunity in our housing crisis to make enough money to be able to rent somewhere. As we discussed earlier in the meeting, we are in a housing crisis. To get into affordable housing, there is a huge wait list. And as a result of that wait list, a lot of people aren't able to get on it and then get into housing. And so in our town, you have to make roughly 3 times rent to rent most places. And as a single mother at the time working at Evans, Evans allowed for me in the evening times while I was also going to school to support myself and my daughter and make that 3 times my rent, along with another job, which a business owner, Andrew Schaus, was speaking earlier. I was also working at the Kappa Bar in the evenings. And these jobs that also create loudness and also benefit from these other businesses downtown. For example, Southside Tavern, a huge portion of our sales at Evans Fish and Chips came from Southside Taverns. I was working the evening shifts on the weekends. As a student and a mother, you're very limited on when you can work. So those hours were what allowed me to be able to support myself. Those customers coming in after being rowdy and loud at the bar next door and buying food and tipping us well allowed for me to give my daughter the life that she deserves as a mother, and at the time as a single mother. So I do see this as something that could drastically affect people's ability to house themselves. when we are in a situation where some students aren't capable of working during the week. They're only capable of working on the weekends, on weeknights. Students like myself that are also mothers, students like unlike myself that aren't mothers that are also still trying to further their future, people that need that income at 3 times what our housing rate is in town. As we all know, it's very expensive. And to be able to make that money on the weekends at night and not affect your ability to go to school and be a productive member in our society in the future, I think would drastically harm a lot of students as well as community members like myself. I've lived in Flagstaff for roughly 10 years. And because of evening jobs like that, throughout all of my time in Flagstaff, I was capable of living here successfully and being a member in our community that thrived and was, contributing. And taking away those hours, I believe
Thank
will
you.
take away.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up. Next caller.
Our next commenter is going to be Scotty Donovan. Scotty, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, and everybody attending. Just to make this short, I moved up here in this past March. I was a resident downtown, and while living across the street from Southside Tavern and inside the downtown district, I had zero problems of sleeping at night. Never had any noise complaints of any of those businesses along San Francisco. I'm definitely a proud supporter of our local businesses. I'm a member of the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce and Young Flagstaff Professionals. Our main motives are to keep every local business in the economy thriving. We want to definitely keep our residents happy, and we want to make sure that they spend their hard-earned dollars at these local businesses. As on the government side, you want to realize how many hundreds of people you put out of business, how many would have to relocate, move out of town, how many dollars that this would lose in our local tax paying money, how much this would affect our first responders as they're already overworked already. I would definitely say I am against this noise ordinance. I'm sure there's a way where we can use technology to hamper down noise in some areas. I've been going there for almost the past month, 10 months. I do not go to places that are that loud. So I don't know why it's brought up that it's that loud. I've even been there where Flagstaff police have done decibel readings and they Matt the owner has even turned off the subwoofers. But it is a chain link effect to where you put down one business that affects Southside Tavern, Evans, Teatro, Tinderbox. I mean, the list just goes on and on. So if you really want to keep the heart and soul and the vibe of this community, please do not go and approve this noise ordinance. Let's look for a different resolution and let's move forward, keep everybody employed and keep them here in Flagstaff. I want to thank you all for so much of your time and devotion during today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Our next commenter is going to be Chris C. Chris, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Christopher Caternicchio, longtime City of Flagstaff resident. I've actually recently retired that residency status. I did work for Andrew Schaustan, or the Kava Bar. I worked for Craig and Terry, and I worked for Matt. I've spent a lot of time in the downtown area. Most recently, while working for Matt, I started working for him in November of last year when he opened up shop. I knew the noises were an issue from Craig and Terry, the past owners. Matt took a pretty proactive approach. I was out there multiple times, multiple nights, pretty much every weekend, taking noise levels. We installed a decibel reader inside the bar. I also talked with numerous amounts of Flagstaff police officers that were called downtown, seemingly every single weekend. A waste of resources is how I would describe it. When they would come, we would always be compliant. They would come inside. do a visual inspection. We'd walk around back. They would always agree that our noise levels were in check. They'd actually say that the prior mayor, the mayor bar, much louder. Um, yeah, no, when I heard that this was going to council, I needed to jump online. It's 10:30 where I am. I've been sitting in the city council meeting just as long as you guys, waiting for this issue to come up. And I think it's a waste of police resources, a waste of city resources. We're sitting here right now wasting our precious time and our resources. And I don't know why this is an issue of the city. This is really a one-on-one issue. And like everybody's kind of hit the point. There's ambiguous language. This is overreaching authority of the city. And I think the biggest point that was brought up by Mr. Sean Golightly, why are we in such of a rush? Why are we not slowing it down? Why are we not taking a very methodical approach, a data-driven approach? I don't think we should vote yes or no tonight. I think we should stop in our tracks, take a step back, really think this through methodically. It's a wrecking ball approach that's going to take out Southside Tavern, a bar for the people, for everyone. Don't rip it out of this town. For Greg, Terry, Lily, Danny, Matt, and everybody at Southside, I love you guys. I miss you. Thank you.
Next caller.
Our next commenter is going to be Ish. Ish, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Ish. Thank you for allowing everybody to speak. Appreciate it. I'm a musician. I go by Dead Bug, and I play a ton in downtown, and I really love the music scene here. Not only the music scene, I also love the drag scene and all the love and creativity that brings to the town. And I do feel like this noise ordinance would just completely kill it. And like the places that I've played at, like the Hive and Awakawa, uh, I, I don't know, we play shows at like 4 p.m. or something. Like it'd be silly. I think if this noise ordinance did pass, I would absolutely have to find somewhere else to continue my living as a musician. And I think a lot of other people would too. I think, the allure of Flagstaff, the college kids, they want to go to a vibrant downtown. And I think if this thing passed, like so many people would choose a different college as an option. I do live right behind Southside Tavern, and it's not that bad. Like it's a little noisy, but it's fine. I can live with it. I also used to live right behind the mayor, and I could hear that from where I was living there too. And it was fine. I mean, I just closed my windows and went straight to sleep. There's so many more things that are noisy about Flagstaff too. I mean, like the college kids, like on a night out, like they're pretty noisy. NAU when they're having a football game, they're pretty noisy. But I think that like shows that Flagstaff is thriving. Like if it's completely dormant and silent, that's a sad town. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. And so many people who have talked, like the business owners, they've made really great points. And like post COVID, it's been really difficult for everybody. And we need those businesses to stay open, and we need places to go. I mean, I'm sure during COVID, it was plenty quiet and it was awful. Like, we need places to express ourselves and have fun. And I want Flagstaff to stay fun. And yeah, please do not pass this noise ordinance. And thank you for letting me speak. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next caller.
Our last commenter is going to be Teresa Coleman. Teresa, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I had a prepared statement and I'm going to wing it a little bit. I'm super disappointed in our neighborhood, our community commercial neighborhood. We really have an opportunity to like step up and be good neighbors to each other. I will admit I have called in noise complaints. I can also tell you that the reason that I stopped calling in noise complaints is because I was the one who had to allow the police into my home. I was the one who had to provide identification for myself so that the police could take a record of me, even though I was just asking that the noise be turned down enough so that I could sleep at night. But right now, I want to speak for my other neighbors. You may be aware that our community commercial neighborhood is home to folks who cannot afford housing in other areas of Flagstaff. They live in motel rooms. They sleep in attics. They're in converted hostels, converted motels. I think I said that. So we have lots of folks in our neighborhood who really don't have a choice about where they live. And if they had the same experience I did, they've also learned that lodging a complaint about noise just makes them the target of the police action, not the business itself. And even requests to the business to turn the music down only lasted about 15 minutes until the police drove away. So we did have businesses that were not good neighbors, and I'm super disappointed that it's like come to this, because I think with a thoughtful or noise ordinance in place, and I would have to agree with the folks who have said, what about that study that we paid $30,000 for, would help us all as far as being a cohesive neighborhood that could support each other, whether we were a business or a young family or folks who just need to get a night's sleep so that they can go to work for those downtown businesses that they don't need a car to commute to. And that's what I'm asking, that you just take a balanced approach to this and help our neighborhood thrive.
Thank you. All right, that's it for public comments. So now I'm opening it up to council. First, we have Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge it's late, so I'll try and be quick. And I do want to thank everyone for your thoughtful comments tonight and express my deep appreciation for staff's hard work on this issue. This has been undoubtedly been the most challenging topics we faced, and I recognize the patience required from all sides. I'd like to begin by addressing the petition requesting that I recuse myself from this matter. After consulting with our legal department and carefully considering the situation, I obviously have decided not to recuse myself. It has been determined by legal that there is no substantial conflict of interest that exists. My clothing boutique closes at 8 p.m. There are more than 10 businesses that sell clothing in the vicinity of my boutique, and I have no personal interest or gain from the outcome of this decision. If you have questions, the legal opinion is on file and available in the city clerk's office. Since last week, I've been diving deeper into the history of the South Side. While our discussions have largely focused on housing located on the South Side, I didn't fully understand the historic significance of the South Side Business District until recently. As I learned from a historian, this area has roots in the era of segregation, and at one time it was a thriving district with both businesses and residents, including what was once a red light district. Over the weekend, I took the time to walk along South San Francisco Street to gain a better understanding of the South Side through the lens of its history. While there are vacant buildings today, I can still sense the potential for revitalization and the continuity we are trying to build between the North and South Side business districts. I want to acknowledge that last week, I proposed removing the North Side Business District from the proposed citywide noise ordinance. At the time, that seemed like a logical approach, but now I recognize that not all of my initial thoughts were in the best interest of our entire community. As we all know, part of our role on council is to offer solutions, but also to listen, learn, and adapt when necessary. I have come to council meetings with information on grants businesses can apply for that help with noise mitigation costs, and have had have provided information on sound blankets and suspended foam blocks that have seemed to help with other businesses and residents in situations when the two are in close proximity. Over the past week, I have continued my research, spoken with community members who have a deeper understanding of the history, and looked at how other communities have handled similar issues. From these conversations, I've come to understand that the historical segregation, which created two distinct commercial districts, the north and the south side, makes it inappropriate to treat them differently under the noise ordinance. My intent was never to divide the community, but I now see how my earlier proposal could have inadvertently done so. We all care deeply about Flagstaff, and I believe the 7 of us on the council are doing our best to find a fair and balanced solution. At the heart of this issue is equity, ensuring that all businesses and residents are treated with fairness and respect, and that we avoid creating divisions that harm our collective well-being. I believe we need to reach somewhat of a resolution tonight. Our staff and police force need clear direction, and we need to work to conclude this discussion to allow us to focus on the many other issues facing our community. I am committed to finding a solution that works while realizing that it will take compromise, and I appreciate the patience of both those in the room and our staff as we continue this process. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Well said, Councilmember Sweet. Thank you for that. I appreciate everyone who has sent us emails and letters and showed up tonight. Last week, I realized that we were not hearing from the community, and I apologize for that. You know, just we were so focused on the issue at hand, and there were so many businesses that I think a lot of us assumed would not be impacted and would not care about this ordinance, and we got too focused on trying to mitigate an issue that was I'm not minimizing that it's just one resident. I understand there's a lot of residents. I've also looked into the community commercial zoning in other areas, and the difference is those cities and towns, the ones that I found, were very clear in detailing exactly what was allowed, and we clearly have not followed that or defined that, and I know there's been some zoning changes. So now here we are with 25 plus bars and restaurants on the south side, and so, you know, in a perfect world, we just wave our magic wand and say, this is the type of businesses that should go down on the south side that's conducive to residential, but that ship has sailed a long time ago. And I know, being a business consultant for many, many years, the struggles and the additional struggles that for some reason are unique to Flagstaff that we burden especially our restaurants on. Matt, you don't have to get up, but I have another comment to make, but I wanted to clarify, when you do your decibel reading, what did you say it was?
It's pretty hard to get like a direct number, so I usually do it at a range. It's somewhere between 40 to 60.
So through the last several hours sitting up here, I started being curious about what, actually I was Googling to try to find out what a decibel limit is on other towns, and actually what came up was what is a maximum decibel level for a baby as recommended by the American Academy for Pediatrics, and that's 60. So I thought that was interesting because I thought you had said it was 40 to 60. And that's just in a regular, you know, environment, so it's not exceedingly, not to minimize how hard it is to put a baby down to sleep. And I'm not going to, you know, in my inside self, I think I wouldn't live behind a bar. I went to the Southside Tavern last week. I'm a visual, so I could see just in proximity where everything is. And I don't think there's any noise ordinance that would actually satisfy the residents in the area, because people talk, and it isn't just the music, it's just talking and people walking the streets and gathering outside. And then it comes down to, we had a similar conversation when we were talking about the Airbnb ordinance, and when you leave it so subjective to what's bothersome, it becomes a real burden on the community and the law enforcement and stuff. The word pervasive is too subjective. You know, to get the people that are irritated and want to stop this, and they're going to utilize that, and they will overburden our law enforcement. Not to say that our law enforcement shouldn't enforce a law when there's one, but I just see how problematic this is. I don't know what happened with the noise study. I wasn't on council back then. I'm anxious and curious to read it and wonder why, once again, prior councils kicked this issue down the road to land on our laps. But last week I had, in what I was thinking a compromise, suggested a 9 o'clock during the week and a midnight on the weekends. But after actually listening to the community from all levels, I want to retract that and just keep it how it was. And that's where I'll be going tonight. I don't want us to be mediators of issues. You know, there is nuisance laws that can come into play in the middle of the day if, you know, somebody's being too loud and disruptive. And I think we can definitely try to fix something so much that we created a bigger problem than what the problem was in the first place. I feel bad for the residents that live around there. It's not even a stone's throw between the business community and the restaurants. But those are choices that we make, right? So I'm going to retract the 9 o'clock during the weekday. I don't know if the rest of the council would still do that or not, but I think that this should be, we're creating bigger problems than we're trying to solve, so I want to keep it at what it was suggested to us by staff.
Vice Mayor.
Getting tired? Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Councilmember Matthews and Sweet. You know, I really do appreciate the opportunity to revisit this again. I'm glad it's an ongoing conversation and that we didn't come to any hard decisions last week. It's clear that this is a work in progress. I was on council long ago when we did that study. I know Councilmember McCarthy was as well. I think the mayor was there. And it was fuzzy. And so we left it to a community coalition that was put together and defined. And now here we are kind of relooking at this. I think it's a very fuzzy, difficult thing to kind of put our finger on. I want to start by thanking everyone for coming out again. I know you've heard me say that already once tonight, but I really do believe it. As a public servant, someone who's just a member of this community, it really makes me marvel to see folks show up and folks who care and folks who are able to speak and folks who are really articulate and passionate about their concerns. That's what I love about this job. I made a quip earlier about one of the drier agenda items that we had to deal with, but I would recommend to everybody to run for office and to tackle these issues yourself and to be one of the 7 people in the hive mind who has to sort of wrestle with all these things. I get a lot of satisfaction and gratification out of it, and I just really, really thank you all for being here on both sides of the issue. And I need to learn how to take notes without it looking like a spaghetti monster at the end. But let's see as I go back and forth here. So I'll review what I said last week. I think it's fair to say I was not in love with the ordinance that we were coming up with. I mentioned that I really did consider this a private dispute. I coined the metaphor of the wrecking ball for a rusty nail. And, you know, I don't know who would actually wield this cudgel throughout town, aside from very specific people. So largely, I acknowledge that this is kind of a moot argument, but still it's real. And as a council, we need to do right by it. And we need to be very careful when someone mentioned the term deputizing the public. I kind of resonated with that because I think that's what we're on the cusp of doing here. And it's a powerful tool. We need to be very careful in putting it out there. The idea that the idea of a carve out was always very tenuous. It was on a tenuous thread for me. I liked that we were making exceptions for some areas, but I also mentioned last week that really, you know, the wrecking ball metaphor came from the idea that this was a citywide ordinance. It was going to be applied everywhere, and that made me very uncomfortable. After another week of reflection, which I'm glad I've had, I have come to the conclusion that I just think it's untenable. I think the ordinance right now is too severe. It's too widely applied. You know, I saw the video that Matthew sent in. I didn't know who sent that in. I actually thought it was someone who was concerned about noise levels. And I was scratching my head because what I read from those videos, and I've been with Councilmember McCarthy with his fancy decibel meter in that alleyway. He can attest to that. You know, these noise levels, for simply talking, illustrate how unworkable this thing is right now. And I think that's why we ended up punting several years ago, and why we're back here talking about it again for the third time in a month and a half. It's just not working. And furthermore, beyond that, it's just kind of contrary to what I know about downtown/urban core vibrancy. It's not the direction we need to be going as a city if we're trying to grow and we're trying to become more vibrant and we're trying to have a nightlife and we're trying to attract visitors and tourists and we're trying to attract new residents and economic development. So I can't support an ordinance that defines quiet hours and has carve-outs. Someone said, you know, it was Sean Golightly said a functioning ordinance could address these issues, and I agree with that, and I think that's sort of the thing at the end of the rainbow, right? And we've been struggling with that for several years, and I want to give credit to our staff and our legal team who have worked really hard on this. They put a lot of hours into this. They're impartial, they're objective, they're trying to do what council wants. Council is obviously sort of, you know, actively out loud struggling with this, and they're dealing with that whole dynamic as well. You know, Michael, I'm glad you're here tonight. I had written this down before you stood up and spoke. A little bracket here about Mother Road. I go to Mother Road. I know how loud it can get, and that's now. That's not your aspirations for the future. That's even during COVID, really. You know, and I think a question that council really has to wrestle with is what happens when a new resident moves in and starts calling the cops on Mother Road. It's just one example of a scenario that could happen anywhere in town. I think we're thinking way too myopically about this, and we're not realizing the consequences that it could have. I truly feel this has taken too much time from staff and that we're nowhere near close to having it figured out. So I will not be supporting it, and I hope I'm not alone. And Mayor, when it comes time, I would like to ask to make a motion. If that passes or fails, we go on from there. There will be other motions that follow that if it does not proceed. But I would like to make a motion when the time comes to deny the ordinance entirely.
Councilmember Harris.
Wow. a lot to take in. First of all, thank you all for sticking it out. It's been a long, long day. And I really do appreciate everyone staying and working through this. Councilmember Sweet, thank you so much for taking the next step and doing your research. What I did not hear tonight was any history about Southside and that neighborhood, and typically, historically, what it has been. I think that those are the things that we have to think about. I remember several years ago, there was a person who wanted to just demolish all the houses in the South Side because they felt that they were just old, they didn't have any value, and they wanted to just build 3-story buildings. Did not have any appreciation for the neighborhood or the history or the people who had lived there or the people who still live there. And so I find that troubling. Here we are again. Now we want to talk about you shouldn't live there. Well, some folks don't have any choice. They have to live there. They built those homes out of crates from wherever they got them from. Some people worked for the mills, and they had scraps of wood, and they built those homes. Okay, and that's where they live. That's what they've got to leave their kids when they're gone. But in the meantime, they have to live there. They don't have a choice. They cannot pick that house up and move it anywhere. And so do we not be concerned about them? Are they to be thrown away and say, too bad, this business has more rights than you have? So they were there before that business was there. And I would beg you to argue with me about that, because it's not fair for us to say, too bad, too sad. You know, if you can't sleep at night, that's not my issue, because my profit is more important than your sleep and your health. And that I find disturbing. Someone mentioned that that it doesn't matter to me because I'm going off council. It does matter to me. I've been connected to the South Side for a lot of years, and it does matter to me. And so I think it should matter to all of us. Every neighborhood in this city should matter to all of us. When something is wrong in one neighborhood, it's wrong across the whole city. This is not going to close businesses down. This is not meant to stop you from making a profit. So if anyone wants to convince me or prove to me that if I can't play my music to 60 or 70 decibels, then I'm going to go out of business. I can't believe that. Y'all are better business people than that. You're better business people than that. So you may not agree with me, but as I always say, we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. We can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. And we always need to be respectful of other people and their opinions. So I'm going to stick with my original thoughts and my original comments from last week. And I'm going to ask us this council, to move in a direction that will resolve this issue with the ordinance that we talked about last week. And we can always, you know, everybody's gonna vote the way they're gonna vote, and that's their individual right. So that's all I have to say.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I've been accused of being on a witch hunt, and that I take this very personally. That's baloney. I live in a neighborhood that's very quiet, and this is not an issue for me. This has no effect on me one way or the other. Yes, do I care about it? I do care about it, and the reason I care about it is I have empathy for people that can't sleep in their own house. I have empathy for people that have literally moved because this noise is so intense. So I want to address the petition that went around. It was very easy to get a lot of signatures on that petition. And why is that? Because there were lies in it that if those lies were truth, I would have signed the petition. That it was just completely a misrepresentation of what this ordinance does. I get a big kick out of this. Well, it's only Candace. I mean, and people name her by name. We have gotten, since I've been on council, dozens of complaints from dozens of different people. I'm not just talking like one person writing 5. I'm talking dozens of different people. I've actually kept a list of them. And we already mentioned 5 people have moved because of the noise. That's how significant it was in their life. It's not just one bar. This ordinance isn't addressed at one bar. It's addressed at a standard that we should have for our city. The mayor, who closed, a year or so ago, I don't know exactly when, a couple of years ago, it was way worse than the Southside Tavern because they were up on the roof of like a second-story building. The police told me that they got complaints as far away as Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill, do you know how far away that is? So we're not picking on one bar, or we're trying to just have a reasonable ordinance for the benefit of the community. So why is it that Candace is such a representative, or such a lightning rod or something on this? The city manager asked her if she would participate in a study, and she agreed to do that. And when she did that, she became a representative of the other people that were impacted by this. She was the only residence that was on the committee. The other people were the Downtown Business Alliance, the city manager, a former mayor who was at the time a disc jockey, and one of the bar owners. So she was outnumbered, whatever that is, 5-1 or whatever. So that's why you hear from Candace, is because it was requested of her that she would represent the community, and she did. So, and the man that lived right next to her, he hasn't been able to rent his house for 11 months because of this. That's mind-boggling to me. This idea that we're going to put bars out of business is baloney. They may have to change their model a little bit. I'll just tell you that one night I went down to the Monte Vista and went inside, and it was louder than hell, which is fine. I enjoy loud music. I walked across the street. I couldn't even hear their music. So if the Monte Vista and a lot of other bars can do it, any bar can do it. Somebody mentioned Tucson. I was raised in Tucson, and I spent a lot of time in bars before I was a dancer and after I was a dancer. They weren't bothering anybody because you don't have to project all this music all the way out. Let's talk about this study that the city paid for. And basically all that study did is take a bunch of data around town, which really didn't provide anything to us. They made recommendations on decibels that should be allowable, but they weren't justified one way or the other. They were just like picked out of the air. Why didn't council, and I was on council at the time, as I think Mr. Aslan was also, why didn't council go for that? I think the reason is they don't know what a decibel is. I'm an engineer. I understand what a decibel is. And then to further complicate it, we talked about dBA and dBc. That got too complicated and confusing. So I think council just kind of punted on that. I would be perfectly happy to put decibel limits on this. I bought as Mr. Aslan pointed out, actually I think the decibel meter that I had when we went out was just that Radio Shack thing, right?
You said it was $2,000.
Oh, okay, so I had the good one. It was $2,200. I bought a professional quality decibel meter on the theory that maybe we would go ahead in that route. But what happened? The committee decided they did not want to. Bear in mind, this is a committee of business people and a bar owner. They decided they did not want to go that route. They would want to go with a route similar to what is before us tonight. So it was the bar owners that wanted this approach, or at least some of them, maybe not all of them. And, you know, we talk about people can't sleep. So is that a big deal? Well, it is a health issue. There's no doubt about that it's a health issue. If you don't get a good night's sleep, you can't function. As one mentioned tonight, you know, he'd study all week and then he couldn't sleep before the night of the exam and then did poorly on the exam. And for children, if they can't sleep, they're not going to do well in grade school or high school, whatever they're in. Let's talk about who came first. We talked about Candace quite a bit. Candace moved to this to this house that she bought, her and her husband. They bought a house. Before they bought the house, they walked the area. There was not a noise issue. They looked at the city code, and it said that commercial had to be compatible with residential. Now, there's been some discussion about, well, those words aren't binding. Nobody told her they weren't binding. She, in good faith, read the ordinance, and it said that any commercial had to be compatible with residential. So after she did her homework of looking at the code, walking the area, and there was clearly not a noise issue, she bought her house. The noise came after she was there, and she's just one example. There's many other people. Somebody says that we're making the bars close at 9 o'clock. No, we're not. We're making them cut their noise down by 9 o'clock. Personally, I think it should be 24/7, but I'm willing to accept the compromise of 9 o'clock. Someone says we're making a hasty decision. I actually chuckled when I heard that one. We've literally been working on this for 5 years that I've been on council. So we've looked at the decibel approach. The committee told us no, do a similar to what we're doing tonight approach. We've gone back and forth. I personally hope that we can resolve this soon. And I guess my last point before I say where I am on this issue specifically is this is a freedom issue. But that's an incomplete, I'm seeing chuckles in the audience. The word freedom is an incomplete thought. Some people think that they should have the freedom to do whatever they damn well please and make as much noise as they want, and it really doesn't matter how it affects anyone else. Some other people think that they should have the freedom from this intrusion that's destroying their peace and quiet of the house that they've purchased, or in some cases rented. All right, so where am I on this? I think we should move. This isn't perfect ordinance by any means, but I'm willing to support it the way it is. As far as the downtown carve-out, I'm open-minded about that. We can leave that in or take it out. But I want to move forward with this tonight because 5 years is enough time. It's time to do it. Mayor? Sorry I talked so long. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize. I need to ask you to bear with me. I am very grateful for the full scope of the conversation that we've had tonight. I am in agreement that we need to move forward. I am very appreciative of the words from Council Member Sweet in terms of having done that work of researching and finding the history. I brought this up last time that we have to look at that question of why this happened in the South Side. It's been kind of talked around, and I think it's key to part of this conversation. I am in agreement with, excuse me, I'm in agreement with moving forward in a way that is mindful of the vibrancy of our full community while also mindful of the health and consideration of our communities. I am not willing to vote against doing this at all. However, I would be interested in re-examining the decibel levels that were come to before. We've heard from both sides of this that there is willingness to look at that as a reasonable compromise. And it seems like what has gotten us to this point of major conflict is an attempt to apply arbitrary hours without actually addressing the root of the issue, which is the level of noise. So I would be much more willing to go back and examine what has been proposed before and look at how that might work its way into an ordinance versus going with arbitrary hours or going in a direction that abandons this overall. So thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
And I just had a quick comment on the decibel levels. I did a lot of research on many different areas of this, and one was looking at other cities. I looked at Missoula, Montana, Durango, Bend, Oregon, kind of a similar vibe, mountain town, college towns. And I think all of them had decibel levels in their noise ordinance. I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I call Kevin up here, put you on the spot a little bit? Kevin was the business owner, the bar owner in that committee. And, you know, there's been a lot of things said on both sides that conflict each other. I saw last week where the house rental owner, I don't know, the link that I saw showed that how he's presenting his rental was you pay once every 6 months and you pay $6,000, or every 3 months and you pay $6,000. So that could contribute to not being able to rent it. I don't know what renter can come up with that kind of money. But Kevin, my question to you is, you were on that committee and we talked a lot about the noise study. What do you recall as the recommendation the committee
yeah,
gave?
I was on the committee with Coral Evans, Terry, who was then the DBA director, and Candace, and you know, we went round and round, and it's a difficult discussion to have, right? On the one hand, she's fighting for what she has, and on the other hand, you know, we're fighting for staying in business and such. One thing is this idea that it won't put undue pressure on businesses, and you can sit up there and say that with all these people presenting tonight. I just want to call out that that is just unfeeling. But on this piece, the decibel level problem we had was, at the time, the attorney for the police department had written an ordinance and had put decibel levels in that. And the decibel levels that were in that, I researched, and so did some other people. And what we were saying is these don't work. I mean, for instance, I just pulled it up. The CDC says that, and I believe some of the decibel levels were 40, 50, or 60. 30 decibels is a whisper. 60 is a normal conversation. 60 is a dishwasher. 70 is a vacuum cleaner. 80 is a busy street. 80 to 100 is a lawnmower. 90 is a motorcycle. 100 is a chainsaw. So the decibel levels that were being recommended, that we were discussing at this meeting, were down in the 40, 50 to 60, which is regular conversation. And in the middle of a business district where taxes are being collected, where the BBB tax gets put in place again yet today, you're going to take that away. And you're going to take away people's ability to do business outside in Flagstaff, one of the most attractive things for our tourism-based economy. And so the decibel level wasn't that it wasn't work, it's that we couldn't come up with a decibel level that was agreeable to the committee, because on the one hand, the residents wanted 40, on the other hand, the businesses wanted something that we could actually operate outside. So to say that we were totally against the decibel level is wrong, it's a misstatement. I was sitting there, I am that mystery bar owner, and so that is not correct. The decibel levels that were proposed were impossible to operate under as business owners.
Thank you, Kevin. And I want to just confirm, I know it's easy to assume if you've not been exposed to how businesses operate. When I was a business consultant, I had one client that had 5 restaurants in Prescott. If we went forward with what was proposed, it will absolutely shut down businesses. And I know that for a fact because I consulted and did all their books, all their finances, and all their taxes, and I know the margins, and I know the variances that impact them. And it's easy to sit on the outside and think, well, that wouldn't matter too much, and they can still survive. That's just ridiculous to be, they're over-exaggerating. No, they're not.
Yeah, and I can say, Councilman Harris, we are good operators. We do try very hard. But we're not better than that when we're getting death by 1,000 cuts. Whether it's inflation, COVID, increased minimum wage, reducing tip minimum wage, taking that away, and now putting a noise restriction of a normal conversation on businesses, it piles up. And this is just another swipe at the business community, which supports this community and wants to be here. I just want you to consider that. And so I know we all want to get something done, but just to get something done, to get it done at the expense that it will cause is criminal.
Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just to quickly add to the decibel conversation, which is, you know, it's a little bit, it feels like it's in the past, but it's broiling back up here a little bit. So I want to make sure to have a comment in here as people are deliberating whether or not to think about including that in whatever ordinance may or may not come out of this. I am a scientist. I have a master's degree in conservation biology, and I really do appreciate utilizing science. I think it can be the great arbitrator and the most objective voice in the room. Scientific method is something that I take very seriously and I really revere. The problem with, and I don't have a problem with your characterization that things got weird when we started talking about DBA versus DBC, you know. I think that is confusing, but I just want to give voice to what was not confusing at all to me. And I hate to go here, Councilmember McCarthy, but when I went out with you that night and we took those decibel meter readings, I'm going to be careful not to use actual numbers here because I don't remember what the numbers were, but I do remember the sentiment.
I haven't written down at home.
Wait till you hear what I have to say. I remember what I remember from that evening, which is the takeaway. We were in the parking lot of Historic Brewing listening to the volume on the rooftop of the mayor, which was outrageous. I'm glad that business is not there and not doing those activities at night. I think it was a real culprit. I do not think it was a neighbor operating in good faith, and it should not be the sort of thing that we're talking about because it's an outlier. Then we went to the alleyway and we took decibel readings from the corner of the property of the resident who lives near the Southside Tavern. And we were looking at decibel reading levels that would have triggered a police officer visit. And then the train went by, and the train went by on the tracks, quarter mile to the north, and the decibel readings spiked on top of that. And I feel that that was an inconvenient fact for the argument that we can use decibel readings as an objective arbitrator of what is an infraction upon a reasonable infraction upon a community member or not. And so I just want to resubmit that for the record. We've discussed this before, but it's been a couple years, and I wanted to make sure people understood that. I don't think tonight we can decide on decibel levels and decide on a number and do our community justice.
Councilmember Harris and then Councilmember McCarthy.
I guess I'm still at the point, and I'm not hearing enough discussion about people who live in the neighborhood. I'm not hearing people say anything about what we should do about those folks who are being negatively impacted. The bar owners go home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and go to bed. The people that live there, they've been up all night, and maybe they can get back to sleep at 2 or 3 o'clock. I wish somebody would talk about them. I wish somebody would talk about them. And I'm not asking you to do this now. People got their hands up, in the back, but I just want people to think about that. Think about if it were you and if you were living in that house, how would that make you feel? And don't tell me that you shouldn't live there. If you didn't want to be around noise, you shouldn't live there, because then we're getting ready to go down a whole nother thing about where people should live and who should live where. So we don't want to have that discussion.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, just to comment about the committee, I was never invited to any of those meetings, so I don't know the details that went on in those meetings. The city manager told me that, and he was in the meetings, that the recommendation was to not go with a decibel approach, a meter approach, and that it was better to do it in a way similar to what we're doing now. That's all I know. I wasn't there. As far as the night I went out with Mr. Aslan, I distinctively remember that night. I remember you thought when we were in the back that the sound level was reasonable. I thought it was unreasonable that night. And then we walked across the street to the east, and we both agreed that that was when the mayor was up on, and that was completely outrageous, and both of you and I agreed with that. I don't remember the train part. That probably happened, but it was a couple of years ago. Just to follow up on what Councilmember Harris said, I'll leave one word: empathy. If we have no empathy for the people that are trying to have a reasonable peace and quiet in their own house, then there's no sense even talking about this.
City Manager.
Yeah, for the record, we did not, as a committee, exclude anything. We did not arrive at anything. The council years ago asked for a committee to look at this because there was indecision on an ordinance that included decibel levels. That ordinance went nowhere. So we put this committee together at council's request, and we met over a couple of years and discussed a lot of things, and the DBA took an active role in trying to mitigate some of the issues, and I think some of the businesses that were perhaps at the forefront during these discussions took mitigating actions, and frankly, the issue kind of was not at the same focus that it was years ago. I think mitigation measures had been taken and things had kind of calmed down, kind of. But I want to be clear, I mean, the committee was never intended to be a policymaker. That resides with you folks at the dais. The committee was intended to see if there was another way to be explored to resolve this issue. And there was nothing that really came of that. So here we are. It's been a bit circuitous, to say the least. We're back. If there is a desire to revisit decibel levels, it was never put away as, you know, something that was decided against. It just didn't go anywhere. Thank you.
Sterling?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And Councilmember Aslan, I appreciate your statement that you would encourage anybody to run. You and I have this ongoing joke. I've said for a long time I wouldn't wish a council member's seat on my worst enemy.
And why would I want my worst enemy in this seat?
and I know that's how we go back and forth about it. You're in a very tough place, a very difficult situation. And this is why I say that, because I admire what you all do. I also admire what my staff has done, and I want to take some time to compliment Mary Ann Sullivan for the amazing work that she has done. She was vilified in a few comments tonight, and that was inappropriate. I want to thank her because she has drafted numerous ordinances that have come before you as a council, for you as the policymakers to make a decision on, and she needs to be called out for that, for the great work that she's done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I too want to thank you all. I mean, there have been some really thoughtful comments that have given me pause. And I hear the anxiety and the worry from both residents and business owners, and recognize how important this issue is to everyone. And staff, thank you. You have brought what we've asked for every single time. And this is just a very tough issue, and we can hear that amongst each other. This is tough. I am not ready. I am not ready to vote on this, and I can't believe that I'm saying this. But I would like to have additional conversations with people. That doesn't mean more council meetings, but with residents and with business owners. So I know that council member or vice mayor has a motion, and I will entertain that.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. I'll just say at the outset that I would like to reserve the right to continue to vote and discuss this matter if my motion happens to fail. But my motion is to decline I motion that we decline adaptation. Is that spelled wrong? Decline adaptation of resolution number 2024-42 and ordinance number 2024-25.
Well, let's see if there is a second.
I'll second.
Okay, now for discussion, Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, if that passes, this will be dead into discussion.
I appreciate you clarifying that, because a yes vote from a majority of council means it's over.
Yes, it would be dead.
There's
On
no
the other
discussion
hand,
on
if
this.
we vote no on this motion, we could do a first read on this tonight.
That's correct.
And then in 2 weeks, come back and make amendments to it that would address the issues that certain council members have. That might be the times, it might be downtown carve out, whatever. We could come back in 2 weeks and and finalize an ordinance and make it what we want it to be. But if this passes, well, it'll be over.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate your sentiment, but I also want to disagree with the spirit of this. I don't think it's over. I think this can come back up anytime, and we can look at it from a completely new framework and with a completely new context. It's not dead. This provides us the opportunity to start over.
Certainly.
Yeah, your key words are start over. Some future council, maybe a year from now or 10 years from now, could bring it back. Just to be honest, I won't be on council, so I won't be there. Deb won't be there. So I think we would like to, after 5 years, I would like to see some resolution on this. And the resolution might be it's dead in the water. That's a term I learned in the Navy, dead in the water.
Any additional discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second.
The motion is to reject
Adoption.
adoption. Thank you. The motion is to reject adoption of resolution number 2024-42 and ordinance number 2024-25.
And we have a second. We've had discussion, unless there's any additional discussion. And I'm torn on this because I do think that we need to come to some resolution, and I do want to, I mean, I've stated this before, that I feel for all sides in this issue, and I also know how frustrating this has been for everyone involved. And again, I just say that it's because this is such a difficult issue for us to grapple with, because there's not a I guess this is not black and white. It's very gray. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just don't feel that in 2 weeks we're going to have enough data and information to make any adjustments, and that's already in motion. Councilmember Sweet mentioned that there's some very similar vibrant communities that have ordinances that seem to work, and I'd like to learn and hear more about that. I prefer, and I'm sticking with my second on Vice Mayor's motion, I'd like to personally dig into that more, and then we could bring it back as a fair item and put it back on the agenda when we are more equipped to make that decision, because I do feel for the residents. It's got to be tough, but we're in a really tough situation because this has evolved over the years, and now we're impacting 25 bars and restaurants, like I've mentioned, just on the south side. So that's why I'm sticking to agreeing with the motion on the table. But I did want to just to say that it's not forgotten and put to bed. I do want to look into it to see if there's some possible viable solutions that we just haven't heard about. But at this point, I don't feel comfortable that we could move forward with what was proposed or to fix anything in 2 weeks.
Well said. Councilmember Sweet, and then whoever puts a C in the chat next.
Thank you. We are all exhausted. I kind of want to echo what Councilmember Matthews is saying. I did do a lot of research, and this is never an easy conversation in any community. I've read articles upon articles. They all have the same issue going round and round. What I can tell you is that in the end, it does seem like the decibel meters and levels tend to be in every noise ordinance I've looked at. And I don't know where my second thought was going. That in the end, it does seem like it can work. So I don't want to come back in 2 weeks and just keep doing this. We're kind of at a standstill. So I do care about the residents. If I didn't, I wouldn't be spending so much time on this. I care about our small business community, and if I didn't, I wouldn't spend so much time on this. I think that goes for all of us. And I think for now, I'm in the boat of just saying, for right now, we need to drop this. And I encourage all of council, there is so much information out there. It can spin your mind and you could go down rabbit holes, which I've done, but there is some good data. Maybe it was in the report from before. But I think for tonight, I think the end game is just we need to move on.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Question for the city attorney. I believe I can ask for a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes, you can.
I hereby ask for it.
And so then we have to vote right now, or can I still take the other comments?
When it's time to vote.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Vice Mayor.
Very quickly, I would commit to revisiting this conversation because I also agree, and I can see both sides and the multifaceted nature of this. I agree that this is an issue that our community deserves us to figure it out and get it right. I'll just repeat what I said earlier, which is Sean Golightly said a functioning ordinance could address these issues, and I acknowledge that. But what I said afterwards was we're nowhere near close to having it figured out. So with that said, and with a commitment to looking at it again later, and that is an honest to God, hand on heart commitment, I maintain my motion that we should end this and start over at some other point.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I think folks know which way I'm leaning on this vote, but just to give voice to it, I understand the perspective that's being brought forward by some other members of council. However, I think it is sending the wrong message to particularly the residents of this community and others to say that we're going to let it go for now. I think they have gotten used to it being let go for now and just coming back. So while I understand the spirit of what's being proposed here, and I appreciate the promise from Vice Mayor on that commitment to bring it back, I am going to vote on the opposite side of this just to give that continued voice to the resident side of this conversation and saying, for them, it's not enough to just keep bringing it back.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Harris.
I just echo Councilmember House. She said exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
That was well said. All right. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we want a roll call vote. All those in favor, wait. Oh, yes. And the motion is to deny the reading of the resolution. Adoption. The reading and the adoption. Okay. So a yes vote is in support of that motion, and a nay vote is opposed to that. So can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
No.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Mayor Daggett.
Yes.
Councilmember House.
No.
Councilmember Matthews.
Yes.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, it's been a while. I think the city clerk let you know that with our 9:30 rule, that we require a motion to pick up any new agenda items after 9:30. It would have to be a majority vote of council to do that, to continue on with the agenda.
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.